Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 101. The so-called plan is to be broken. According to Marvel's law, if there is a possibility of things turning bad, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. Lot is very clear about his own cognition. He has neither the ability to plan the overall situation of Aizen nor the absolute strength of Aizen, so he can only constantly deduce every step of the plan, not letting any possible mistakes go. And in this plan, the biggest variable was Constantine. The plot of the movie was always a movie, and this was reality. He could not have too much expectations for this scum because he could not be sure if he was really willing to sacrifice himself. What if there really was an accident that made Constantine unwilling to sacrifice? The answer was, hollow transformation. Give yourself to the hollow in your body and let it end all of this. Although Lot was not sure if this hollow could contend with Gabriel. But, its power came from the ancient god, Thun. The infernal deity, Thun, was one of the big shots in Marvel world. He was able to stand side by side with the Earth Mother Gaia, God Devourer Adam, Snake God Seth, and the creator of a series of big shots. He was a powerhouse who had crossed the multi-dimensional universe level and was only second to the existences of the 5 gods and other supreme gods. Archangel, Gabriel. In front of the infernal deity, Thun, she was probably no different from a newborn baby. And the source of the birth of this hollow in his body was the power that the infernal deity, Thun, had forcibly given him when parting. Even if he could not defeat Gabriel, it should be no problem for him to run, right? Next. I'll leave it to you. Before he fainted, the corners of Lot's lips moved slightly as he silently muttered in his heart. The hollow in his body was born with him. If he died here, the hollow would also die. Therefore, it would not let its body die. You are really a waste. Lot forcibly stopped the falling momentum. Then, a layer of deep darkness was immersed in his blue eyes. Countless white sticky substances formed in the air, and then slowly swam over like tadpoles, sticking to Lot's face bit by bit, and finally forming a half-white, hideous bone mask. The moment the mask was formed, an ominous and dark black spiritual power suddenly rose. Boom! The atmosphere was trembling, and hollow was shaking. The airflow around seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, forming a huge vortex with a radius of about 100 meters, rolling up a hurricane of heaven and earth that raged. This feeling. Gabriel's pale golden pupils contracted slightly. She felt the pressure in the air become heavier, and even her breathing seemed to be restricted. The black spiritual power that was visible to the naked eye spread out like a tide, and then turned into burning flames that rose into the sky, accompanied by the sad cries of the surrounding space that almost filled the entire world. In the burning black flames, a figure slowly walked out. That person was Lod. A white bone mask covered his face, and behind him was a pair of pitch-black wings formed from spiritual power's flames. His scarlet eyes were filled with endless tyranny and monstrous killing intent. Just by standing there, the surrounding air and atmosphere of Hollow were already distorted and boiling. When Gabriel saw this, she frowned and looked down at Lod. She suddenly felt a trace of unease in her heart. The nature of his soul, actually changed. The nature of a person's soul is fixed, just like the Coca-Cola formula. It will never change, because once the nature changes, it will no longer be. But Lod was different. The soul nature that he showed before was still human, but now, it was obviously biased towards demons. Right? It was the demons. This ominous energy fluctuation, as well as the evil and deep dark power, was very much like a pure demon from hell. Who are you? Gabriel was somewhat shocked. This was the first time she had seen a human soul turn into a pure demon. I don't have a name. Lod grinned and said. Dong. Lod raised his foot and stomped on the air. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. Boom. The pitch-black figure tore through the sky and pulled up a huge wind dragon behind him. It let out a heaven-shaking roar. What a fast speed! Gabriel was shocked. Her eyes could only capture a wisp of after-image. However, she was still the angel of judgment, a person who had experienced hundreds of battles. She instinctively raised her pure white sword to meet it. Clang! The Hyaran Meru and the pure white sword clashed, creating countless dazzling sparks. He. The Lord under the white bone mask smiled sinisterly. It wasn't easy for me to come out once. Don't die too quickly, Gabriel. Don't get too cocky, human. A golden flame ignited in Gabriel's eyes. The pure white sword danced and turned into a gigantic sword shadow that covered the sky. Interesting, this is too interesting. Countless sword shadows whistled over. The sharp sword wind stirred. Lord's silver hair danced in the wind. He laughed loudly and said, "It's like this. It's this feeling." In just an instant, sword had collided with each other hundreds of times. There seemed to be thousands of thunderclaps exploding in the sky. A wave of air visible to the naked eye spread out. The terrifying power even made the entire atmosphere and the sky cry out as if they could not bear the burden. One white and one black, light and darkness. Two completely different forces collided, setting off a mighty shockwave that completely split the entire sky apart, turning it into a strange scene of half black and half white. Clang! Another clash of sword, the completely different forces collided again, causing the airflow to explode. Gabriel could clearly feel that Lord's strength was still increasing, and the heavy pressure coming from the sword almost sent her flying. His energy was actually still increasing. Clang, 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 clang. The pure white sword was constantly being pressed down, and even the divine power that enveloped Gabriel was being suppressed by the dark power like a candle in the wind that was about to extinguish. This is impossible. Gabriel's cold expression that had not changed for tens of thousands of years finally changed slightly. She said in horror, "You are not the person just now. Who are you? Didn't I say it already?" A trace of coldness flashed through Lord's scarlet eyes. "Don't make me repeat myself again and again. It doesn't matter who it is." Clang! Zanpakuto's strength suddenly increased, forcibly suppressing Gabriel's pure white sword, and leaving a bloody mark on her body. Light golden blood spilled out, and Gabriel retreated a few steps with a groan. Zi! Lord's finger was stained with a bit of golden blood. He put it to his lips and tasted it. He laughed wildly and said, "The taste of the blood of the angel is not bad. I wonder if it will taste better if I pluck your wings and roast them. I will kill you." Gabriel's face twisted, as if she had just received a great humiliation. She let out a sharp cry, "Almighty Father, please grant me the power to expel darkness and judge the sins of the world." When Gabriel gripped the pure white sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. The vast power of divinity surged like a tsunami, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire sky like a huge sun. "The Lord says you are guilty." With Gabriel's cold shout, the sky above him was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force. Rumble! The atmosphere was shaking and shattering, and hollow was twisting and collapsing. A magnificent, pure gold sword suddenly appeared 10,000 meters high in the sky. Judgment. Chapter 102. Judgment of the Apocalypse. A huge sword glittering with golden light hovered 10,000 meters in the sky. The surrounding clouds were stirred up, rolling up waves. On the body of the huge sword that was about 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide, there were countless beautiful and graceful angels. These angels had different forms, either blowing, playing the zither, sleeping, or holding the sword, forming a beautiful picture. Behind this group of angels, there was a scene of beauty shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like the heaven described in the Bible. His line of sight followed the sword and came to the position of the sword hilt. Unlike the usual sword guard, The hilt of this sword was 6 spread out angel wings. The 6 divine wings shone with golden light and spread out in a relaxed manner. Like a curtain of water, they sprinkled a soft holy light. Holy and dignified. All the words and words in the world were not enough to express the magnificence and nobility of this sword. Any description seemed to become pale and powerless at this moment. It was like the sword of Damocles in legends, the sword of Damocles that judged the world. It symbolized Gabriel's absolute power and supreme power. This scene. If the Vatican saw this, they might once again stir up a frenzy. High up in the sky, the 6 wings of light behind Gabriel stretched out, both hands holding the pure white sword. Her eyes had already turned pure gold. From her extremely oppressive and imposing gaze, from within to outside, a supreme, emotionless, cold, indifferent gaze. A heavy pressure that could not be described with words came from the sky. This pressure and feeling was completely different from before. It was heavy and thick, making people feel as if they were in the deep sea, making every inch of their bones and flesh let out a hysterical wail. If it were anyone else, they would probably be unable to bear the burden and kneel down under the pressure of an angel. However, Laud, who had transformed, was different. Under this terrifying pressure, he revealed a fanatical expression. "You really are trash." Laud. Laud held Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed to Gabriel. He grinned, "Your own Zanpakuto is so powerful, but he still wants to borrow other people's bankai. No wonder this guy will not like you." When Zanpakuto trembled slightly, like a consciousness that had been asleep for a long time, suddenly stimulated and grinded by the oppression released by Gabriel. From a blunt sword covered in rust, it gradually turned into a sharp sword blade. It was calling. But this calling for his consciousness was neither Hyaran Maru nor Shinso or Senbonzakura. It was another unfamiliar consciousness. "Don't be in such a hurry." Laud grinned and said, "Let me demonstrate the true usage of this guy. Gabriel." Gabriel stood high in the sky, his hands holding the pure white sword as he slowly descended. "On behalf of the Almighty Father, pardon your sins." Boom. The huge, gorgeous sword fell, symbolizing the judgment of heaven to the world. The sword edge pierced through layers of hollow, like a meteor that cut through the sky, falling with a destructive force. The energy that leaked out was like a stone thrown into the calm water, setting off endless waves in the atmosphere, bursting out roars and roars that resounded through the sky. The golden lightning flashed in the sky, and the wind howled as if it were for the end of the world. The pitch-black sky split in half under the golden light, as if it were torn apart by the falling sword edge. It was not hard to imagine. If this sword really fell down, I'm afraid that all the buildings on the ground will be destroyed within a radius of several thousand meters. But Gabriel did not care. The blasphemers had to be punished, no matter what price they had to pay. As for the humans who died because of this, Gabriel could only tell them that this was to atone for their sins. "Go to hell, blasphemer." Gabriel's eyes flashed with a fierce light, confident that Laud would die under this move. However, this pride and confidence of hers did not last long before Laud slapped her in the most unreasonable and impossible way. The huge sword of judgment fell like a meteorite, but just as it was about to touch Laud, the latter slowly raised his hand, and then, under Gabriel's horrified eyes, he caught the falling sword with his bare hands. Those 5 fingers were like the mountains of Buzhu in ancient times, forcibly stopping the sword of judgment from falling down. Boom. The huge kinetic energy was stopped in an instant. A huge wave of energy erupted like a tsunami, spreading out for thousands of meters and crushing all the clouds. The entire sky seemed to shake. "This is impossible." Gabriel was aghast. She cried out in alarm and retreated several steps. Her golden pupils trembled violently as if she had seen something terrifying. The sword of judgment. It was actually taken down by a mortal? Why is it impossible? Laud sneered, Or, is this only way for you to understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Lod clenched his 5 fingers tightly onto the sword edge, and a metallic sound burst out, as if he wanted to crush it. Kaka. A horrifying crack appeared where his 5 fingers and the sword edge were pressed together, and the crack continued to spread upwards, until it covered the entire sword body. The gorgeous sword that was originally as perfect as a painting and sculpture was covered in dense cracks, like fragile porcelain that could shatter at any time. The next second, bang! The sword of judgment shattered, and the sky was filled with light, falling down like raindrops. You! What did you do? Gabriel's golden pupils contracted, and she asked in a trembling voice that even she did not notice, "The sword of judgment is the power that Father God bestowed upon me. Why can a mortal like you destroy it? Even if I tell you, you won't understand." Lod did not want to explain to her. She suddenly seemed to have become much weaker. It was as if her strength had been sucked out. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was enduring some kind of intense pain. Just using it once, you have to pay 1% of your soul. Obviously. Destroying the sword of judgment was not as easy as it looked. It seems that you have paid a great price. Seeing this scene, Gabriel's trembling golden pupils gradually calmed down. She sneered, "How long can the current you last?" "A very, very long time." Lod straightened his spine, a tyrannical aura flowing in his eyes. "I guarantee that you will be satisfied." In the ruined hospital corridor, Constantine looked into the distance with blurred eyes, still wondering if he should commit suicide. At this moment, a black cat suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the cat that he had found in Isabella's home. The black cat was well proportioned and walked towards him with graceful steps. The black cat circled around Constantine twice, then jumped onto his shoulder and stared at him with its pair of golden eyes. It was unknown if it were an illusion, but Constantine suddenly felt that the eyes of this cat were very similar to Gabriel's eyes. Chapter 103. As a demon-driving detective who dealt with supernatural events almost every day, his sharp intuition told Constantine that this cat was absolutely strange. First of all, how could a cat's eyes be so terrifying? Those extremely pure golden eyes were like 2 blazing suns, emitting endless majesty and oppression. Although it was a bit difficult to say it out loud, Constantine could swear on his own integrity that he had really been frightened by this cat's eyes just now. Based on his rich experience, Constantine immediately concluded that this cat might have been possessed, but he had no clue what the thing attached to this cat's body was. "Can you speak?" Constantine rolled his eyes, trying to find out something. "Meow." The black cat groaned and sat on his shoulder on his hind legs. His 2 front legs propped up his body and he stared at him quietly. Constantine was a little scared by the stare. An invisible and unknown fear intertwined in his heart. Just as he wanted to move his body, he found that he could not move. It was as if there was an invisible shackle that firmly bound him here. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Beads of sweat appeared on Constantine's forehead. After the hair on his temples was wet, he pressed it tightly against his cheeks. His entire body was as stiff as a piece of rotten wood. Just as he was about to die, the black cat finally moved. "Pata." The black cat jumped lightly from Constantine's shoulder and landed on the broken tiles. "Who?" Constantine's stiff face relaxed a little, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his nerves tensed up again. "Constantine, what are you still hesitating for?" The black cat's lips squirmed and spat out a strange syllable with a strange frequency and strange pronunciation. "This is, in Enochian." Constantine's pupils contracted instantly and his face revealed a shocked expression because he knew this strange syllable. In Enochian. He had once seen this kind of lost language in an ancient book. It was said to be a special language used by angels when communicating with God. When he was young, he had wanted to learn this great language and use it to communicate with angels to see if they could build a good relationship and let him rise to heaven in the future. But unfortunately, due to the physiological structure of humans and angels, it was impossible to speak this kind of God's language, so it was almost impossible to learn the Enochian language. No matter how hard he tried, in the end, he could only imitate the sound of approaching closer, not the real Enochian language at all. However, studying the Enochian language did bring him benefits. For example, he could understand most of the angels' language. You are an angel. Constantine did not use a question because a black cat could speak the Enochian language, which was equivalent to proving his identity. There is no time. The black cat looked at him indifferently. His voice was ethereal and soft as it echoed in the broken corridor. John, only you can stop all this. Stop who? Gabriel. Aren't you an angel? Why do you want me to stop her? Because she walked the wrong path, and I need to correct her mistakes. Did God send you? The black cat suddenly became silent for a long time. It seemed that it did not want to answer this question. Instead, it changed the topic. If you kill yourself to stop all this, I can lead Astra's soul from hell to heaven. Why should I believe what you said? Constantine's heart twitched violently, because this promise was too tempting for him. The black cat straightened its body, and its golden eyes revealed a hint of pride, because I am a. In the sky above the church hospital, Death God and the angel were fighting to the death. Clang. Sword collided, and sparks flew. After the collision, a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out, shaking the atmosphere high in the sky, setting off a surging torrent that was strong enough to tear the eardrums of any human nearby. In just a few seconds, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The continuous attacks, like a storm, tore apart everything around them like a storm. This is a good opportunity. Gabriel aimed at an opening. The pure white sword, at a strange angle, pierced through Laud's defense and stabbed straight into his heart. However, when Laud saw the sword coming towards him, he revealed a strange smile, causing Gabriel to have an ominous premonition. The next moment, for some reason, it was as if there was a sudden influence of some kind of power, causing her sword to tilt a lot, actually brushing past Laud's body and passing through his arm. It's this feeling again. A trace of anger flashed through Gabriel's eyes. This situation had already happened several times before. Chi! The sharp blade of sword cut through the air, letting out a sharp and ear-piercing hiss. In Gabriel's pair of pale gold pupils, a cold and deep light was reflected. The golden blood of an angel splashed in the sky. Ah! Gabriel let out a painful wail, because this time sword cut into her archangel wings. However, this wail did not last long. The angel's beautiful face took another punch, and his muscles shook violently like waves. Hun! Laud did not give her a chance to speak. He spun around in the air like a snail, and his entire body almost left after images. Then, he ruthlessly kicked Gabriel in the abdomen. Sue! When she was still 100 meters away from the ground, Gabriel sped down like a rubber ball and smashed into the street next to the hospital. Bang! The already broken street once again let out a wail, and a strong wind blew up the gravel into the sky. Gabriel stood up from the pit. Perhaps because of the impact just now, her originally straight body became a little hunched. The once high and mighty angel of judgment was now as weak as a dog. However, she still tried her best to straighten her back, making it seem less humble. On the 6 pure wings behind her, a deep sword mark was eye-catching. The monstrous anger in her pale golden pupil seemed to be material, as if it was going to burn anyone who saw it into ashes. She was an angel. The angel of judgment, the angel of death, the left hand of God. But now, she was abused by a human to the point that she had no strength to fight back, and her dignity was trampled under her feet. Above the clouds, a pair of scarlet eyes looked down at the angel below. In the next second, a layer of transparent rings appeared in the air, and the huge ring suddenly exploded. Like a rocket, it pushed the figure of Slaughter and swooped down from the sky like a meteorite. Hoo hoo! The violent wind howled and roared like a thunderstorm. Behind the killing figure, the fierce wind was forcibly pulled out a huge wave of air, like a roaring white dragon rushing over with a roar. In the name of Gabriel, I. Gabriel raised his pure white sword. Just as she was halfway through chanting the spell, she saw the charging killing figure suddenly disappear. In the next moment, her face was suddenly covered by a palm. Looking through the gap in the palm, Gabriel saw the cruelty and brutality reflected in Laud's eyes. Laud did not have the slightest intention of being tender to the fairer sex. He used the most violent method to press Gabriel's head onto the ground, allowing her to intimately dissolve the earth. Boom! The ground was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of these two people. It could not bear the burden and let out a cry, and then it split and collapsed. Damn, human! Gabriel, who was pressed in the ruins, was filled with humiliation and anger. She growled, "If not for the fact that this body could not carry more of my will, I would have burned you. Goodbye, proud angel." Laud sneered. His eyes under the mask emitted a cold killing intent. He raised his foot and stepped on the noble angel's head. Then, dark energy gathered at his fingertips. Chapter 104. The Black Zero. In the deep and dark darkness condensed at the tip of Laud's finger, it was filled with an ominous feeling that made Gabriel's heart palpitate. If Nimue was still here, she would definitely be able to recognize him. This was no longer the ordinary Zero, but the Black Zero that only the Great Hollow of the Vasto Lord level could use. It is the rank of Espada. After resurrection, the power used is far beyond the ultimate move of ordinary Zero. Because of the huge destructive power, it was forbidden to use under the cover of Las Noches. Even though she was the highest ranked archangel, she did not have the confidence to protect this body that carried her will completely. Moreover, according to Gabriel's initial estimate, the aftermath of the explosion was enough to destroy dozens of streets nearby. All tangible and intangible substances would be vaporized. Gabriel's head was stepped on by Laud's foot. She was helpless and angry, but in the end, she could only close his eyes, looking as if she had completely given up. So what if she did not give up? The will and power that this body could bear was already on the verge of collapse. It was like a mirror covered in cracks, and it could shatter at any time. No matter if she chose to continue or give up, this body would collapse because it carried too much of the power of angels. The outcome had long been decided. Her plan had failed. She had neither guided humans to the right path nor the judgment of the apocalypse. I have lost. Gabriel seemed to have accepted her fate. Even though there were tens of millions of reasons for her defeat, it could not correct the fact that she had already lost. A dignified angel of judgment had actually lost to a human. If the other three archangels knew about this, she would probably be ridiculed and unable to raise her head in the future. However, seeing that Black Zero was about to condense, just as Gabriel and his surroundings were destroyed, that terrifying and vast energy suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Kaka. Immediately after, a clear sound that was like porcelain shattering rang out. There was a trace of astonishment in Gabriel's eyes as he saw a clear crack appear on the mask that covered Laud's face. Tisk tisk. Laud's tyrannical gaze changed slightly as he said in a rather unhappy tone, "It wasn't easy for me to come out and play for a while, but it's already so fast." Gabriel's eyes flashed. She keenly caught this word and thoughtfully stared at the mask of Laud. She guessed that the mask on this man's face should be related to this abnormal and strange power. The all-knowing eye that God gave her, from the moment she fought with Laud, until now, all the images were kept in her mind, and the scenes were replayed one by one. Was it that mask? Gabriel's eyes moved slightly. His gaze swept over the Lod mask, and a hint of understanding gradually rose in his heart. When she searched through her memories, she found a clue. The moment the mask appeared on Lod's face, the essence of his soul suddenly changed. "It's about time." Lod grinned. He bent down and pinched Gabriel's neck with his hand, violently lifting him from the ruins. "If there is a chance next time, I will definitely pull out all the feathers on your wings." In the face of Lod's almost humiliating tone, Gabriel did not open her mouth to retort. Instead, she calmly looked into his eyes that were filled with violence. She said lightly, "The next time we meet, you will not have a chance. We will wait and see." Lod sneered, then grabbed Gabriel by the neck and threw her out like a piece of trash. "Sue." Gabriel drew a beautiful arc in the air and then smashed into the wall outside the hospital. However, the force of the throw was not reduced in the slightest, causing Gabriel to crash diagonally from the ground all the way to the top floor of the hospital after crashing into the wall outside. And looking at the direction and location of its fall, it just so happened to be where Angela was sealed. Just as the mask was about to completely shatter, Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and quickly left the area. After all, the next person to appear was the famous fallen angel, Lucifer Morningstar. Although the possibility was very low, Lod believed that it was best to stay away from them so as not to be targeted by this big shot. In the broken hospital corridor, Constantine leaned all his weight on the white-gray wall behind him. His head fell to his chest as if it had lost its support. There was a pile of broken glass and a man's mechanical watch around him. This man chose to commit suicide. Newcastle, Casanova, Astra, Frank, Judith, Anne-Marie, Rich, Gary, Benjamin. These memories were like sins imprinted in his soul, and they were also known as the eternal heart of the man, John Constantine. That incident was like a rope on a gallows, constantly wrapping around his neck like a nightmare, reminding him of what kind of sins he had committed because of his pride and conceit. The heavy sins pierced him like a sharp tip of sword, turning into hellfire to burn his soul. In the past 10 years, he had always tried to numb his brain nerves with alcohol and cigarettes, transforming into a divine detective that constantly wandered the boundaries of hell, mechanically expelling demons one after another, as if doing this could atone for the mistakes he had made. But in fact, he knew very well in his heart that this could not atone for his sins. On the contrary, this kind of reckless exorcism behavior made the sins he bore heavier. He had had enough of these days. The man named John Constantine only wanted to save the little girl he used to be. Even if he did this, it would make him pay the price of his life. The blood marks on his wrist after being cut by the glass fragments continued to flow out with bright red blood that slowly spread around along the smooth tiles. "Hurry up, hurry up." Constantine's eyes lost focus as he mechanically repeated a word. The entire corridor was extremely quiet, and Constantine could even clearly hear the sound of the watch moving. Again and again. Every time the second hand made a sound, it symbolized the gradual passage of his life. But what was strange was that, although he had always been afraid of death, after he truly mustered up the courage to commit suicide, his heart was instead filled with indescribable peace, as if he had finally been freed. The pointer on the dial suddenly stopped. It was as if all things in the world had stopped at this moment. Pitter-patter. Black sticky substance dripped down from the ceiling, and a pair of feet covered in black liquid first entered Constantine's line of sight. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit waved his limbs strangely, as if he was dancing an inexplicable dance, slowly falling down from the sky. The man had an evil smile on his face, and his feet were wrapped in black sticky and rotten matter. He walked slowly towards Constantine, and his mouth was constantly sighing. Chapter 105. When this man walked there, black sticky substance spread out. Please pay attention. This is not athlete's foot, this is not athlete's foot, this is not athlete's foot. Important matters must be stated 3 times. Unlike the holy radiance that symbolized the arrival of an angel, Lucifer, who was one of the leaders of hell, trampled all the rules and existences in the world with his feet. The black substance that stained his feet was the manifestation of the unclean sin in hell. Wherever the path of the Lucifer was, the filth would trample everything. You came so slowly. Constantine's face was pale. Because of excessive blood loss, his voice was very weak. He could only hold up his head and look at the man. "Hello, John." "Hello, John." Lucifer wore an evil smile and repeated his greeting twice, deliberately dragging a long tone. It sounded like ridicule and mockery. There was an unspeakable evil in his tone, which made Constantine feel very uncomfortable. But at this moment, he had no extra strength to talk nonsense with this bastard. "I'm here, to personally collect your soul." Lucifer reached out and pulled over a chair next to him, sitting down casually. After saying this, Lucifer clapped his hands nervously, making a rhythmic sound. At the same time, his two black feet covered in asphalt shook happily on the tiles, as if proving how happy the famous fallen angel was at this moment. In fact, he was indeed very happy now. Because of Constantine's soul, he had been coveting it for too long. After waiting for decades, he finally had a chance to take the slut away and properly repay the sin he had cheated on him. He. "I know. Do you mind waiting a little longer?" Constantine looked up at Lucifer and said in a relaxed and flat tone. It was as if he was chatting with a friend. "Whatever." Lucifer smiled and said, "Time is meaningless in front of me. Let me smoke another cigarette." Constantine took out a blood-stained cigarette from the cigarette box with his trembling right hand and stuffed it into his mouth. "It suits you very well, John." Lucifer tidied up his suit, the corners of his mouth curving up in an arc. He said maliciously, "By the way, I am the largest shareholder of all cigarette companies in the world. You have to thank me for this." Regarding this, it was really not Lucifer bragging. He was really the largest shareholder of all cigarette companies. And in the original movie Easter egg that had not been deleted, Lucifer personally admitted this matter. As for the purpose might be to let humans die quickly so that they could fall into hell as soon as possible. Constantine only wanted to smoke the last cigarette now, but because the tendons of his wrist were cut, he could not use any strength at all. He could not even hold his pose. "Do me a favor." Constantine had a bloody cigarette in his mouth. He said weakly to Lucifer. "No problem." Lucifer picked up the Zippo that had fallen on the ground and handed it to Constantine after lighting the fire. "Cherish the last cigarette in your life. In the future, you will probably only be able to smoke sulfur. After all, there is only that one in hell." Constantine took a deep breath and slowly spat out the cigarette. White smoke swirled in front of his eyes. "Sulfur, it sounds terrible. I think I have to get used to it for a while." "Don't worry, little guy." Lucifer smiled and comforted him. "I've already prepared several hell theme parks. I'm waiting for you to go play." "Hell theme park?" "It might not be the kind of theme park that would pull out the skin and dig out the tendons and cook the oil." Constantine raised his eyes and revealed a mocking expression. He said, "You treat me so well. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. This seems to be the second time you committed suicide, right?" Lucifer leaned back in his chair and stared at the weak Constantine. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes as he said, "I don't think a fraud like you will make the same mistake twice." Hiss. Whoosh. A wisp of white smoke rose up, and a playful look flashed across Constantine's pale face. He asked, "How have you been in hell recently? Are you busy?" "It's okay. At least it's much easier than when we were in heaven." Lucifer shrugged his shoulders and inadvertently ridiculed the black-hearted labor system in front of Constantine. "Is that so?" Constantine forced out a sneer and said weakly, "It seems that you have been a little too relaxed recently. You don't even know that such a big thing has happened in hell. Big thing. Lucifer rolled his eyes and stretched out a foot stained with asphalt. He gently rubbed Constantine's right leg and gradually leaned toward an indescribable place. He smiled and blamed, "You are lying to me again. What big thing can happen in hell? Your little brother. Mammon is next door, together with Gabriel." Pa. Lucifer had an expression that said, "Don't try to fool me." He clapped and said, "The story sounds good. Unfortunately, those two people don't have good taste. They won't have a good result when they get together. They have the spear of Longinus." The applause stopped abruptly. Spear of Longinus. Spear of Longinus. Spear of Longinus. Lucifer repeated 3 times. His originally casual sitting posture changed, and his whole body stretched forward, almost facing Constantine. He said, "So, this is another conspiracy you came up with. Whether it is or not, why don't you take a look yourself?" Facing the infernal King Lucifer, Constantine said with a straight face, "You have already waited for me for decades. So what if you wait a few more seconds?" The mocking expression on Lucifer's face suddenly froze. He could tell from Constantine's face and eyes that this man was not lying. "They are just next door. You can verify it yourself." Constantine said weakly and added another fire. "You don't want a devil king to suddenly appear in hell for the title of Satan, do you? Especially since he is your former little brother. It would be too shameful if word got out." In terms of the ability to raise flags, Constantine was at the acme of perfection. In just a few words, Lucifer's face turned livid. The air around him was distorted to a degree visible to the naked eye. It could be seen how terrible his mood was now. He was clearly here to take away the slut's soul, but he suddenly bumped into his little brother who wanted to seize the throne. Lucifer's eyes narrowed into a line. Strange black lines appeared on his face, and he let out an inexplicable roar from his throat. It made Constantine feel that his heart was beating wildly. "I believe you this time." After a long silence, Lucifer slowly got up and walked to the pool with a layer of frost on his face. If it was really like what Constantine said, his little brother Mammon and Gabriel secretly colluded to descend to the world with the help of the spear of Longinus, intending to usurp the throne. Then he will let Mammon know the 10 million ways of death in hell. And Gabriel? Do you really think that after she falls, he won't be able to torture you? Do you know that heaven used to be his, Lucifer Morning Star's shield? Chapter 106. Let's turn the time back to 3 minutes ago. Gabriel stood up in a daze after being thrown by Lot and smashed through several walls. She saw Angela unconscious on the wall. "Are you planning to escape?" Gabriel stared at the figure in the distance with a gloomy expression, thinking that it was as she expected. The mask on his face was related to his strength, which was why he chose to escape from her sight as soon as possible before the mask shattered. "Can you escape?" Gabriel was furious. Her 6 wings of light flapped, and just as she was about to chase after Lod, she was suddenly stopped by a voice. "Gabriel, you bastard!" Gabriel frowned and turned to look for the source of the sound. Angela, who was nailed to the wall, had a hideous face under her bulging abdomen. She cursed, "Hurry up and let me out. How long do you plan to let me stay in there?" The corner of Gabriel's mouth twitched. She had almost forgotten about this guy. The hideous face underneath his belly revealed an expression of grievance and anger. His tone was filled with resentment as he said, "Don't forget what our plan is." Only then did Gabriel remember that his goal was to help Mammon descend to the human world, not to kill a damned human. After a few seconds of silence, Gabriel forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. Her eyes were red as she stared at the back of Lod, who was gradually disappearing into the distance. She swore in his heart, "If we can meet again next time, we must make this arrogant blasphemer pay the price he deserves." If Lod was still here, he would definitely curl his lips and tell her, "I'm afraid you are thinking too much. The next time we meet? He. When the time comes, are you an angel or not? I'm afraid there are still two possibilities. Hurry." Gabriel. In Angela's belly, Mammon couldn't wait to be born into the human world, and then stir up a storm of blood to transform the human world into his hell. With a wave of his hand, Gabriel shattered Bakuto, who was restraining Angela. Then, Gabriel pulled out a spear from her waist and slowly walked towards Angela, her eyes full of determination. Angela, who was unconscious, lay on the cold ground. There was a trace of grey death on her skin, and her belly was like a balloon. Two slender arms supported her belly and forcefully pulled her skin apart. Under the pale skin with blood vessels, a hideous face could be vaguely seen, as well as a pair of blood-red greedy eyes. Quick, quick. Mammon could not wait to descend into the world, and shouted excitedly, "Gabriel, quickly use the blood of the spear of Longinus to cut open this woman's stomach and guide me to this world." Gabriel came to Angela, half kneeling on the ground. She reached out a hand to gently stroke her bulging belly. "Come out. Mammon. The demon king that symbolizes the original sin of greed, I will release you to this world." Gabriel gripped the spear of Longinus and raised it high, pointing the sharp tip at Angela's belly. Clang. The brass spear of Longinus fell, the sharp edge of the blade cutting through the air, letting out a slight hiss. Just as Gabriel was about to pierce the poor woman's belly with the spear of Longinus and release the infernal king to destroy the world, time suddenly stopped. The sharp tip of the spear was only a few centimeters away from Angela's belly. The rippling water in the pool next to them, as well as the flow of the atmosphere, sound, and light, all stopped moving at this moment. Everything in the world fell into silence. Whether it was the mighty Gabriel who claimed to be the judge of the gods, or the Mammon who claimed to be the original sin of greed and the devil king, they were all bound by the cage of time when Lucifer descended into the world. Pa! The glass door in front of Lucifer was shattered by an invisible will. Countless pieces of glass flew out after breaking. In a way that violated the laws of physics, they strangely floated in the air, as if the air around them was thick and sticky dead water. Lucifer, dressed in a white suit, was like a noble gentleman. He casually pushed aside the glass fragments in front of him and walked towards Gabriel and Mammon with a gloomy face. He was in a very bad mood right now, because Constantine was right. When he saw the spear of Longinus in Gabriel's hand and the Mammon who were lying on the ground and could not wait to come out, he already knew everything. "Mammon, you are really bold. You actually dared to stir up trouble behind my back, and even planned to usurp the throne. If I don't teach these two a lesson today, I won't have the face to continue living in hell in the future." Lucifer's expression was sullen. He held the unconscious Angela with one hand and dragged her out from the tip of the spear of Longinus. At the same time, he lifted the time when the two were suspended. Clang! The metal weapon hit the tiles, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The spear of Longinus was also deeply inserted into the ground. After the time freeze was removed, the moment Gabriel saw Lucifer, her pale gold eyes trembled and contracted. A kind of indescribable fear, like a maggot in her bones, gnawed at her remaining rationality. Swish! Lucifer! The holy wings of the seraph spread out from behind Gabriel, but this was not a sign of a fight, it was just fear from the bottom of her heart. "Gabriel! You shouldn't have interfered in this matter." Fury brewed in Lucifer's eyes. He hugged the unconscious Angela with one hand and said with his eyes closed, "This is the rule set by me and him. You have crossed the line." On the smooth tiles that reflected the two figures, one could clearly see that the one in Lucifer's arms was not Angela, but a ferocious demon. The son of destruction. Gabriel's eyes had been swallowed by fear, and her whole body was trembling unconsciously. She subconsciously said the name of the man in front of him, the horn of the sinner, unclean person, arrogant person. I really miss these old names. Lucifer laughed strangely and whispered into Angela's ear, "Dear Mammon, it's time to go back to hell." If Mammon was taken away by Lucifer, it meant that her plan had all lost. In the face of the strongest fallen angel in history, in order to bring enlightenment to the human race, Gabriel inherited his faith in God and forced him to overcome her fear. "In the name of God, I shall judge thou." The holy wings of the archangel spread out, and the holy light wrapped around Gabriel's hands, turning into a bright morning star that attacked Lucifer. However, Gabriel's holy fist stopped in front of Lucifer. It was only a centimeter away from reaching Lucifer, but no matter how hard Gabriel tried, he could not move the fist forward. It was as if there was an insurmountable chasm between the two of them. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lucifer's eyes flashed. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "It seems that someone doesn't want to be your backer anymore." The next second, Lucifer's eyes turned cold. The flames from hell rose up, accompanied by the wind of sulfur. Like waves, they continuously attacked Gabriel in front of him. Boom! 2 wings were burned by the flames, and Gabriel screamed as she flew out and fell into the pool. In the scene reflected by the tiles, although Mammon was struggling madly, he was still sent back to where he should go. From the beginning to the end, it was less than a minute. The process was easy and quick. This was Lucifer. Terrifying. Yes, extremely terrifying. Lucifer did not make a move at all. With just a glance, the flames of hell rose up and burned down Gabriel's archangel wings. Chapter 107. Lucifer turned around and walked to Constantine. Since Gabriel and Mammon had been stopped, it was time to collect his reward. "John Constantine," Lucifer said indifferently, "you helped me once, so what do you want?" Although the synonym for hell had never been very good, Constantine had helped him a lot this time. Lucifer, who had fallen in the name of arrogance, would certainly not allow himself to owe a human a favor. Therefore, within the reasonable requirements, he would repay the favor he owed Constantine. Although this was not the first time for Constantine to extort the famous Lucifer, it was still an extremely rare opportunity. "For example, let me go." After Constantine said this, he laughed out loud. Lucifer curled his lips and said, "Little guy, my patience is limited. I suggest you choose a reasonable request." "I knew it." "Forget it." Constantine laughed at himself and sighed. "Isabella, the sister of that woman. Let her rest in peace." Lucifer raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Are you willing to give up your life and let that woman go to heaven?" Constantine remained silent and only nodded slightly. Based on the principle of saving one person one by one, he only wanted to reduce the amount of sins he had committed before he died. At the very least, he wanted to let that innocent person be involved in this incident. Angela's sister Isabella could rest in peace. He believed that Lucifer would be able to do such a simple request. Lucifer closed his eyes and seemed to be communicating with an unknown existence. After a while, Lucifer opened his eyes and grinned at Constantine. He said, "It's done. That woman's soul is now in heaven." Constantine, degree. The efficiency of the big boss. That's how fast it is. Don't ask why suicide can go to heaven, ask how is that Lucifer able to use the back door. Constantine couldn't help but doubt himself. Did he work hard in the wrong direction for decades? If he had known earlier, he would have licked Lucifer and asked him to help him reach heaven faster than Gabriel next door. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Time is up, dear John." Lucifer did not care about Constantine's thoughts. He just wanted to bring this guy back to hell and let him experience the hell theme park that he had carefully prepared. "Who?" Constantine smoked the last cigarette and extinguished the burning cigarette butt in the blood beside him. Then he said sadly, "Let's go." "Lucifer." Lucifer smiled and bent down to grab Constantine's arm. He turned around and dragged him out. Constantine was violently dragged, his body sliding across the tiled floor full of glass fragments, leaving a trail of blood wherever he passed. Obviously, Lucifer was in a good mood now, and even whistled. Constantine, the soul that he had been coveting for a long time, had been waiting for dozens of years to be obtained. How could he not be happy? But it was a pity. Lucifer was happy for less than 3 seconds when he felt Constantine's weight suddenly increase. Boom! The tiles around Constantine suddenly cracked like a spider web. The ground suddenly collapsed, as if it had been suppressed by a terrifying gravity. Huh! Lucifer frowned and pulled hard in disbelief. Squeak! But no matter how hard Lucifer tried, Constantine's body still did not move. It felt as if the weight of a world was pressing down on Constantine. Anger surged in Lucifer's eyes as he grabbed Constantine's arm and exerted all his strength to drag him out of the pit. However, the pressure on Constantine became heavier and heavier. In the end, just the weight of an arm made Lucifer feel that he could not lift it up. Left with no choice, Lucifer could only throw Constantine down angrily and look up at the sky. Hey, this doesn't conform to the rules. He is mine. This is the rule. A black cat walked out from the corner. It stared at Lucifer with its pure golden eyes and said, "John Constantine is willing to sacrifice himself for others. His noble character is enough for him to rise to heaven. It's you." Lucifer recognized the soul hidden in the body of this black cat. It was the one he hated the most. His face suddenly darkened, and anger almost burst out from his eyes. "Why did you come to the human world instead of guarding heaven?" The black cat said lightly, "I came to have fun." Lucifer sneered and said with a fierce look in his eyes, "Don't say such meaningless lies in front of me." The black cat licked his palm, obviously not wanting to answer this question. Lucifer was silent for a moment, then said with a sinister look in his eyes, "This human soul, I must get it." The black cat eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. "If I don't give it to you, what will happen? If you don't give, then let's start the war." Lucifer's eyes were half opened and half closed. 2 pitch black wings spread out behind him, and a raging hellfire ignited beneath his feet. A rich sulfuric smell filled the entire space. Now, it was the black cat's turn to be silent. Although Constantine was important to heaven, he was not an indispensable member. He could not afford to fight against Lucifer for him. "Have you thought about it?" Lucifer smiled sinisterly. "Either hand over his soul to me, or I will lead people to fight against heaven. I would like to see if you, the guardian, can bear such a price." The black cat's golden eyes flickered slightly. He said in a low voice, "You are too impulsive, Lucifer." "Impulsive?" Lucifer sneered and said, "In front of me, you stole what I wanted. Since you don't follow the rules of the game, why should I?" The black cat's eyes moved back and forth between Constantine and Lucifer, as if considering how to choose between the two. Lucifer stepped on the hellfire and flapped his devil wings slightly. He licked his dry lips and showed a strange smile to the black cat. "It has been tens of millions of years. I wonder if the current you can stop me like before. This time, you won, Lucifer." After a balance, compared to Constantine's soul, the safety of heaven was obviously more important now. The black cat sighed and moved aside. "Ahoho." Lucifer revealed an evil smile and said, "It seems that something has happened to heaven. Otherwise, why would you choose to give in?" "Lucifer." The black cat's pure golden eyes lit up with divine radiance. An indescribable and terrifying pressure descended. It was as if countless rays of divine light tore through the night, accompanied by 6 huge golden wings. There are some things that can be known but cannot be said. Do you understand this principle? Chapter 108. Really? The black cat's blazing and dazzling holy light was almost comparable to the rising sun. The surrounding hollow was shivering, showing signs of collapse at any time. A sacred figure appeared behind the black cat. 3 pairs of golden wings of light were burning with white flames. It has been tens of millions of years since we last met. There is no need to treat your old lover like this, right? Lucifer looked at the figure and his eyelids twitched. He took half a step back quietly. The gap between an angel and an angel was sometimes bigger than the gap between a human and a pig. Although Lucifer looked like he was taking it easy when facing Gabriel, he was still a little afraid of this guy. Under Lucifer's seemingly calm face, there was a huge wave in his heart. Although the guy did not respond directly, he still caught a message from his words: something had happened in heaven. And judging from the guy's performance, it was probably not a small matter, otherwise it would be impossible for him, who was a guardian of heaven, to come to the world rashly. Could it be? Lucifer narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. I can't say, I can't ask. As he said, some things can be known, but I can't say it out loud. Otherwise, something big will happen. And if he provoked this guy again, there was an 80% chance that they would really start a war. Lucifer curled his lips and spread his hands. Okay, I don't care what happened. I only want this human soul. Is that okay? The sacred angel shadow dissipated, and the black cat returned to its previous harmless appearance. It licked its paws and said, "It's settled. Take this human soul away." "Thank you, darling." Lucifer grinned and deliberately showed an intimate smile to the black cat. "Lucifer. What's wrong? Dare to call me that word again. Don't blame me for burning your wings. I understand." Seeing the anger in the golden eyes of the black cat, Lucifer decisively chose to shut his mouth. Anyway, he had already achieved his goal. If he angered this guy, it would really be a loss. Lucifer whistled and happily dragged Constantine to the pool. Although he could travel to hell and the human world, he still needed water as a medium to bring a human soul back to hell. Chi! 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 The poor Constantine had already fainted from excessive blood loss. His body was dragging on the ground like a piece of junk. Just as Lucifer dragged Constantine to the pool and was about to step into the water, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. "Akoros, Shinso." Swish. A cold silver light flashed across the sky. The extended sword pierced through the left wall and shot towards Lucifer. However, sword's target was not Lucifer. It was Constantine. "Do you think I'm that naive?" Lucifer sneered in his heart. Wasn't it too bold to attack in front of him? Such an attack that was so slow that it was about to die, he only needed one thought to make it stop. Pucci. Sword's body pierced through Constantine, and the huge inertia dragged his body and nailed him to the opposite wall. Lucifer's face twitched. Then he seemed to understand something and turned to glare at the damn black cat. Meow. The black cat licked its fleshy palm and put on a cute and ignorant expression. What evil intentions could a kitten have? Lucifer choked a mouthful of blood in his throat and wished he could go up and hammer this bastard to death. Laud's face was pale. Hollow walked in weakly from outside the wall. At first glance, he saw Lucifer in a white suit glaring at him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "System, you are such a troll." If not for the system, he would never have come to this place, not to mention robbing people under Lucifer. His eyes fell on the screen of the system, which was marked with 2 details of the mission. Emergency mission, Battle of Hell, 2/3. Mission details, stop Gabriel and Mammon's plans to descend and thwart their schemes. Mission completion condition, expel Mammon, 1/1. Mission reward, after completing all missions, total settlement. Emergency mission, Hell War, 3/3. Mission details, save Constantine's soul and prevent it from falling into hell. Mission conditions, save Constantine, 0/1. Mission reward, small hell fragment, medium soul *100, Keto LVL1. Small hell fragment. Previously, Constantine had revealed that hell was not a complete dimension, but a combination of countless small fragments that contained the authority of hell. The lords of hell each ruled over the big or small pieces of hell, and they fought each other in an attempt to take away the fragments of others to strengthen themselves. When he saw this reward, Lot admitted that he was tempted. According to the system's previous tendencies, there was no problem of fraud in the reward. This was also the reason why he did not hesitate to risk his life to return to this place and snatch people in front of Lucifer. In other words, as long as he could save Constantine's soul, he could obtain a fragment of the hell dimension and create the Las Noches or Soul Society. A fragment of a dimension, even if it were for a very small one, was enough to make Lot go crazy. He adhered to the principle of starving to death, cowardly to death, and daring to death. Before coming here, Lot had already analyzed that although facing Lucifer head-on was very risky, it was not without hope. And he was confident that he could succeed because of 3 reasons. First, why could Lucifer come to the human world? Because Constantine had signed a sole ownership contract with Lucifer many years ago, Lucifer was able to descend to the mortal world with the help of the contract and not simply descend with his will or avatar. Secondly, could Lucifer act as he pleased? It should be impossible. This could be seen from the movies. All existences like them were restricted by certain rules and would not act casually in the mortal world. Thirdly, to rob people face to face, did Lucifer kill him? Regarding this, Lot was really not 100% sure, but he had prepared a way out: call people. Remember the ability to destroy the Quincy? Before coming over, Lot had already buried a silver tube with high purity under the foundation of the entire hospital, and formed a special breaking light array. If Lucifer was prepared to make a move, Lot could detonate the light array at any time. When the high concentration of Reishi flame was released, it would destroy the hospital in an instant. Without the magic array screen of this hospital, Sorcerer Supreme would descend in an instant. Lucifer was indeed very powerful. But one of Sorcerer Supreme's backers, Mountain Emperor Wei, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 109. Lucifer's eyes met with the black cat, as if countless sparks flew out. He did not care if Constantine, who was nailed to the wall, was dead or not. Anyway, even if his soul was dead, it belonged to him, and no one could take it away. What Lucifer cared about was the attitude of the black cat. He promised to let him take away Constantine's soul, but went back on his word to stop him. What was he thinking? However, the black cat did not answer the question. It just lay on the ground and looked at him quietly. Lucifer, who could not get an answer, could only look away helplessly. He turned his head and stared at the guy dressed in black. He asked, "So, little guy, who are you?" Jugram Hashwalth. Lot did not hesitate to give his fake name. Of course, he used a vest to travel the world outside. "You want to stop me?" Lucifer stared at him with a sinister gaze. The smell of sulfur around him was even stronger. The scene of hell was looming behind him. It was obvious that he was impatient to the extreme. Being blocked again and again, Lucifer's patience had long been wiped out. Moreover, his temper was not good to begin with. An invisible pressure was released, causing Lot's scalp to go numb and his heart to palpitate. It can't be helped. After all, I'm friends with that slut over there. Lot sighed slightly. If the system had given him too much, he wouldn't be bothered to care about whether Constantine lived or died. Friends. Lucifer sneered and said, "Since your relationship is so good, why don't you come to hell with him?" "No, no." Lot quickly waved his hand and said with a slight regret, "Although we have a good relationship, it is not good to go home the first time we meet. I will definitely go next time when I have the chance. Only a ghost would want to go to hell with you." Lucifer laughed and said, "Since you don't plan to go to hell with me, then get out of the way." Don't stop me. This. I'm afraid I can't. Laud smiled and said, I don't want to stop you, but I think you can't take Constantine away. Can't take him away? Lucifer looked Laud up and down, then almost laughed out loud. He thought that even that guy couldn't stop him, let alone a mortal. Just you. Lucifer glanced at Laud with contempt. Yes, just based on me. Laud nodded. Very good, very arrogant. Lucifer looked at the black cat in the corridor and seemed to be asking about this. The black cat yawned and gave him a look, meaning that as long as it did not violate the rules, I would not make a move. The so-called rules were to not make a move in the human world, unless one side broke the rules. Lucifer was immediately reassured. Since that guy would not make a move, the other party was just a human, how could he take Constantine away in front of him? Little guy, I admire your courage. Lucifer clicked his tongue and said regretfully, but unfortunately, John's soul is mine. You can't take it away. No, you are wrong. Laud interrupted Lucifer with a bright smile on his face. My plan has succeeded. What do you mean? Lucifer raised his eyebrows and mocked, your so-called plan is to stab your friend to death. To a certain extent, that's how it is. Laud smiled even more happily, because from the moment Zanpakuto stabbed into Constantine's chest, his mission had been completed. In the movie, Constantine sacrificed his lofty virtue in the end, allowing him to obtain the qualifications to enter heaven. However, Lucifer did not want to give up the flesh that was on his lips, so he became angry and chose to cure the dying Constantine. In this way, although Constantine lost the opportunity to enter heaven, his soul would not be taken away by Lucifer. From this, it could be seen that as long as Constantine could survive, no matter what method he used, he would be able to prevent Lucifer from taking away his soul. Thus, Laud thought of a way. By drilling through the loopholes in the rules, Constantine would become death god. In this way, from the perspective of the rules, Constantine could not be considered a real death, and under the restrictions of the rules, Lucifer would naturally be unable to take away his soul. This was the only way Laud could think of to save Constantine in front of Lucifer. As for how to turn Constantine into death god, Laud was already prepared for this. Looking back at the original story, it was not difficult to find that there were 3 ways to change from human to death god. First, after death, the spirit body cultivated for a long time and finally turned into death god. Secondly, at the moment when the spirit body was about to fall into Hollow's life and death, he found death god's strength that belonged to him. Thirdly, a death god stabbed his own Zanpakuto into the chest of the other party and took the opportunity to instill his own strength into the other party's body. There was a certain probability that the other party could transform into death god. In the original work, the female protagonist, Rukia, was forced to use this method to transform the male protagonist, Kurosaki Ichigo, into death god. But the third method was extremely uncertain. First, the other party's spirit body was in line with the qualification, otherwise, no matter how much death god's strength was instilled, it could not make an ordinary soul become death god. Constantine was not lacking in talent. As someone who wanted both heaven and hell, Zhakang's magic talent could be said to be top-notch, so there was no need to worry about this aspect. What he needed to worry about was whether or not Lucifer would make a move next, as well as whether Sorcerer Supreme would be able to arrive in time. Death God's power flowed into Constantine's body bit by bit through the extended body of Zanpakuto. Ah! The unconscious Constantine unconsciously let out a painful cry. His entire body was enveloped by the blue glow of spiritual droplets, and a mysterious power was being activated and emerging. Mortal, what did you do? Lucifer's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Constantine in shock and anger. He found that the latter's soul was gradually breaking away from his control and transforming into another form that he had never seen before. As you can see. Laud withdrew Shinso, his face somewhat pale. He smiled and replied, "Now, I'm afraid you won't be able to take him away." "Who?" The gathered spiritual energy formed a storm vortex, and the fierce wind was like sword. It cut the ground around it, and a transparent human figure separated from Constantine's body and was gradually condensing into a physical body. A completely new form of soul appeared in the eyes of Lucifer and the black cat. It was neither a complete soul, nor an angel or a demon. Constantine was dressed in a black death suit, and there was an ordinary-looking Zanpakuto at his waist. The abundant spiritual energy flowed in his body, making him feel somewhat at a loss. Seeing Lucifer's fierce gaze, Constantine couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He asked blankly, Can anyone tell me what happened?" Laud smiled and said, "Congratulations, Constantine officially joining us." Chapter 110. Constantine's face was full of question marks, and he looked like he was at a loss. Originally, he was prepared to die generously, but in the end, he was inexplicably stabbed by someone, and then inexplicably resurrected. Moreover, it seemed that he did not have to be taken away by Lucifer. It was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Although he really wanted to ask Laud what was going on with his current state. However, due to the angry look on his face, the left eye with the words "I'm not happy," and the right eye with the words "kill you," Constantine suddenly felt that it was best for him not to speak now, lest he be implicated. "Very good. You are the first human who can steal the soul from me." The blue veins on Lucifer's face could be vaguely seen, beating like black veins, looking extremely terrifying. "No, no, you are too kind." Laud bowed slightly and lowered his posture. He smiled and complimented, "If you hadn't been careless and allowed this little plan of mine to succeed, how could I have snatched away a soul that has been coveted by the famous king of pride, Lucifer?" A sense of accomplishment and Hollow's honor were shared by everyone, and God was no exception. There was no essential difference between humans and animals. For example, when you followed the dog, it would feel so good that it would fly, and the same was true for God. Although he was faced with the NTR, Laud lowered his attitude very low, and his words revealed the meaning of flattery. On the contrary, the anger of the king of pride subsided a little. "Interesting." Lucifer narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over Constantine. He asked with interest, "This is the first time I've seen such a special soul state. Can humans answer me?" Laud spread his hands and said with a smile, "No problem, but if I tell you what I want, can you let us live?" Lucifer smiled and said sincerely, "I am in a bad mood today. If you make my mood better, maybe I will spare you." "What if I don't tell you?" Laud asked again. "It's very simple." Although Lucifer was smiling, he said. However, the cold glint in his eyes made people shudder. He said faintly, "Then I can only ask you to come back to hell with me and tell me where you are." The pungent smell of sulfur permeated the air. Along with the rising flames of hell, the scene of hell behind Lucifer became more and more realistic, as if it would become real in the next second. The air instantly became sticky, filled with an invisible pressure that made people feel unbearable. Without a doubt, Lucifer was serious. If he did not tell him, then what awaited Laud would be the wrath of this fallen angel. Seeing this, Laud fell silent. His mind secretly gathered spiritual energy into threads and connected it to the broken light array buried under the hospital. "Have you thought about it?" Lucifer had a smile on his face and his tone was very calm, as if he was chatting with an old friend. "Sorry." Laud raised his head and his eyes met Lucifer's eyes. "The thing I like to do the most in my life is to say no to people who think themselves infallible." It was absolutely impossible to say, unless he was crazy. One had to know that Death God's strength was the foundation of his establishment in Marvel World, the greatest secret in his heart, and he would never allow anyone to touch it. Especially after knowing that his own strength would trigger the will of hell, it was even more impossible for him to reveal it to a second person. Tisk, 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 tisk. Lucifer shook his head and clicked his tongue. Little fellow, you are very bold. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. The flames of hell burned fiercely and rose from every inch of the ground. Accompanied by the pungent smell of sulfur, the shocking heat waves emitted almost distorted the air around Hollow. Hell collapsed. Constantine's face changed dramatically. His eyes wandered back and forth between Lot and Lucifer, wondering whether he should help or not. It was time to make a move. Lot's eyes were cold, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. He was ready to detonate the array at any time and summon the big shots to help. Ancient One, you must not fail at a critical moment. Otherwise, his little life might end here today. F***ck, go all out. Constantine hesitated for a moment. In the end, he made up his mind to help. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and rushed to Lot's side. He pulled out sword from his waist and aimed at Lucifer. Lucifer sneered and calmly walked towards the two. The scene of hell behind him spread out, showing signs of swallowing the real world. At this moment, time and space froze once again. The ripples in the pool and the splashing water seemed to have been pressed down and stopped in the air. The dust and burning hellfire on the ground were completely still at this moment, as if it had become a strange picture. Constantine rushed forward with his sword drawn, his expression paused at the last moment, and his eyes were full of acceptance of death. As for Lot, although his body was stopped by time and space, his consciousness was still active. He could still sense what was happening in the outside world. Let's wait and see. Lot was shocked. He planned to pretend first and see what was going on. Huh. Lucifer glanced at the black cat in the corridor and saw that the latter's eyes were full of warning. What do you mean? I didn't violate the rules, right? The black cat slowly got up and walked over with graceful steps. Her low voice echoed in the air, you can't touch him. Lot. His mood was extremely complicated right now. He had never expected that this black cat really had a f***ing problem. Lucifer was expressionless. What's the reason? The black cat said lightly, you don't need to know. Do I have to make a move? A cold glint flashed in Lucifer's eyes as his aura rose. You can give it a try. The black cat suddenly stood up straight. In the dazzling milky white light, it gradually transformed from a beast to a human. The dazzling light poured down, illuminating the night as bright as day. A figure gradually appeared. Her exquisite and alluring curves and her long golden hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her skin was smooth and tender, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her light golden eyes and red thin lips were unusually eye-catching. A white and gold pattern adorned the ends of the woman's eyes and eyes. Coupled with her indifferent eyes, it added a touch of divine aura to her face. It was as brilliant as fireworks and as bright as the moon. Even using the words devastatingly beautiful to describe this woman was not an exaggeration. If you touch him. The woman's eyes were cold. Then let's start the war. Lucifer slowly exhaled, his eyes full of seriousness. Long time no see, Saint Michael. Laud, W. W. Chapter 111. If you dare to touch him, then let's start the battle. Michael's red lips parted slightly, her golden eyes were sharp. She took a step forward with her long and round legs, blocking in front of Laud. Hua! The 6 divine wings slowly spread open. On the white feathers, there was a light golden flame burning, sprinkling gorgeous and beautiful light screens. Laud, who was protected behind her, never expected that the cat that he casually rubbed around was the legendary Michael. Wait. Laud's heart tightened. He suddenly remembered that when he stroked the cat, he seemed to often stroke the bottom of his belly hair. The bottom of the black cat's belly, wasn't it? Hiss. Laud secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his scalp go numb. Lucifer and Michael confronted each other. On one side was the guardian of heaven, and on the other was the devil king of hell. "Are you crazy, Michael?" The corner of Lucifer's eyes twitched. "You want to fight me for the life and death of a human?" Michael did not answer his question. Instead, she raised her slender, jade-like hand and held it in the air. From the ripples of space, she pulled out a golden sword that was burning with flames. This firm attitude undoubtedly told Lucifer very clearly that if he dared to touch him, then prepare to fight. Lucifer's gaze moved past Michael and landed on Laud behind him, as if he wanted to see what was so special about him. What was so special about a human that could make the guardian of the Garden of Eden, Michael, willing to sacrifice heaven and hell to protect? But looking left and right, Lucifer did not think that this human was worth for Michael to fight for him. Could it be the strange power in his body? Lucifer rubbed his chin and tried to pry something out of Michael's mouth. However, Michael did not admit it or deny it. She still had an expressionless look on his face. This made Lucifer very angry. He could not understand what this woman was thinking. "That's not right." Lucifer thought for a moment and denied his guess. "Although his power is special, it is nothing. It is not enough for you to protect him." Facing Lucifer's scrutiny, Laud was calm. He was not worried that Death God's power would attract the attention of the big shots of this level, which was why he publicly exposed Death God's power in front of Lucifer and Michael. The reason why he was so confident was that the information between the two sides was not symmetrical. As long as he stood from Lucifer's point of view, he could understand why. The power he displayed was just a special soul power. In the universe, the number of this special ability could be described as vast as the sea. As for the source of this power, in the end, Lucifer would probably classify it as a gift from a demon god from a different dimension. And the only one who knew about it was Mammon. It was because he knew that Death God had great potential and could even trigger the will of hell, so it was even more impossible to tell Lucifer the truth. He would only do everything possible to hide everything about Laud. Laud admitted that he was not as good as Eisen, but what he calculated was humanity. This was greed. Not only humans, but even the high gods and demons could not escape its clutches and could only fall deeply into it. Lucifer suddenly grinned and looked at Michael meaningfully. "I remember, the last time you were protected by a sword, it seemed to be." Michael's raised sword trembled, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He. Lucifer smiled like an old fox, but Michael still let him test it out. "I understand. We will meet again next time, interesting human." Swish. A holy radiance bloomed, and the blazing sword burning with golden flame slashed down from above, towards Lucifer. But what a pity. Lucifer seemed to have expected it. The moment the sword blade slashed down, he quickly ran back to hell. The sword blade missed, but the blazing golden flames that wrapped around the sword suddenly erupted with an immeasurable heat wave. Boom! The flames swept out like a wave, instantly evaporating the pool in front of them. Michael was silent, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. A moment later, Michael let out a light sigh. She strode forward with her sparkling and translucent feet, holding a blazing gold sword in her hand, and walked towards Gabriel, whose wings had been completely burnt. As she watched the divine figure gradually approach, a complicated look flashed through Gabriel's eyes. She said in a low voice, "Was it Father God who asked you to punish me?" "No." Michael held the blazing golden flaming sword in both hands and raised it high above his head. Her eyes were cold as he said, "The one who will punish you is me." The flaming sword descended and pierced through Gabriel's heart. Seeing this scene, Laud couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. They were sisters after all, yet they were so ruthless in their attacks. Ugh! Although Gabriel was screaming in pain from the burning flames, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She said with difficulty, Thank you." Lod was confused. Were all angels masochists? Why did they have to say thank you after being stabbed? But in the next moment, Lod understood the reason. After Michael's sword pierced through Gabriel's body, along with the sound of pure white feathers and melodious trumpets, a brilliant radiance suddenly sprinkled down from the sky. In the misty white clouds, one could vaguely see countless tall halls. Although he had never seen it before, at this moment, Lod knew in his heart that it was heaven. From Gabriel's already decayed body, a blurry figure gradually rose. It flapped its 6 pure white holy wings and flew towards the end of the falling light. So you're going home now? Lod was dumbfounded. For a moment, he felt like he had no place to vomit. The way a hardcore returns home. After watching Gabriel return to heaven, Michael returned to Lod's side and wrapped himself up with 6 wings, like a giant cocoon of light. The dazzling light gradually faded, and the cocoon of light became smaller and smaller. In the end, the cocoon of light disappeared. As for Michael, he had returned to his black cat form from before. In the still time and space, he returned to normal. Ding! Mission completed. Upgrade, Keto level 5. Keto level 6. Acquired, Little Hell Fragment *1. Acquired, Medium Soul *100. Meow. The black cat lazily called out, intimately rubbing against Lod's trousers, and then choosing a more comfortable position to lie down. The corners of Lod's eyes twitched. May I ask, what should I do if Michael becomes a cat and lies beside my feet? I'm in a hurry, I'll wait for your online replies. Chapter 112. Rub, or not? Lod looked down at the black cat's lazy appearance and couldn't help but think about this question. If he didn't rub, with Michael's mind, he would definitely guess that he had been discovered, but if he did, if he accidentally touched the wrong place, would he be hacked by the angry Michael? The possibility was very high. Lod suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, when he was rubbing the cat, he did not break the cat leg with his bare hands to see if it was male or female. Meow. The black cat suddenly cried out. It rubbed its head against his trousers and looked at him pitifully, as if it wanted Lod to hug it. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched, and he hesitated for a few seconds. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he did not know what Michael was up to, judging from the situation where he was confronting Lucifer for him just now, he estimated that she would not harm him for a short time. Since she chose to hide her identity and become a cat, and did not want to be discovered, he could only continue to play dumb. It was good for both sides if he did not point it out. Once this layer of window paper was broken, it might not be so simple. After clearing his thoughts, Lod pretended not to know anything and bent down to pick up the black cat. Heavy. Hairy. Soft. He didn't know if it were a psychological effect, but he always felt that the black cat in his arms seemed to be much heavier than before. Meow meow. The black cat was in his arms. After finding a slightly comfortable environment, he lazily closed his eyes to rest. This is a gift. At this moment, even if you have something big, you must not let her wake up. After all, who knows if the angel is angry or not? Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lod decided to learn from the old driver of Akina Mountain. If he could even drift past the curve without spilling a single drop of water in his glass, then he could guarantee that his arm would not move at all. Constantine rubbed his shoulder and walked over. His gaze first fell on the black cat, vaguely revealing a hint of fear. Then, he quickly shifted his gaze and said to Lod, "Good brother, as expected of someone I like. You are willing to risk your life to save me." How could the subtle changes in Constantine's expression be hidden from Lod's eyes? Lod couldn't wait to pull out Zanpakuto and stab this bitch to death. He knew that the real identity of this black cat was still hidden from him. But who was Constantine? The thickness of his face was comparable to the realm walls between dimensions, and it was impossible to penetrate it with just a look. Constantine warmly hugged Lod's shoulder and revealed a sly expression. He said, "If you don't mind, can you tell me what my current state is?" "Get lost. I'm not in the mood right now." Lod glared at him. He really couldn't be bothered with this slut. Right now, he wanted to go back and check on Nimue. Since Gabriel had already returned to heaven, it was likely that the feather would lose its power. Okay. Constantine tactfully let go of Lod and shrugged. "Don't worry, that little girl will definitely be fine." "How did you know she was fine?" Lod said grumpily. "It shall dash." Halfway through his words, Constantine suddenly saw the eyes of the black cat in Lod's arms open a little. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I said there is absolutely no problem. Gabriel has returned to heaven, ha ha ha. I hope so." Lod looked at Constantine meaningfully and then turned around with the black cat in his arms. He said, "I will go back first. You can think of a way to go back by yourself." "Wait." Before Constantine could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. Phew. On the top floor of the messy hospital, only Constantine and his body remained. Oh, and the unconscious Angela. It can't be? At least tell me how to get my body back, right? Constantine shouted as if he was about to collapse. However, the only reply he received was the cool night wind. Several hours had passed since the arrival of the door of Ma. Due to the fact that Constantine's old broken house was destroyed, this apartment was sponsored by our enthusiastic old friend Midnight. However, when they left with the key, Midnight sent another special rap farewell. Incidentally, Midnight also helped to blow up the church hospital, forged a terrorist attack, and arranged for people to keep this matter a secret so as to avoid more attention from the devil. In a high-class apartment, Constantine held a beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other, lying on the sofa with his legs crossed, waiting for the kitchen to start eating. A fragrance wafted out from the kitchen, and he could see Angela busy in an apron. In the living room, Nimue happily chased the black cat, one human and one cat jumping up and down. It was very lively. As for Lod, he locked himself in his room and excitedly looked at the most important harvest this time. Shattered Hell, Small, *1. Evaluation, one of the shattered pieces of hell after the Battle of Heaven. After using it, one will obtain an independent hell dimension space. It can grow by devouring other pieces of hell. The upper limit is unknown, even smart people know what it is used for. As expected of a chain emergency mission. With this little hell fragment, he could truly have his own territory. Lod did not hesitate and directly chose to use it. Ding. "Are you sure you want to use Shattered Hell, Small, *1? I'm sure." As Lod's affirmative voice fell, ripples appeared in the air in front of Hollow. It was as if a huge rock was thrown into the lake, rippling with circles of ripples, and gradually spreading. The ripples in the air of Hollow spread to the size that could allow the human body to enter. Only then did the signs of continuing to spread stop, and gradually stabilized. A transparent light curtain was emitted, forming an entrance to a different space. "Ding, please enter the hell dimension." Lod took a deep breath, then slowly got up and strode into the entrance of the alternate space. When Lod entered, the ripples in the air immediately disappeared. At the same time, the black cat who was playing games with Nimue in the living room seemed to have sensed something and its golden eyes looked at the room. Ha! Nimue took the opportunity to pounce on the stunned black cat. He held it in his arms and ruthlessly ravaged it. "Little cat, I caught you." A trace of helplessness flashed through the black cat's eyes. Constantine's eyelids twitched. When he saw this scene, he was simply scared witless. He was afraid that Michael would split this devilish brat apart. Although there was a sun in the sky, the light was shrouded by endless dark yellow clouds, full of a lifeless feeling. The earth was barren, desolate, and dry, and the horizon stretched to a distant place. Lod was dumbfounded. Is this, my dimension space? Ding yes. The host has inherited the authority of the hell dimension. Please name it. Lod closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, let's call it Soul Society. Chapter 113. At the beginning of the world, it was dull and lightless. God walked the world, using 7 days as a limit to create the whole world. Excerpt from Bible Genesis. Just like all the hell dimensions, desolation and death were the eternal scenery. After being granted the authority of hell, Lod's will could cover the entire dimension. Although the system had specially marked the word small, it was also one of the broken hell, so the area of this space was a quarter of the size of Earth. Moreover, if he were to devour other hell dimensions in the future, the area of this dimensional space would continue to expand. According to Lod's guess, if it was the final unified hell, its scope would probably be no less than that of the multiverse. It could be comparable to the dark dimension of Than, the heaven dimension of God, and the white magic dimension of the mountain god emperor. The distance was baffling. When he returned to the present, there was something that gave Lod a headache. The barren, dry land and the dim yellow sky obviously did not match the ideal soul society, so he needed to modify it. Soul society was the place where the soul died. In the future, he had to guide other souls into this place, so he did not want to turn this place into a real hell. System, is there any way to modify this place? Lod thought about it and felt that he should ask the system. The host's current strength is not enough to transform the dimensional space. You can choose to consume your soul to modify it. Very good, very powerful. He had no way to refute this reason. With the concept of spending money to make me strong, Lod opened his arms. His eyes were bright like stars as he shouted. And then I say, let there be light. Boom. His voice was not very loud, but it echoed throughout the entire hell dimension, as if God had created a world. In the deafening roar, the dark yellow clouds that covered the entire sky of hell suddenly surged violently like a tide, as if they were pushed apart by a pair of invisible hands. The dazzling sunlight broke through the clouds, and rays of warm light sprinkled down, illuminating the lifeless world. Just pushing aside the clouds that covered the sky, such a simple order modification consumed a total of 100 inferior souls. System, explain. Lod asked with a dark face. He seriously suspected that this dog system was full of private funds. Modification range is too large. Consumption is normal. Excessive range? Lod frowned slightly. After seeing the clouds in the sky all dispersed, he seemed to understand the system's charging standard. The system determined the number of souls it consumed based on the range and strength of the one-time transformation. Due to the fact that his first transformation did not have a fixed range, the system had tacitly agreed to transform the entire dimensional space. That was why the number of souls it consumed had increased. Thinking about it like this, it did not seem to be a lot. One had to know that this space was a quarter of the size of Earth, the size of the Moon. The number of souls consumed by such a large-scale transformation of the sky would naturally increase. Lod thought for a moment and asked, if I shrink the range of the transformation, will the soul consumption be reduced? Ding yes. The number of souls consumed by the transformation is determined by the size and difficulty of the range. Then, what if I want to create matter and life? Lod asked again. Intelligent life cannot be created. Material creation determines the number and level of consumption of the soul based on difficulty. I understand. Lod nodded and said, before the next creation, remind me of the number and level of souls I need to consume. I will create them after I confirm it. Do you understand? Ding understood. With my position as the center of gravity, how many souls would be needed to create rivers, trees, and mountains within 10,000 square kilometers? Lod pondered for a while before asking. Creation, rivers, trees, mountains needed inferior soul *50. Just simply creating inorganic matter, would it also require 50 inferior souls? It seemed that as long as it involved the creation of matter, the consumption would not be too small. Creation. Lod thought about it and decided to create first. Rumble. Towering trees rose from the ground, the branches and leaves covering the sky, like a primitive jungle. In the cracks of the earth that had long cracked and dried up, spring water that was hundreds of feet high suddenly spewed out, turning into a roaring ocean that washed out a river, winding through the forest. Then, the earth's crust shook violently, and tall mountains rose up one after another, forming a mountain range. The warm sunlight sprinkled down, shining through the luxuriant leaves and branches, shining on the clear river, reflecting the dazzling golden light. Coupled with the mountains under the light in the distance, it was quite a beautiful landscape painting. There were mountains, water, trees. Lod looked at all of this with joy. This was the soul society he wanted to see. The satisfaction of creating the world with his own hands is definitely not something that can be replaced by anything. Now he feels like he is playing Minecraft in a creative mode in the real world. Right, system. Lod suddenly thought of something and asked, can I create soul society's building? Ding. Can create buildings with similar appearances, but it does not have special effects. So that's how it is. Lod curled his lips. It seemed that the system had already blocked this road. If he wanted those special buildings, he could only spend money to draw prizes. Lod asked again, by the way, what use does the Hell Dimension have? Hell Dimension has the authority to guide souls. The souls of the modern world can go to Soul Society to live. The more souls there are in Soul Society, the stronger the strength and authority of the Lord of Hell. Sure enough, this is the real value. Lod nodded as expected and chuckled. No wonder Lucifer and the other demon kings used all means to make humans fall. It turned out that they were also coveting the power of the soul. System, according to the memory in my mind, create Siraiki in the forest center and create Rukanga outside the range. Rukanga is the place where ordinary souls live after being led to Soul Society. It is divided into 4 major areas, south, east, west, and west. Each area is divided into 80 small areas, and it is determined to live according to the merits of life. The larger the number, the further away from Siraiti, and the worse the living level and public security. Lod does not care whether Rukanga has a special effect. He needs a place where the souls can be placed. Anyway, there is no human rights in the world after death. As for the second building, Siraiti. In the original work, Siraiki is a huge white wall that protects Siraiti. It should be built with Sekizeki, spirit-reducing stone. It can break down the spiritual waves and form a spherical shield, and completely isolate the ordinary souls of Rukanga. But unfortunately, he does not have the spirit-reducing stone at all. Therefore, Lod could only take a step back and make a fake equipment. Anyway, the soul outside Siraiti can't see the internal situation, and I don't know whether Siraiti exists or not. I will replace it after I get it. Construction, Rukanga, low rank soul *20. Construction, Siraiti, low rank soul *10. Chapter 114. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and material was born out of thin air, like a miracle created by a god. A huge pure white wall rose slowly, surrounding the most abundant area in the center of the forest, forming a huge circular area. The wall was hundreds of feet high, and the whole wall was tight and seamless. If you looked closely behind, you could find that there was no trace of artificial piled on the wall, as if it was a naturally formed huge wall. Standing below the Siraiti wall, looking up, you could only see a white line wall connected to the sky, as magnificent as a miracle, making people can't help but feel awe. Then, it was Rukanga. First, around the 4 gates of Siriti wall, plan out the 4 major regions, and then create streets and houses along their respective regions, the number of them from ever-changing to barren regions close to the edge. However, unlike the original work, the architectural style of Rukanga, Laud did not choose the same thatched hut, but divided it into 4 regions with different styles according to the architectural style of the 4 ancient civilizations. The Siriti inside the wall, Laud is not going to build it for the time being. First, it is that death god is currently scarce, and most of the buildings in Siriti have special functions. There is no need to spend a few souls to build. Secondly, the system could already select special buildings from the intermediate prize pool. Compared to the original Desolate Hell, the scene created by Laud now was infinitely close to the real Soul Society. But there was still the last piece of puzzle, Rishi. Soul Society was the place where all the souls died and also the world where all Death God lived in the future. Rishi was an indispensable basic material. Previously, it was mentioned that Rishi was the most basic material to form the soul, and all the substances in Soul Society were made up of Rishi after the death of the soul. And the necessary substances to maintain the soul, Hollow, and Death God were Rishi. Although the soul could not be eaten, it must be replenished from the atmosphere. Otherwise, if it could not be replenished for a long time, the soul would fail like malnutrition. Rishi is as important as the air is to the creature. Laud narrowed his eyes and asked, "System, can you create Rishi?" "Ding can be created." "Please confirm the range of Rishi." "How much is 10,000 square kilometers?" Laud asked. "Heavy spiritual land, high-grade soul *10. Light spiritual land, mid-grade soul *10. Weak spiritual land, lower spiritual soul *100. The so-called spiritual land referred to the land with spiritual nature. It could independently decompose and produce a Rishi cycle, just like the function of the human world to circulate oxygen. Between the agile and weak spiritual land, the difference was only the difference between the concentration of Rishi. But the spiritual land was different. Laud, who was familiar with the plot, was very clear that the heavy spiritual land could also be used to create the key to the Soul King Palace, REIKY. Although it was inclined to the heavy spiritual land, the price was disappointing. He had not even seen the superior soul until now. Laud reluctantly retracted his eyes and sighed faintly, in Siriti light, outside the wall weak. As Death God's residence in the future, the walls naturally could not be too bad. At the very least, they needed to be light. As for Rukanga outside the walls, the spiritual droplets produced by the weak spiritual lands were enough for them to survive. Whew! As the breeze blew past, Laud could clearly feel his breathing become much smoother. Being in the range of Rishi for a long time, spiritual body can even grow further. Maybe in the future, there will be some geniuses who will awaken to become Death God in Rukanga. At this point, Soul Society's preliminary construction was basically completed. Laud stood on the 100-foot-high Siriti wall, looking far away, admiring his masterpiece for a while, and could not help but praise himself. After confirming that there was no omission, Laud asked, "System, see how many souls I have left." Inferior soul 270, middle soul 11. Looking at more than 100 medium-grade souls, Laud suddenly felt a little itchy and could not wait to have a go. As the saying goes, nothing ventures, nothing gained. Since the last lottery was so dark, it should be lucky this time, right? Laud rubbed his hands and comforted himself. It doesn't seem to be a long time, anyway, let's not care about it, 10 times in a row. Ding. Are you sure you want to use 100 * medium soul lottery? Yes. Buzz. The golden light in the treasure chest rose up like flames and almost blinded Laud. Golden, special building, great spiritual book corridor, able to forcibly gather everything that had happened in the past, including Soul Society in the present world and Soul Society in the Soul King realm. Purple, Arrancar skill, super speed regeneration. Purple, Arrancar skill, Arrow. Blue, heavenly weapon armor, heaven step ring. Golden, special building, Danga, the special passage that separates the world from Soul Society. The time and space in the Danga will be distorted. White, Hashwaltha's gold-rimmed glasses. White, Shinigami Women's Association Fireworks Special Code, bonus includes SWA FON Haori's Special Edition. Purple Keto Experience Book, 5. Purple, Medium, Spiritual Power Beat *10. Golden, Zanpakuto, Tenkan, Shikai. Netizens are not deceiving me, 3 gold, 4 purple, 1 blue and 2 white. Lod swept his eyes over them one by one, and his heart was full of joy. It could really be said that what he lacked came, the pillow came when he was sleepy. Danga and Great Spirit Book Corridor. These two special buildings can be said that their priority level is even higher than Siritii. As long as Danga is there, no one can break into Soul Society. It is equivalent to a powerful defense that separates the modern world and the human world, almost absolutely safe. And the Great Spirit Book Corridor records everything that has happened in the modern world and Soul Society, equivalent to a powerful intelligence system that will automatically update. Therefore, the importance of these two special buildings was self-evident. As for the remaining rewards, only the 2 skills of Arrancar could catch Lod's eye. Super Regeneration, Level 1, able to quickly heal the wounds on the body. After destroying fatal parts, regeneration is ineffective. Arrow, LV.1, the surface skin is highly hardened and can resist the lower level death god, Zanpakuto. The literal meaning, there is no need to explain too much, Hollow's 2 great life-saving skills. Super speed regeneration and Shunko, plus the defense of the arrow in close combat. It is estimated that he will be a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex at that time. The only thing that makes Lod a little pity is that the level of these 2 skills is a little low. If super speed regeneration can reach the level of Aizen, then he can be fearless of any attack outside of the rules. Forget it. Lod smiled and shook his head. He expelled this tempting idea from his head and then used up the reward consumables. Spiritual power plus 1000. Keto experience plus 1000. Chapter 115. At present, Siritii and Rukanga are 2 major areas. The total area is about 10,000 square kilometers. Among them, Rukanga occupies about 2/3, and Siritii only occupies a small 1/3 of the size. Due to the lack of money, the area is just a temporary plan. When the wallet is abundant in the future, Lod will naturally continue to expand. Use special buildings, White Bone Hell, Danga, Great Spirit Book Corridor. After Lod rested for a moment, he said to the system, "Please choose the location of special buildings to be thrown in." White Bone Hell and Great Spirit Book Corridor are both placed in the Siritii center area. Lod's eyes flashed, shining. The effectiveness of the White Bone Hell is very strong, even from a long-term perspective. It is more important than the Great Spirit Book Corridor and Danga, so he chose to put it in the central area of Siritii. Because in the future, he will rebuild a new and belonging to his own Soul King Palace in the central area. Ding Danga has been successfully established and is officially connected to the modern world. Ding after the soul is transcended, it will go to Soul Society through the boundary. Ding K, Tatsu has been successfully constructed. Every 7 natural days, it will clean up the trash within the Danga. Ding the Great Spirit Book Corridor has been officially established. It has been forcibly collected and recorded. The host is in all events within 10,000 square kilometers of the modern world. Ding White Bone Hell has been formed. After hearing the notification, Lod could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. Ho-Ho came to the central area in a row. The forest was surrounded by 3 sides of the cliff. A steaming hot spring was emitting white smoke. Grumble grumble. The milky white hot spring bubbled up one by one, and after coming into contact with the cold air, it quickly ruptured. Just a little closer, and one could feel the heat wave blowing towards them. The temperature was comparable to boiling water. Is this white bone hell hot spring? Lod's eyes narrowed slightly. Just by standing here, one could feel that under the seemingly ordinary hot spring, there was a terrifying spiritual power that was as vast as the sea that was hidden without emitting. Tenjur. Kiranji, nickname Hot Spring Demon, is one of the members of the Special Service Zero Division directly under the 5 royal families. The unique hot spring therapy and exquisite medical skills are the credit of Tenjur. Kiranji being able to join Zero Division. The white bone hell is made by spiritual power of Tenjur. Kiranji, as long as you soak yourself in the hot spring, almost all injuries will be cured. It is not too much to say that it is a sacred object of healing. It is just a little awkward. That was the method of white bone hell healing injuries. First of all, one had to expel their own spiritual power and blood. White bone hell during the healing period, it would cause spiritual power to consume and lose a large amount of blood. Therefore, he also needed to match the yellow blood hell to specially heal his blood and spiritual power. The corners of Lod's lips rose slightly. He took off the dead tyrant suit on his body, revealing his strong muscles. His body, which was as perfect as a Greek sculpture, slowly walked into the white bone hell. It's so hot. It's so hot. As soon as Lod entered the hot spring, he couldn't help but frown, but he endured it. The hot spring, accompanied by the surging spiritual power, was like a huge pile driver, constantly bombarding every inch of his body, expelling all the injuries connected to his blood and spiritual power. The blood quickly dyed the milky white hot spring red, but Lod had no intention of coming out. Super speed regeneration is really useful. Lod leaned against the edge of the hot spring. After getting used to the temperature, he looked at the hot spring dyed red by his blood and could not help but chuckle to himself. Although the white bone hell would squeeze out blood and spiritual power, super speed regeneration could continuously produce new blood. As long as his spiritual power was not completely exhausted, he would not have to worry about losing too much blood. After holding on for less than half an hour, Lod felt that his spiritual power had already seen the bottom. He could only walk out of the white bone hell and sit on the shore in a dead tyrant outfit. Whew! It's so comfortable. Lod narrowed his eyes and leaned comfortably on a stone. A cool breeze blew in his face. His originally heavy body and spirit now became much more relaxed. The injuries left behind after the battle with Gabriel were all sent into the white bone hell along with the blood and spiritual power. But there was only one thing, that even the white bone hell couldn't heal. What the hell did you do? Lod leaned against the stone, his eyes gazing into the sky, his mind recalling the battle from before. In the great battle with Gabriel, he had no choice but to give up control of his body and hand it over to his hollow. Although he had defeated Gabriel, the price of victory was 1% of his soul. Until now, Lod still did not understand how it had shattered Gabriel's sword of judgment. It was also laughable. As the master, he did not know his own Zanpakuto's ability. Instead, he was educated by the hollow in his body. My, Zanpakuto. Lod looked at Zanpakuto beside him. He suddenly had an idea in his heart, and his expression was a little hesitant. Sword Zen was a state of communication between Death God and Zanpakuto. Under normal circumstances, Zanpakuto's Shikai and Bankai needed Death God to enter the state of Sword Zen and communicate with Zanpakuto's will to obtain these two powers. But Lod was different. He did not need to carry out Sword Zen, and he could solve Zanpakuto's Shikai or Bankai. This situation was like a mathematics question. He first knew the answer to this question, and then followed the answer to deduce the calculation formula. This was unreasonable. Therefore, in order to uncover Zanpakuto's secret, Sword Zen was a necessary method. Lod sat cross-legged and placed Zanpakuto on his legs. He slowly closed his eyes and cleared all distracting thoughts. Respond to me. If you really exist, then respond to my call. It belongs to me, Zanpakuto. Lod felt his consciousness gradually drift away, as if he was heading to a place where hollow was nowhere to be found. High and low. There was neither time nor space. There was no life, no rules. All knowledge did not exist. Only endless darkness. This place is my inner world. Lod's eyelids jumped. He had thought about what his inner world would be like, but he had never thought that it would actually be a piece of nothingness. Was this a hint? Lod did not know, but he really could not stand the darkness of hollow. He shouted at the darkness, "Is there anyone? Since you agreed to let me in, why didn't you come out to see me? Get out! Get out! Go!" Chapter 116. He left. Clearly, I was looking forward to death in my heart, but in the end, he came and you chased him out again. Are you Tsundere? I guess you must be regretting it. No. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He doesn't need me. If you can be frank, you might have thrown yourself into his arms and acted like a spoiled child. You should go back. Oh, then next time I come out, don't rush me to use you again. Lod opened his eyes. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood. He was actually driven out of his inner world by his own Zanpakuto. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? In the end, he still gained nothing. Sword Zan's path was not feasible at all. He did not know what kind of illness his Zanpakuto had, and he did not communicate with him at all. Moreover, the most irritating thing was that his Zanpakuto could not be used by himself, but others could use it as they pleased. Shame. At the cost of consuming one of his soul, he could shatter Gabriel's sword of judgment. If he could master Shikai, then he would have another trump card in the future. No. Lod gritted his teeth. He made up his mind and said, "In the future, I will harass you once a day. I don't believe that I can't move you. As the saying goes, if you persevere, a drop of water can penetrate a stone." He did not believe that as long as he persisted in carrying out swords meditation every day, there would be a day when he would be able to move Zanpakuto. Forget it. I have been out for a long time. It is time to go back. Lod did not forget that Nemu was waiting for him outside. Of course, there were also Michael and Constantine. After the construction of the connection point between the Danga and the modern world was completed, no matter where he was, he could open the door to the Danga and freely travel between the two worlds. At this time, the benefits of the Danga were revealed. In the future, no matter how Death God traveled between the two worlds, he would not need to construct a special dimensional passage. Generally, if other dimensions wanted to go to Earth, they would have to construct a special dimensional passageway and open up the barrier between the two dimensions before they could descend to Earth with their true bodies. However, there was a great risk in constructing a dimensional passageway. One had to know that the 3 great temples of Kamartaj were not to be trifled with. Wanting to silently pass through the magic defenses of the 3 great temples was basically harder than ascending the heavens. Moreover, even if they succeeded, they would not be able to escape Sorcerer Supreme's interception. However, as long as there was the Danga, the modern world and soul society would construct a long and stable passageway that could completely ignore the magic defenses of the 3 great temples, allowing Death God to freely travel between the two worlds. If you insist on the shortcomings. Once it was devoured by the scavenger within the Danga, it would fall into dimensional turbulence. Originally, without Hell's Butterfly, it would have been very dangerous for Death God to travel through the Danga alone, because it was very likely that he would encounter the scavenger. However, there was no technological development department at the moment, so Lod could only choose to forcibly cross the Danga. In the Danga, This passage between Soul Society and the modern world was a dim road in the middle, covered with corpses and white bones. The end could not be seen at a glance, and on both sides were flowing walls that were like dark purple mud. These dark purple streams that were similar to mud were known as. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time, so Laud did not hesitate and ran to the end of the road. The room was set at the end of the door, so as long as he ran along this road, he would be able to return to the modern world in about 3 or 4 minutes. Nothing should happen on the first day, right? Just as Laud was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the wall of detention on both sides of the corner of his eye, which seemed to be slowly closing towards the center of the road. Thump! Suddenly, Laud's heart stopped for a moment, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. The next second. Sure enough, the speed at which the wall of detention was closing was getting faster and faster. Moreover, several tentacles stretched out from the two sides of the wall of detention, trying to capture the uninvited guest, Laud. You win. Laud cursed in his heart. He increased his speed and instantly shook off the tentacle behind him. The distance between the scavenger, Tatsu was getting further and further, and Laud felt a little relieved. As long as I run fast enough, a mere Tatsu is simply child's play. When Laud felt the ground shake and subconsciously looked back. It was Tatsu, it had appeared. As if to redeem the dignity of the Danga, it rushed out from the closed wall of Tatsu. It looked like a huge, fleshy train. An orange-yellow beam of light shot out from the round hole at the top, instantly illuminating the dark passage in the broken world. With a deafening roar, it drove towards him like a hot knife through butter. Laud immediately felt his scalp go numb and could not help but curse, "Is there a mistake? You came out to work on the first day of business." Boom! The speed of the sudden movement was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already close to Laud. Shunko! Left with no other choice, Laud could only grit his teeth and. The white lightning let out a hiss and Laud stomped heavily on the ground. Then, like a cannonball, his entire body instantly shot out dozens of meters. Boom! Tatsu followed closely behind and accelerated, as if swearing to swallow this intruder who broke the law. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Even in the state of instantaneous coaxing, Laud was still unable to shake off the bind. Let's go all out. Laud let out a low roar, and the white lightning wrapped around him suddenly surged. The speed in the Shunko state was suddenly raised to the limit, and even the air around him had an oval ring of sonic boom, and it was constantly exploding behind him. Woo! With a sudden cry, the speed of movement increased again, biting behind Laud, and the distance between the two was only 1 meter. Laud used all his strength to run all the way and finally saw a light in front of him. Finally, almost there. Laud gritted his teeth and increased his speed again, running toward the light spot. It was getting closer and closer. Just as Laud was about to reach the finish line, the situation suddenly changed again. The speed of Tatsu suddenly accelerated once again, and the distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters, within reach. Suddenly, a dark purple tentacle stretched out like a greedy snake, twisting and dancing as it pounced towards Laud. Su! Just as the disgusting tentacle was about to touch Laud, he suddenly lowered his body as if he had eyes on the back of his head and narrowly avoided the tentacle. Dong! Immediately after, Laud stomped on the ground and forcefully twisted his body, sliding close to the ground and quickly pulling out the sinner. The silver gun barrel roared, and a blue beam of light rushed out. Divine Annihilation Arrow. The arrows condensed from spiritual energy collided with the bind, exploding at a distance of 0. Boom! The huge shockwave produced by the explosion was like a ton-heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into his chest, causing Laud to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the power of the explosion also blew Laud away, leaving the danga in the last second before the collision of the Tatsu. After losing its target, the Tatsu in the danga continued to move forward. Only in the wriggling pieces of meat, it seemed that a piece of torn black sleeve could be seen. Chapter 117. Boom. In a room of an apartment, at the same time as the gate opened, there was a loud explosion. Lod glided out in an extremely sorry state and slammed into the wardrobe in the corner. Dong. The wooden wardrobe that looked very high-end was smashed by Lod in an instant. All kinds of high-end clothes fell down and buried his whole body inside. Hucka. Hucka. Lod tore open the clothes that buried him. His whole body was lying on the floor in a shape. His chest was rising and falling violently, and he was breathing heavily like a bellows. Although the distance between the danga and the modern world was not long, the degree of stimulation was simply outrageous. The pressure and tension that the Tatsu gave him was even more than when he was facing Gabriel and Lucifer. It was too dangerous. It was really just a little bit more, and the Tatsu caught up with him. Lod was careless. He did not expect that the speed of Tatsu was faster than the original work. Moreover, it could constantly accelerate. Under the strong blessing of Shunko, it was almost caught. It was no wonder that without Hell's Butterfly's guidance, it was extremely dangerous for Death God to rush through the danga. Now it seemed that he had underestimated Tatsu. The situation just now was too terrible. Even if it were for a captain-level Death God, if he was not good at Shunko or Ho-Ho, he might be swallowed by the constantly accelerating Tatsu. Breathe. Breathe. After a few breaths, Lod's tense nerves slowly relaxed. The tearing pain followed and invaded his brain. After the momentary comfort that was on the verge of reaching its limit, the side effect was that the muscles all over his body were in a serious state of tearing. Thick blood oozed out of the pores all over his body and even soaked the Death Tyrant suit outside. If Nimue saw this, she would probably have to teach him a lesson again. Fortunately, he had received a super-fast regeneration before. Otherwise, based on the degree of muscle tear, he would have to rest on the ground for at least 1 or 2 hours before he could move. After resting for a while, he felt that he had almost recovered. Lod climbed out of the pile of clothes and walked to the waiting mirror opposite the wardrobe, intending to tidy up his messy Dead Tyrant suit. But before he could finish tidying up, Lod's gaze was attracted by the sleeve of his left hand, and his expression froze in an instant. The part of the sleeve of the Death Tyrant robe was forcefully torn off. Moreover, judging from the traces of the sleeve being torn apart and the time, it was undoubtedly the result of his carelessness when he was in the danga. Could it be, at that time? Lod suddenly remembered that after the explosion, his left hand seemed to have been touched by a tentacle. What would happen if he was caught? Under the influence of the dimensional turbulence, he would lose at least 1 or 2 days, or at most lose hundreds or even thousands of years. Then how much time did he lose? Lod's face was livid. He turned around and kicked open the tightly closed door. His gaze swept across the room like an eagle. Empty. The entire room was empty, and the furniture was covered in thick dust. It could be seen that no one had lived here for a long time. On the wall of the living room hung an electronic clock, marking the current time, 2008, 12-7-14:3:27. After confirming the current time, Lod's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and he could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had only been caught a little by detention, and the time he lost was not too much. The day before he left was November 1st, 2008. When he came back, it was December 7th, 2008. But this incident reminded Lod. Technological Development Department had to put on the schedule, otherwise, without the Hell's Butterfly and the realm surveillance, it would be too dangerous to travel through the 2 realms. This time, he was lucky and was only thrown to a month later. What if his luck was bad next time? After being thrown by the dimensional turbulence for hundreds of thousands of years, his soul would instantly die from the loss of time with spiritual power. System, you are a big pit. Lod still had a lingering fear in his heart as he cursed angrily, next time there is such a dangerous thing, can you remind me in advance? The system did not respond. Perhaps this was not within the scope of its authority. It was normal for Constantine to leave. If this bitch was still here, it could only mean that he was in trouble again and wanted to sacrifice his teammates. But Nemu and the black cat were also gone, which was somewhat beyond Lod's expectation. Could it be, something happened? Lod frowned and could only think of this possibility. Otherwise, according to Nemu's character, he would never leave this place until he came back. If that was really the case, then Nemu would definitely leave a mark somewhere in the room before leaving so that he wouldn't be unable to find it when he came back. As Lod thought about this, he spread out his own spiritual power, forming a perception domain that enveloped the entire room. As expected. Inside spiritual power's domain, Lod sensed a strand of spiritual power that belonged to Nemu on the dining table. So that's how it is. Do you use the information that Kido left behind? Lod couldn't help but chuckle. Although Nemu was usually silly, her mind was actually very meticulous. In order to avoid being detected by Constantine, Nemu deliberately left a message with Kido. Moreover, it had been encrypted twice. Even Michael could not know what the information she left behind was. Anti-ghost kill. Lod's fingertips condensed the same quality of Kido. After turning Nemu's Kido down, a line of shallow words appeared on the table. After cracking this encrypted handwriting, he received a message: New York, Vampire, Frank, Huge Energy, Strange Event, Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Although there were only a few words, Lod still understood what Nemu meant. If he did not guess wrong, Frank should have traced the trail of Kingpin and found that Kingpin used the stone mask to mass-produce vampires, causing chaos in New York. Among the 6 words, the other 4 words were not difficult to understand. But only the strange incident and the huge energy made him unable to understand what it meant, and his intuition told him that these 2 things were the real reason why Nemu was forced to go back. To a certain extent, encrypted information was half the pros and cons. Although he successfully avoided Constantine and the Black Cat, it was too short and the person who received the information had a vague understanding. Forget it. Lod shook his head and waved his hand to erase the information. He smiled indifferently and said, "Won't we know when we go back?" England, London. On a bustling street, in a dark stinking ditch that no one noticed. A dirty girl curled up into a ball. She held a piece of broken black cloth tightly in her hand and opened her eyes that were as perfect as gemstones. She looked at the dark night sky as if she was looking for something. Near the girl was a pool of bright red blood and a huge body that did not look like a human being. And on the white mask of the huge creature, there was a hole visible to the naked eye, as if it had died from the penetration of some kind of sharp weapon. Woo dash! A loud siren suddenly rang out across the entire city. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw massive ships breaking through the clouds. A huge shadow covered the entire sky above London. Airstrike! Airstrike! It's the Zeppelin! Damn German, they're here again! Run! Boom! 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 For a moment, flames soared into the sky. Thick smoke, flames, explosions, screams. The war swept through the entire London in an instant. Chapter 118. New York. Fury feels a little bit angry recently, because something happened again. It was just that this time, it had nothing to do with Death God. It was an independent special case about the group of vampires that suddenly appeared in New York City. Vampire. When he first heard about this, he thought that someone was making fun of him. Now, it was not the medieval period from hundreds of years ago. Where did this vampire come from? However, when his right-hand man placed a document about the vampire attacking humans on his desk, he reluctantly believed in the name of the vampire. Even so, some creatures who only dared to hide in the dark corners would not give SHIELD a headache in front of the black technology of the 21st century. What really gave Fury a headache was the energy shockwave from half a month ago. That huge energy shockwave swept almost half of the New York City area, causing a short suspension of power for more than 10 seconds, and causing a weird stacking phenomenon. I'm sorry to use the word stacking to describe it, but that's the truth. Carlson handed over a report. Director, I suggest you take a look first. Fury took the report and opened it to check. Level, classified, level 5. Code, mysterious energy stacking phenomenon. Description, on November 16, 2034, 23:30, in Brooklyn, New York City, a huge energy explosion occurred. The shockwave affected the two large districts nearby and caused a short 12 seconds of blackout. Afterwards, many buildings in Brooklyn had strange stacking phenomena. Attachment 1, the source of the mysterious energy has yet to be found, and it is impossible to analyze the specific composition. Attachment 2, the stacking phenomenon caused by the energy has only appeared in Brooklyn area. It is speculated that this is the original starting point. Attachment 3, the specific appearance of the stacking phenomenon is that the combination of various compositions is occurring. The last page of the document. It was the picture of the building phenomenon of stack. As the report said, it looked like some kind of evil street-style artwork. There were bicycles, half windows, street lights, trash cans, fire hydras, etc. These miscellaneous things were like a prank by God, forcibly stacked and fused together. Tell me about the situation, Carlson. Fury put down the documents at hand and took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee. He rubbed his aching temples and said, "Have you made any progress with your investigation?" I haven't made any progress yet," Carlson said awkwardly. Fury's face darkened visibly, but he knew that this could not be blamed on Carlson. It was indeed difficult to trace the source of the energy, so he could only suppress his anger and ask, "What about the spirit cleansing pavilion? Is there any situation?" As soon as this matter was mentioned, Carlson immediately said with a serious face, "Natasha is with them. We don't dare to monitor them, so we can only rely on people to get closer to them." "Very good, let Natasha speed up." Fred leaned on the chair behind and slowly exhaled. He said in a deep voice, "I have a bad feeling that something big might happen soon." "Are you referring to Death God?" Carlson asked. Fury frowned. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know. This is just my premonition. There is no actual evidence, but I feel a little uneasy." Carlson cleverly shut his mouth. He knew that it was best not to speak carelessly in this situation. After a moment of silence, Fury said, "Go and contact Tony Stark." Carlson's eyes moved slightly. "Is that plan going to start?" Fred closed his eyes and said faintly, "We have to take the first step to know the result, right?" Carlson smiled and said, "That's true. Get out." "Yes." Carlson walked out of the office. Fury opened his eyes and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Lord Carl. What is your purpose?" The moment he set foot on New York, Lod could not help but sigh. It was not easy to come back. Originally, according to the original plan, he should have taken the air passenger plane and enjoyed the first-class treatment, returning to New York comfortably. But who knew? Not long after the plane took off, they met the rarely seen thunderstorm cloud in 10 years. Moreover, the tower platform and the flight control center had not discovered this huge thunderstorm cloud in advance. In order to prevent the plane from crashing, Lod could only pull sword up high in the sky to split the lightning. Who would know if he tried it? If that was all, then it was fine. The plane that had just flown out of the thunderstorm immediately encountered a swarm of birds. What happened after that became more and more outrageous. There were even some terrorist members in the plane who had tied up bombs to hijack the plane. As a result, after Lod solved these things, the captain felt that they might have offended the demons, which led to continuous bad things happening, so he resolutely chose to return. What happened after that? It was that Lod used the heavenly weapon armor, Heaven Step Ring, to fly from Los Angeles all the way to New York City. Incidentally, heavenly weapon armor, Heaven Step Ring came from one of the four great noble families, the Shihaoren. It looked like a dragon bone single-sided wing that could allow people to fly high in the sky, and its speed was comparable to Ho-Ho. The car exploded, the plane almost crashed. Lod was puzzled. How could he have the attribute of a vehicle killer? Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. With a face full of exhaustion, Lod finally returned to his own home. Before he could open the door, he saw the door open from the inside, followed by a petite figure, accompanied by a fragrant smell, pouncing towards him. "Brother." Nimue hung her hands on Lod's neck, intimately rubbing against his chest. She said tenderly, "You're finally back. Nimue missed you so much. If Hashwalth hadn't stopped me, I would have gone to find you long ago." Lod led Nimue in and sat down on the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Miss Nimue." Hashwalth pushed the lens with one hand and said lightly, "I have a spiritual connection with you. Although I can't communicate with you because of the distance, I can still sense your condition." Lod rubbed Nimue's hair and smiled. "Hashwalth is right. And didn't you come back because you had something to do?" "Humph." Nimue pouted and said with dissatisfaction, "They are just a few vampires. Hashwalth actually called me back." "Not only that," Hashwalth said calmly, "the vampires themselves are not important. What is important is that the person who created them has something to do with the energy explosion." "Oh." Lod raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It seems that you have already investigated thoroughly." "Yes." Hashwalth smiled slightly and said, "The vampire incident originated from the mask in Kingpin's hand, and the energy explosion is also related to the machine that Kingpin created." "Tell me about it." "The machine that Kingpin created temporarily opened the passage to the parallel universe." Chapter 119. Parallel universe? For some reason, when he heard Hashwalth say this, Lod's heart did not fluctuate at all, and he even wanted to laugh a little. "Sir." Hashwalth failed to pretend to be concerned, and there was a trace of embarrassment on his face. Are you not interested in the parallel universe?" "No. I am very interested." Lod picked up the glass of water and took a sip. Then he said expressionlessly, "It's just that I'm not surprised. After all, even the Stone Mask and Constantine could randomly enter Marvel World. A mere parallel universe seemed to be nothing. Want to surprise him? Unless one day God went crazy and let a time machine that looked like a blue police station stop at the door. Tell me about the results of your investigation." Lod put down the cup in his hand and raised his eyelids lazily. "Parallel universe, as well as Kingpin, the Stone Mask, what exactly is going on?" "Yes." Hashwalth responded, and then told the whole thing. At first, it was the Punisher Frank. He found that some vampires suddenly appeared in New York City and attacked humans in every corner of the night. Because the situation of these vampires was very similar to that of Bullseye, who had fought before, Frank quickly associated it with the escaping Kingpin and the mysterious Stone Mask. Frank reported this news to Lod's substitute Jigai, and then Jigai's substitute reported it to Hashwalth. After learning this news, Hashwalth did not take it to heart at first. After all, in his eyes, the vampire was just a kind of inferior hybrid product, and it was not worth wasting energy to pay attention to. But soon, the energy impact incident happened. There were stacking and merging phenomena in various buildings. Moreover, the increase in value of the vampires is faster. Hashwal thinks that these two things may have some connection. Carrying the idea of clearing up all obstacles for Lod, he decided to investigate the source of this energy. Since the Sternritter were still in the scratch stage, there were very few people who could use them, so Hashwalth handed this matter to Jessica to do. As the number one loyal dog of Hashwalth, Jessica accepted the mission without hesitation and soon found a clue. Among the vampires wandering on the streets of New York, the group who attacked humans was the weakest, and they were abandoned and disturbed the eyes of the pursuers. But there was a small number of elite vampires whose physical body and speed were far beyond ordinary people, and they were very careful and covered. These vampires took away gangsters and tramps and secretly escorted them to an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Brooklyn. This factory was built around the 30th century of the last century. It was a famous factory in New York at that time. Why would it be said to be famous? In fact, there was another very interesting thing about this factory. Around the 1930s in the United States, there was a mining engineer named George Warren Scuffet who claimed to have discovered a huge gold vein buried in the ground by the lizardmen. This news instantly attracted the attention of the government and the wealthy upper class. Pay attention to. The story of the lizardmen had been circulated in the US for a long time. Many people even firmly believed in it. Therefore, at that time, many people joined this shocking scam and established many similar excavation factories, trying to find the lizardmen and gold mines underground. As a result, there was no need to say more. The government and the rich were all deceived by George Warren Scuffet. There was no gold or lizardmen underground at all. Most of the excavation factories had been demolished, and the remaining small parts had been abandoned until now. It's far away, let's return to the main topic. The next situation was much simpler. After learning of this information, Jessica had secretly snuck into the factory. The tunnel that the gold mine workers had dug back then was very deep and winding. It was like a huge ant nest. If one was unfamiliar with it, it was very easy to get lost in the tunnel. Jessica followed one of the vampires down the tunnel. When they reached the deepest part of the tunnel, they found that it was a huge underground cave. The entire cave was about the size of 2 football fields. The steel bars supported the top of the cave, and cables as thick as arms were spread all over the corners. There were almost 100 vampires coming back and forth. But these were nothing. What really surprised Jessica was that these vampires had built a huge particle collision machine. In a certain viewing platform opposite the machine, Jessica saw Kingpin occupying half of the screen at a glance. And, a female Dr. Octopus with a plastic tentacle version. Jessica thought for a moment and decided to go closer to them to see if she could get any other information. Dear Mr. Fisk, according to my data calculation, we need to wait a while. Dr. Octopus was holding a laptop in his hand, talking endlessly. Kingpin stared at her darkly and said in a deep voice, "It's too long. I can't wait that long." Dr. Octopus typed crazily on the keyboard and drew a picture of the stack of phenomenon. She said with a fanatical face, "No, no, no, it won't take long. It's enough to wait for more than 10 days. Are you sure that we can succeed this time?" Kingpin's huge body cast a large shadow that enveloped the Dr. Octopus. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "I hate it when people lie to me the most. You know what the consequences will be." The corner of the mouth behind the Dr. Octopus curled up. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Fisk. According to our agreement, we will succeed this time." Kingpin sneered and turned to leave. "If you succeed, I will allow you to study that mask. It's a deal." Dr. Octopus licked her lips. As a scientist, she had coveted that magical mask that could change human genes for a long time. "There is one more thing." Kingpin stopped and said hatefully, Find a way to get rid of that damn spider and that bastard Frank. My lord, all the above is what happened. Hashwalth's throat was a little dry. He picked up the ice water on the table and took a sip. Then he continued to say, do you need me to destroy the equipment directly? The machine, don't move for the time being. Lod said lightly, a machine that can open up a parallel universe. I'm also quite interested. I understand. Hashwalth nodded slightly. Lod asked doubtfully, by the way, you mentioned Spider-Man just now. Parker has been bitten by a spider. Hashwalth realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly explained, sir, you misunderstood. That Spider-Man is a woman. Female. Lod was dumbfounded. Hashwalth followed and said, her name is Gwen Stacy. She came from a parallel universe and is currently in Middle City High School, in the same class as Peter Parker. Lod was slightly stunned, and then his expression became subtle. Female spider? Gwen Stacy? Peter Parker. Danger. Chapter 120. There are more than one Spider-Man. In all the Spider-Men in the parallel universe, in addition to the most famous Peter Parker, there are countless other Spider-Man. Including but not limited to, Octopus Spider-Man, Spider-Pigman, Black Spider-Man, Shadow Spider-Man, Evil Spirit Spider-Man, Zombie Spider-Man, etc. The Gwen Stacy whom Hashwalth mentioned was also known as Spider-Woman, but was usually called Spider-Gwen. In the timeline of the parallel universe Earth-65, Gwen Stacy was bitten by a radioactive spider deliberately released by the villain and replaced the poor Peter Parker, becoming the new Spider-Woman. Although each Spider-Man's form, appearance, and experience were different, they needed to sacrifice an intimate person in the process of transforming from a child to maturity and taking up the role of a superhero. Just like the parents of Batman who had to die once every turn next door. In the universe of Spider-Gwen, she taught her the principle of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the object of sacrifice has changed from the Uncle Ben to Peter Parker himself. Looking at his close friend who died in his arms, Gwen secretly vowed to attack the criminal. The above is the origin of Spider-Gwen, so Lod will look subtle. If he remembered correctly, Peter Parker of this universe has just been promoted to high school and has not been bitten by spiders. There should be no accident. Lod leaned on the sofa and gently tapped the table with his knuckles. The frequency of tapping was astonishing, making a rhythmic sound. Hashwalth and Nemu stopped talking. They stood at the side and waited quietly. Everyone familiar knew that this situation was the state of his thinking. He hated being disturbed the most. Spider-Man. Lod narrowed his eyes as he read this name. Combined with Hashwalth's description, it was not difficult for him to guess that this was the plot of the animated movie, Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. Although there were some changes in the details. But the overall plotline still remained unchanged. In short, in order to see his dead wife and children, Kingpin worked with the Dr. Octopus to create a collision machine, trying to open the parallel universe and bring over his wife and children who were still alive in other parallel universes. The result of the first collision, although the parallel universe was temporarily opened, it was stopped by Peter Parker and accidentally pulled the Spider-Man in other parallel universes to this universe. But Peter Parker was killed by the furious Kingpin because he stopped the disaster. Before he died, he gave the task of stopping Kingpin to the next Spider-Man, Miles Morales. After going through thousands of dangers, Miles sacrificed his uncle and finally grew up to be a qualified Spider-Man. Together with the other Spider-Men, he stopped Kingpin's conspiracy. It was a very typical superhero ending. When Lod watched, the only thing that made him a little excited was that in the final end, Kingpin fought against 6 Spider-Men from different universes. However, this was not the focus. Due to the change in the plot, Kingpin in this universe has been transformed into a vampire by the Stone Mask. And Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, is just a student who just went to high school and has not been bitten by the mutant spider. Then the problem is, since there is no Spider-Man in this world, who is the person who stops the first collision? Apart from Gwen, how many Spider-Men had transmigrated? As well as the collider created by Kingpin, did he have other motives other than to revive his wife and children? Although the two parties that had triggered this incident were not worth paying attention to, he was very interested in the collision machine between Kingpin and the machine. What did a parallel universe mean? Infinite possibilities. It was even beneficial to the future development, so he would never allow this machine to fall into the hands of others. That's right, the one who called out and criticized was SHIELD. If SHIELD found this machine, they might be able to see zombies and superheroes all over the street when they wake up tomorrow morning. The tapping of the knuckles stopped, meaning that Lod had finished thinking. Sir, since you are interested in the machine, why don't you let me take it directly? Hashwalth was very puzzled about this. With his strength, it was easy to kill Kingpin and steal the machine. Why did he have to wait? Because it is not the right time. Lod smiled and explained, what I want is not only the complete collider and information, but also Kingpin. Kingpin was a talent. Especially his natural chaotic attribute, as well as his identity as the Underworld Emperor, just happened to meet some of Lod's current needs. The color of the world was not always black and white, and there was also the light gray at the junction. There were some things that could not be seen in the light. Lod could only leave it to Hashwalth to do, so it was time to find a light white glove. So that's how it is. Hashwalth's eyes flashed slightly. He understood the meaning of Lod's words and gave a flattery. It is his honor that you like Kingpin. Lod's face did not change and continued, you have worked hard during this time. Keep a close watch on Kingpin and the collision machine. Don't let Frank and Gwen break it. Understood. Hashwalth nodded slightly and pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose with one hand. His eyes reflected cold light and said, I will protect Kingpin and that machine. When necessary, I will clear all obstacles for you. What about me? What about me? Nemu bounced around on the side, staring at Lod with her big round eyes. She pulled Lod's sleeve and asked anxiously, Brother, what is Nemu going to do? I also want to help. Seeing Nemu's anxious and cute appearance, Lod couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and scratched her nose, saying, Nemu has more important things to do. Study Hell's butterfly, stabilize the Danga. Danga. Hashwalth and Nemu shouted at the same time. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Yes, Danga. Lod took a panoramic view of their surprised expressions, satisfied his little hobby, and then told them about Soul Society. As expected of my master. Hashwalth was overjoyed in his heart, and his face was slightly flushed. He said excitedly, with Soul Society, we can officially establish ourselves in this world. That's why. Lod rubbed Nemu's hair and said with a smile, I need to work hard for you in this period of time. Stabilize the space in the Danga as soon as possible so that we can freely travel between the two worlds. Don't worry, brother. Nemu patted her chest and said confidently, give it to Nemu. The information about stabilizing the boundary and testing of detention is all in my mind. After everything was arranged, Lod remembered Constantine and the Black Cat and asked, by the way, where did Constantine and the Black Cat go? Well, they left. Nemu tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, Constantine said that he would go to Newcastle to do something. He also said that if he could come back alive, he would definitely repay you for your kindness. That Black Cat was also taken away by him. Got it? Lod nodded and stopped asking. He did not intend to stop her. Newcastle, Astra. That was the nightmare of Constantine's life. Now he finally decided to muster up the courage to face the sins he committed in the past because of his arrogance. Chapter 121. Central City High School. The young boys and girls, brimming with the aura of youth, rushed into the school like a tide in the crisp sound of the bell. So many people. Peter Parker silently watched in awe with his hands inside the pockets of his coat, and followed the crowd into the school. In front of the junk cabinet in the corridor, Peter Parker bowed his head and pondered. When his mind was full of thoughts, he slammed into another person. Hello, sorry. A strand of golden hair swept across the tip of his nose, and the girl's beautiful face came into view, making Peter Parker's cheeks slightly red, and his heart beat faster. Her body. It smells so good. If she is my girlfriend, maybe it would be a perfect world. But soon, Peter Parker realized that he was dreaming. He shook his head in a panic and drove the idea out of his brain and condemned himself in his heart. Parker, how can you be tempted by the girl other than MJ? This was a betrayal of love. Moreover, the girl in front of him was the publicly recognized goddess in the school. Although she had only been in school for less than half a month, with her beautiful face, excellent sports nerves, and performance that could be called a top student, she had become the target of almost all boys in this school. Gwen Stacy, a high and mighty girl who was like a star in Central City High School, how could she possibly fancy a poor boy like him? Yes, it was impossible. Gwen took in the boy's expression, and a different emotion arose in her heart. But it was quickly suppressed. She smiled gently at Parker and said, "It doesn't matter. It's also my fault. I can't blame you, Peter. You know me." Peter was very surprised, but soon he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He quickly changed his words and said, "No. Very happy to meet you, Gwen." "Me too." Gwen's eyes flashed slightly. Looking at the young boy, aroused the painful memory in the depths of her heart, the scene that she did not want to recall the most. The stormy night, under the tower. Peter Parker, who had transformed into a lizard, let out a terrible roar and attacked her like a mad beast. Finally, Gwen killed her best friend and watched Peter Parker die in her arms. And this incident also made her take on the responsibility as a Spider-Man. It's just that the price is too painful. Are you okay? Peter Parker felt a little creepy. He didn't know if it was just his imagination or not, but he always felt that Gwen looked at him as if she was looking at a dead person. The noisy bell rang, interrupting Gwen's memories. She showed an apologetic smile to the boy and said, "Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Let's go to class." Oh. Okay. Peter Parker's heart was beating wildly. He nodded subconsciously and walked side by side with Gwen to the classroom. The boys on the way saw the scene and immediately cast all kinds of eyes at Peter. There was jealousy, surprise, and threat. There was even a tall and strong blond boy who made a fist gesture to him. The meaning of it was self-evident. Peter, who walked along this way, was frightened. Although the goddess was on the side, it made him feel like he was being punished. When he was about to reach the classroom, Gwen suddenly said, "Peter, do you have time after school in the afternoon?" Peter Parker's eyes were round, his heart could not stop beating wildly, and his brain buzzed and became blank. The goddess is asking me? Does she like me? My spring is finally coming? All kinds of thoughts filled Peter Parker's head, making him a little short-circuit for a moment. "Hey!" Gwen raised his hand and shook it in front of Peter. She smiled and said, "I'm asking you if you have time in the afternoon. I want to treat you to a meal." In the face of the goddess' invitation, Peter Parker hesitated for a few seconds and immediately nodded. "No problem, I have time." "Okay." Gwen smiled and waved his hand to say goodbye. "Then see you after school." In class. Peter Parker always felt that someone was looking at him from behind. He turned back and found several male students staring at him with envious and jealous eyes. Needless to say, they were jealous of him for being able to receive an invitation from the goddess. It had to be said that boys in their adolescence were most likely hostile towards others because of a single sentence from a girl they admired. This isn't. Peter Parker, who was originally nameless, instantly gained a large number of boys who were hostile to him in the campus. Peter Parker was deeply stressed. It was not easy to get out of school. He picked up his backpack and ran, afraid that he would not be able to run out a second later. The facts proved his conjecture was correct. Peter had not rushed out of the classroom door when he was stopped by a group of fierce people at the door. "Hey, isn't this our Peter?" In the corridor in the morning, the blonde big guy who was gesturing a fist at him earlier reached out and stopped Peter, who was about to escape. He forced him into a corner and said sarcastically, "Why are you in such a hurry? What are you going to do?" The height difference between the two was a full 10 centimeters, and the blonde boy was very well developed. His bulging pectorals were even enough to make some tablets feel ashamed. On the other hand, Peter Parker, although his figure is also good, but no matter the size or muscle, he can't compare with this classmate. Peter Parker visually estimated the combat power of both sides, estimated that he could only take 2 punches at most. I want to go home. Do you think I'm a fool?" The blonde boy sneered and mocked, "Peter, Gwen is my girlfriend. I advise you to stay away from her, understand?" How shameless. Peter Parker is speechless. He clearly did not pay attention to you at all. You can still shamelessly publicize that she is your girlfriend? That Gwen seems to have not admitted it. Parker shrank his head and whispered, "You are fucking dead, punk." The blonde boy was angry. Although everyone knew about this, there was a hint of ridicule in Peter's mouth. He immediately threw a punch at Peter's cheek. Peter Parker was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly covered his face with his hands and then closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the pain to come. But after waiting for a long time, Peter did not feel the pain. Then he tried to open his eyes and found that the blonde boy's fist was stopped a few centimeters in front of his face. It was Gwen who stopped the punch. Her 5 slender fingers were like iron pincers, firmly clamping onto the blonde boy's arm, making it impossible for his fist to touch Peter. The blonde boy was a little shocked. Although he had restrained some of his strength in this punch, it should not be caught by a girl, right? "I'm not late, right?" Gwen smiled gently at him and said, "I was afraid you couldn't find me, so I came to find you first." "No. It's fine." Peter Parker swallowed his saliva and suddenly changed a little about the influence of the goddess. Damn it! The blonde boy saw the two flirting in front of him, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined in his heart. He raised his leg to kick Peter. Humph! Gwen's expression was cold. She raised her leg and threw a standard side kick, hitting the blonde boy on the head. Bang! The blonde boy was kicked and flew out, crashing into the wall behind him. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Hiss! The goddess was so terrifying. Peter Parker's eyelids jumped wildly. He suddenly felt that the goddess was not always so perfect. Is he okay? Perhaps. Gwen put away her long legs and clapped her hands. I controlled the strength and only made him unconscious for a few minutes. How are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Thank you, Gwen. Peter Parker scratched the back of his head. His expression was a little awkward. If Gwen had not appeared in time, he would have inevitably been beaten black and blue. That's good. Gwen smiled and said, Let's go, I will invite you to dinner. Chapter 122. The first date of young boys and girls was always full of shyness and reservation. At a pizza shop on the street. This pizza shop was quite famous in Brooklyn. It was a traditional Italian barbecue pizza, and the taste was quite good. The reason why she chose this place was because in her 65th universe, Peter Parker liked the pizza of this shop the most. Although she knew very well in her heart that Peter was not Peter that she knew before. But she just wanted to sit in this shop with Peter again and laugh when she talked about her future dreams. No Spider-Man. No Lizardman. Only friends. Wow. How do you know that I like this store's pizza the most? Peter Parker saw the familiar signboard and the fragrance of the nose. He looked at Gwen Stacy strangely. Originally, he thought that he was thinking too much. But now it seemed that the goddess of the boys in the school was really in love with him. Otherwise, why did he know everything about the pizza that he liked? Haha, I guessed it. Gwen raised her hand and pulled up the hair that had fallen from her temples. She pinned it behind the sparkling hair and stuck out his tongue. So beautiful. The breeze at the corner of the street brushed past the two, and the air was filled with special hormones. Under the contrast of the neon lights, Gwen looked particularly beautiful, and Peter Parker was stunned for a moment. Let's go, don't stand outside the shop. The gaze of passers-by made Gwen's cheeks a little hot, and she hurriedly took Peter's hand and stepped into the pizza shop. So soft. So warm. For some reason, Peter suddenly felt that he and Gwen seemed to have known each other for a long time. The decoration of the pizza shop was very neat. There were not many people inside. There were only a few tables of guests. Gwen pulled Peter and sat in a seat by the window. Peter Parker looked a little tense. It was the first time he came out to eat with a girl, especially when the person sitting opposite him was the goddess in the mind of the whole school. Gwen was much more natural, generously taking the menu, ordering vegetable fruit salad, and a large pizza, as well as 2 cups of juice and a serving of French fries. The two people talked about everything, even their interests and hobbies were quite aligned, as if they were really good friends who had known each other for many years. Gwen looked at Peter gently, silently remembering these things in her heart, treating them as the most precious treasure. After the meal. I am so happy to chat with you. If Ned was here, he would definitely become good friends with you. Peter Parker smacked his lips and said reluctantly. With one hand on her head, Gwen asked with a smile, Ned, is he your friend? That's right. Peter chuckled and said, Ned is my best friend. Is that so? Gwen smiled, his eyes unconsciously looking out the window. What about us? We are also good friends. Peter said resolutely without hesitation. Gwen looked at the neon lights outside the window and said with a complicated mood, then. If I kill you in the future, do you still think I am a good friend? Stop joking. Peter's head was full of question marks. Killing is illegal. Besides, why would you kill me? If. Gwen looked straight into his eyes and emphasized seriously, if I kill you, will you forgive me? Peter scratched the back of his head and asked, then you have to tell me why you want to kill me, right? Because, Gwen was conflicted for a while, not knowing how to tell Peter. She could not tell him that she was a superhero, could she? Because you made a mistake. A big mistake, so I must kill you. Peter smiled, leaned against the chair, took a sip of juice with a straw in his mouth, and then said, I see, you mean superhero playing games, right? Yes. Gwen suddenly felt a little ashamed. Isn't it natural for a superhero to defeat the villain? Peter put down the juice and said. You won't blame me. Gwen's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked again with a trembling voice. Of course not. Peter took a sip of juice and said, if I were a big bad guy, you killed me just to protect justice, didn't you? But, we are friends. We are friends, but if even superheroes are shaken, who else can protect justice? I don't know what truth is, but my uncle often told me that with great power, comes great responsibility. I think this is what superheroes have to bear. With great power, comes great responsibility. Gwen read this sentence, and her eyes gradually lit up. Peter said enviously, I really hope that one day, I can also become a superhero and protect everyone like them. Gwen's expression changed slightly. Peter in the previous universe had said this before, but she did not care about it at the beginning, and it eventually led to that tragedy. What a pity. Peter smacked his lips and said, if I can experience being a superhero once, I can do anything. That power. Peter. Gwen shouted and interrupted Peter. Her eyes became very serious. At this moment, Gwen made Peter feel a little strange and terrible. I'm sorry. Gwen quickly reacted. She was exaggerating. She forced a smile and said, promise me. Never, never pursue the power of a superhero. Do not even think about it, okay? She had already witnessed the birth of a tragedy and did not want to witness the birth of another tragedy. On what basis? Peter was angry and felt that Gwen was too inexplicable. Although he knew that he did not have that ability, he could not even imagine it. Wasn't it too much? Gwen did not dare to look straight into his eyes. She lowered her head and said in a nearly pleading voice, even if. I beg you, can you? Peter Parker. You actually took it seriously. Peter did not know whether to laugh or cry. In his eyes, Gwen had become a severe superhero junkie, and even had an illusion. I beg you. Gwen's voice became a little low. Her hands on the table clenched tightly, and even her joints burst out. I beg you. Peter, this is my last request. All right, all right. Peter comforted, don't worry, I won't be a superhero. You swear? Gwen was a little doubtful. I swear on my uncle that if I become a superhero, I will be beaten until my butt blooms, okay? Peter swore helplessly. Thank you. Gwen finally smiled, as if she had put down her last burden. Her entire person instantly became different. Peter could see that the current Gwen had become more good-looking. I should go, Peter. Gwen smiled and said, in the future, see you again. Ah. So fast. Peter was confused. He did not expect it to end so quickly. Sorry, I have something to do, Gwen said as she pulled up her hair. You're here. Yes. You seem to have become different. Uncle, you really have a lot to say. Under the moonlight. Gwen and Frank walk side by side towards Kingpin's secret factory in the suburbs. Chapter 123. Brooklyn, the suburbs. In the 30th century, outside the abandoned gold-digging factory. Are you ready? Frank asked lightly. Almost. Gwen smiled and said, superheroes should wear tight clothes, not skirts and uniforms. Gwen, who had rushed all the way from the pizza shop, did not have the time to change into her combat suit, so she could only change it now. Fortunately, the spider suit was worn inside. After Gwen took off her clothes, she revealed the spider combat suit inside. The classic color was white and black. There was a light pink spider web arc on her arms and chest. The whole body had an extra hood compared to the original one. Moreover, because it was a tight suit, the girl's curves were vividly displayed. It had to be said that it was quite pleasing to the eyes. What about you, uncle? After Gwen changed his clothes, he stared at Frank, who was dressed in casual clothes, and said, don't tell me you want to go in wearing this? Where did the black trench coat go when you saved me last time? My clothes are special. Frank glanced at her, took out a green pill from his pocket, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said vaguely, I hope it won't scare you later. Gwen raised his eyebrows and laughed, scare me? I am a superhero. To be honest, she had never seen such a scene before. After Frank swallowed the pill, Frank, who was almost exactly the same but was wearing a black trench coat and carrying a nightsword on his back, split out of his body. You. What's going on with you? Gwen widened her eyes and asked in shock. It's nothing. This is just my ghost form. Frank took in Gwen's appearance and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. No wonder Lod liked to act tough. Wait a minute. Gwen covered her forehead. Feeling that there was too much information, she could not understand it for a moment. You mean, you are a ghost now? Then how can I see you? To be more accurate, I am actually Death God. Frank was expressionless. He was secretly acting tough in his heart. The reason you can see me is because you possess a relatively high level of spirit energy, so there's no need to be surprised. Like a curious baby, Gwen circled around Frank a few times, sizing him up from head to toe, and said, I know Death God, then where did your sickle sword go? I mean, doesn't the Death God in the movie have a sickle sword? Frank. For the first time in his life, he felt that TV dramas and movies had caused a lot of harm. At the same time, he also understood why Lod showed an expression of despair when she looked at him. An inherent impression killed people. Okay, I won't ask any more. Don't be angry. Seeing the aura around Frank decrease visibly, Gwen tactfully waved her hand. We have been dawdling for too long. It is time for us to go, annoying little spider. Frank did not want to dwell on this issue any longer. He turned around and walked towards the factory. Hey, uncle, wait for me. Gwen shouted and followed. Not long after the two of them left, a figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. The person walked out of the shadows and revealed his true appearance under the moonlight. It was Hashwalth, who was in charge of monitoring Kingpin. Sir, there is something I need to report. Hashwalth said with a cold expression. After a while, Lod's voice sounded in his mind, Speak, what is it? Through the spiritual link, Hashwalth could not only achieve long-distance communication with him, but also share senses with him and be the carrier of his will. Hashwalth said, Frank and Gwen Stacy broke into Kingpin Factory. It seems that they want to destroy the collider. Lod was silent for a moment, and then said, What do you plan to do? Hashwalth did not hesitate and said directly, Use the fastest solution to defeat them directly. The idea is good, but it is too direct, and it is easy to expose you. Lod rejected the proposal. Hashwalth frowned and asked, Please enlighten me. What should I do? Just wait and see. Lod said simply, Before the collider starts for the second time, don't let anyone destroy it. Do you understand what I mean? Hashwalth pushed up his glasses with one hand, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes under the glasses. I understand what you mean. I will stop Frank and Gwen when necessary. Be careful not to kill Frank and Kingpin. The two of them are still useful to me. Lod said this in a flat tone and cut off the communication unilaterally. Frank and Kingpin. Hashwalth's eyes were slightly cold, and the corners of his lips curved up. That is to say, apart from them, everyone can be killed. Compared to Frank and Kingpin, Gwen Stacy was just a small character who had sneaked in and had nothing to use at all. So even if she died, there was no need to worry about affecting the direction of the world line. Hashwalth tidied up his clothes and slowly walked to the factory. Following the route they took last time, Gwen and Frank effortlessly arrived at Kingpin's secret base. After entering the secret base, the two of them carefully lay on the ventilation duct and then secretly observed the situation below. The number of vampires has increased. Frank's face was tense. The number of vampires was more than the last time. It could be seen that Kingpin had not been idle during this period of time. Gwen's focus was different from Frank. She, who came through the collider, saw the huge collider first. The collision machine was roughly rebuilt, and it was estimated that it would be activated again in the next 2 days. We must find a way to completely destroy the collider. Gwen lowered her voice and said to Frank a little anxiously. Frank narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He said, I can stall Kingpin and Dr. October. Can you deal with the remaining vampires? Gwen was silent. Frank raised his eyebrows and said, Why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you can't deal with this little vampire. Gwen, oh. Faced with Frank's surprised gaze, Gwen opened his mouth with difficulty. There are a lot of vampires. These vampires are all weak, Frank said. Even if they are weak, Gwen felt a little tired. She felt that she had embarrassed the big boss. Frank was speechless and said, Then why don't you delay Kingpin and the Dr. Octopus while I deal with the collider and the group of vampires? Gwen smiled awkwardly and said with embarrassment, I don't seem to be able to hold Kingpin alone. If it's still the original version of Kingpin, it is absolutely fine, she can even say leave it to me. But the universe version was different. This Kingpin had been strengthened. Who had achieved an undying body? Frank. He suddenly regretted bringing Gwen here. She couldn't help at all. I can try. Gwen gritted her teeth and said, I will definitely destroy the collider. Frank frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered something and asked, I remember that you came from a parallel universe, right? Gwen was stunned and said, Yes, what's wrong? Frank turned his head and said with a serious expression, If the collider is destroyed, how are you going to go back? Gwen was silent and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. Even if I can't go back, I can stay in this world and protect this place. In fact, she had something else to say and did not tell Frank. People in the parallel universe cannot stay in other universes for too long, otherwise the cells in the body will gradually decay and eventually be killed by the energy of the parallel space. Gwen knew her fate from the beginning. So she wanted to get the forgiveness of her best friend Peter Parker in the last time of her life. Now, she had no regrets. Chapter 124. Kingpin moved his huge body and walked into the laboratory like a high wall. His gloomy eyes swept over everyone in turn, and then he said darkly, How is my collider? Dr. October did not agree with Kingpin's point of view. He combed his hair and retorted, You are wrong. It should be our collider. A trace of coldness flashed through Kingpin's eyes, but he did not continue to dwell on this topic. When can we start? There are many people outside investigating. We can't hide this place for long. Dr. October stared at the computer. His fingers danced on the keyboard, and the 6 transparent tentacles behind him helped him control the other computers at the same time. At least 3 more days before we can start the collider again. Kingpin was very dissatisfied with this time. He said coldly, It's too long. We can't wait that long. I can only give you 1 more day at most. Dear Mr. Fisk, scientific experiments are very rigorous. Even if you are anxious, I can't speed up. Dr. October turned his chair and helplessly spread his hands at Kingpin. A cold light flashed in Kingpin's eyes, and he suddenly rushed in front of the Dr. October. Although his body was huge, his movement speed was extremely fast, like a cannonball, completely violating the biological theory. Dr. October did not expect the scene at all. Before the 6 tentacles behind him could react, his line of sight was suddenly blocked by a huge palm like a cattail leaf fan. In the next second, the head of Dr. October was grasped in the palm of the huge hand, and Kingpin lifted him into the air like a chicken. Damn it, Fisk. What are you doing? Dr. October was shocked and angry at the sudden attack, and then he wanted to control the tentacles to counter Kingpin. But before her idea could come true, his skull was constantly squeezed by a huge force, and the incomparable pain and suffocation made him unable to resist at all. The 6 tentacles had self-awareness, and when they felt that Dr. October was facing danger, they automatically shot towards Kingpin. Su. The speed of the tentacles was not too fast, but it was definitely not slow. However, Kingpin did not change his expression and had no intention of dodging. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Kingpin, the 6 bodyguards behind him attacked. The speed of the 6 bodyguards was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Kingpin. They expressionlessly allowed the tentacles to pierce through their bodies. After grabbing the tentacles with their bare hands, they held them tightly in their hands. Kingpin held Dr. October in front of his eyes and looked at his frightened eyes. He sneered and said, "I will repeat it one last time. Activate the collider within 1 day, or I will crush your head. Do you understand?" "No, no, you can't kill me, Fisk." Dr. October immediately panicked. He saw the thick killing intent in Kingpin's eyes and quickly explained, "If you kill me, no one can use this collider." "Yes, that's why I have tolerated you until now," Kingpin said with a cold gaze, "so I hope you'd be more tactful. Don't think that you can threaten me with a collider, understand?" "Yes. I understand, Mr. Fisk." Dr. October lowered his head in grievance. If he dared to refute again, Kingpin would definitely crush his head. Do not doubt the cold-blooded of this underworld emperor. Boom. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, the roof of the laboratory suddenly collapsed. Under everyone's gaze, a black figure walked out from the smoke and dust that filled the air. It seems that the timing of my arrival was a little wrong. Frank swept his gaze over the two of them and felt that if he had come a little later, he might have lost another enemy. Kingpin let go of Dr. October and the anger in his eyes seemed as if it was about to erupt. He stared at Frank. "It's you again, the Punisher, Frank." Dr. October glanced at Kingpin with resentment, and then his 6 tentacles propped up his body, standing on the same side as Kingpin. Although the quarrel just now was very unpleasant, he and Kingpin were the supervillains in the same organization, and their biggest enemy was always this Punisher, Frank. Tisk. Frank clicked his tongue and said, "Why don't you continue? Just pretend that I never came here, okay?" Of course, he also knew that it was impossible. Unless there was water in Kingpin's brain, who would use the collider if he killed Dr. October? Kingpin said with a ferocious expression, "Frank, you actually dare to come to me? Is the lesson last time not enough?" Frank sneered, "Last time? Are you referring to the incident where I destroyed your collider and saved Spider-Man?" The two of them argued, and neither of them took advantage of the situation. "Frank, you're dead." Kingpin roared, waving his fist the size of a clay pot, and smashed it towards Frank's face. Dr. October followed closely behind. 6 tentacles shot out like bullets. The 3 metal claws on the tip of the tentacles opened up, flashing with a sharp cold light, as if they were going to cut Frank alive. Frank bent his legs and suddenly jumped back. He pulled out the night sword in mid-air and recited the chant, "Justice is pale and humble, but it is not powerless. Shikai, pale justice." If he wanted to release his Zanpakuto, he must recite the beginning chant. Although it was shameful, he had to do it. Only after Zanpakuto's Bankai can he directly use Shikai without chant. After Shikai, the pale justice turned into 2 huge caliber and strangely shaped gun blades in the hands of Frank. "Be careful of his 2 guns. Don't let them touch you." Kingpin frowned slightly and retreated behind the crowd. His face revealed a deep fear. He had fought with Frank, but he was almost killed by the 2 guns. The vampire's immortal body was like a big joke in front of the 2 guns. "Are you ready to welcome death?" Frank lowered his hands and seemed to be holding 2 guns naturally. His eyes were cold as he said, "This time, no teammates will block my sword for you." Bang! 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 There were several explosions in a row, and the flames in the gun barrel burst out. A loud roar, Like a beast roaring, a blue metal bullet suddenly shot out. Kingpin sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Do you think I will be hit by the same move?" The 6 bodyguards suddenly rushed up, all of them were like wooden puppets, expressionlessly blocking in front of Kingpin, blocking the bullets with their own bodies. When the explosive bullets pierced through his chest, they exploded with an astonishing destructive force. The special spiritual energy exploded like explosives, instantly blasting the 6 bodyguards into a pile of minced meat. Crash! Bright red flesh and blood scattered throughout the laboratory, making this place look like hell. Frank said coldly, "Now, no one will block the bullets for you." However, Kingpin smiled strangely and casually waved his hand. The expressions of the people in the laboratory instantly became dull, and then they stiffly blocked in front of Kingpin. "There are as many people who block bullets for me." Kingpin hid behind everyone and said faintly, "But I don't know if your bullets and physical strength are enough." Frank. Chapter 125. Trouble. Frank's face was gloomy. He did not expect that Kingpin could control the will of others and control so many people at once. Looking around, there were at least 30 to 40 people in the laboratory. And through spiritual powers perception, he could confirm that these people were not vampires, but ordinary humans. Kingpin said viciously, "Frank, do you like the gift I prepared for you? What a joke. Do you think I care about the lives of these criminals?" Frank's eyes flashed, and he quietly clenched pale justice. His eyes wandered around the crowd, looking for an angle to shoot. "Of course you don't care about the life of the criminal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the Punisher." Kingpin seemed to have expected that the Punisher would say this. He casually threw out a lot of photos and sneered, "But I think you care about these people. After all, they are just ordinary people." All kinds of photos rained down. With his amazing eyesight, Frank glanced at all the photos, and his face suddenly became livid. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kingpin, you don't even let ordinary people go." The people in the photos were all the people who were controlled by Kingpin, and all of them were happy photos of their family. Among these people, there were fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, children. But now, all of them were under Kingpin's control and were reduced to puppets, just to help Kingpin waste Frank's strength. Ha 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 ha. Kingpin seemed to have heard an interesting joke. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Frank, is your brain full of fat? Do you think I care about the lives of these ordinary people?" Kingpin played the role of a textbook villain for everyone. "Can't win? It doesn't matter, catch the hostage." Regardless of whether it is a superhero or an anti-hero, there is only one purpose and value after all. That was to save the persecuted ordinary people. The reason why heroes were called heroes was because while they had great power, they had to keep their bottom line. Once they broke the bottom line, heroes would fall into the devil. The reason why Kingpin did not do this before was that there was no need for great business, and the second was to take care of his wife, Vanessa. But now, this underworld emperor no longer had any scruples. Dr. October looked at Kingpin and silently praised him. The last time Frank barged in, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. The Scorpion King, the Prowler, and the Tombstone were killed by Frank in an instant. If it weren't for saving people in the end, maybe they would all be done for a long time. Kingpin. Frank was completely enraged by Kingpin's despicable methods. Spiritual energy surged around his body, and like a small hurricane, the ground nearby was cut apart, accompanied by a pressure. "Do it, Frank." Kingpin did not have any scruples. His huge body hid behind the crowd, and his eyes were cold. "What is in front of me now is just a group of ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. It is not difficult for you to kill them all." The eyes of the crowd were dull, and they took a step forward in unison. Damn it." Frank subconsciously took a step back, and his eyes were fixed on Kingpin. The anger in his eyes was like substance, and the terrifying killing intent filled the entire laboratory. Ha 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 ha. So this is a hero. Kingpin became even more proud. You always have your own bottom line, which is why you are so easily threatened by me. Frank was silent. His eyes were like a devouring beast, glowing with red light. The knuckles of his fingers holding the spear were bulging. It could be seen how angry he was. Just as Kingpin had said, heroes always had a bottom line. And now, the people who were controlled by Kingpin in front of him were a clear bottom line. Killing these people was not difficult for him at all. It was just whether he wanted to or not. But what about after he killed them? A bottom line was like a ruler in one's heart. It told you what you could do and what you couldn't do. Once you crossed it, it would be difficult to come back. A hero without a bottom line, was he still the so-called hero? But who was the Punisher? He had seen men who wandered the edge of the darkness all year round. It was not like he had never seen such villains who used hostages as threats. Frank swept his gaze over these people and found that there was a meat bud growing on their foreheads. He instantly determined that these meat sprouts were the reason why Kingpin controlled them. After thinking for a moment, he found a way to break the situation. Do you really think that the hostage is useful to me? Frank sneered, raised the pale justice in his right hand, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets whistled out of the chamber, but their target was not Kingpin, but those ordinary people. The bullet drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a jumping death spirit, hitting all the ordinary people like rain. Although the bullets shot out hit the target, there was no blood splash as expected. This strange scene made Dr. Oct and Kingpin frown. Plop! One after another, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground rang out, and those ordinary people lost consciousness and fainted to the ground. Frank put down the smoke and rose in the air, and the slightly hot pale justice said, I gave bullets the attribute of sleep, so now these ordinary people are unable to protect you. It was a very simple, crude way to break the situation. Since these were being controlled, then he just had to think of a way to make them unconscious. Pa! Kingpin clapped as he showed an expression of approval to Frank. As expected of my old rival. He thought of a solution so quickly. Dr. Octopus was ready for battle. He glanced at Kingpin, who was acting tough, and said, if you have no other way, I suggest you run first. Kingpin stretched out his hand and adjusted his crooked tie. He smiled and said, I guess you are thinking now why I am not surprised, right? Frank faintly sensed that something was wrong. You still have a way. Of course. Kingpin snapped his fingers and said with an evil smile, facing such a powerful enemy like you, no matter how much preparation I make, it is not enough. I thought of this long ago, so I made some improvements. As the finger rang out, the flesh on the foreheads of the ordinary people who were hit by the bullets suddenly began to grow, extending out several thin threads that pierced into their brains. Even though they had lost consciousness, under the control of the flesh bud, they still stood up again, turning into a wall of people to block in front of Kingpin. Kingpin. Frank had never felt that it was so tricky before. This underworld emperor could actually predict his actions and thought of a countermeasure ahead of time. Dr. Oct crazily praised Kingpin, feeling that he had never felt so secure before. As long as there was this wall of people, Hero Frank would be cautious and not dare to attack them. Chapter 126. I have to admit. Sometimes, it was really tiring to be a superhero, especially when faced with a troublesome enemy like Kingpin. The morality and bottom line you adhered to would instead become a sharp weapon used by the enemy to attack you. Kingpin clearly recognized his advantages and disadvantages, and he made good use of this point. Even if the two of them exchanged identities, Frank admitted that he would not do better than Kingpin. Kingpin, what is your purpose in opening the parallel universe? Faced with the current situation, Frank could only calm himself down and tried to get the real plan from Kingpin. Which one are you asking about? At this moment, Kingpin thought that he had won the lottery, and his expression became much more relaxed. If it is to revive Vanessa, it should be one of them. I'm not talking about that. Frank interrupted Kingpin and said coldly, you know what I mean. Don't use such a ridiculous excuse to prevaricate me. You are not such a person. An emperor who ruled all the underworld in the United States did not hesitate to destroy New York City because he tried to resurrect a woman. This kind of domineering CEO story sounded very good, but unfortunately, it was already outdated. Frank did not believe that this was Kingpin's real plan. Kingpin smiled and did not refute Frank. He continued, of course. In addition to reviving Vanessa, I have other ideas. Frank was slightly stunned. I'm afraid that this is your real plan, right? Ever since you killed Bullseye, I have been thinking about the reason why I failed. Kingpin clasped his hands together and rubbed the ring on his finger. His eyes were cold, like a beast that was waiting to bite. Frank scoffed and said, so, you found it? The muscles on Kingpin's face were ferocious. He stared fiercely at Frank and said, yes, Frank, I found the reason why I failed. It was because I was too weak, so I was defeated by you. The empire I created collapsed overnight. And then? What are you going to do with the parallel universe? Frank asked. Kingpin was neither anxious nor impatient, slowly describing the evil great plan, revealing it to Frank bit by bit. There are countless parallel universes. There are more superheroes and villains corresponding to them, but they can only be confined to their own world, fighting each other for a little benefit. This is too stupid. So, I thought of an interesting plan. Since the heavens have bestowed me with an undying body, then I must respond to this gift. Therefore, I want to open up a parallel universe, gather all the heroes and villains in the world, and form a vampire army to help me conquer one world after another. In the end, I will become the king of all worlds. Don't you think it is very interesting? Frank. This is the great plan of me, Wilson Grant Fisk. Frank. Although he thought that Kingpin's plan was huge, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. This underworld emperor was no longer satisfied with simply ruling the underworld. Instead, he wanted to control all the heroes and villains, and then help him rule the entire parallel universe world. You have gone crazy. Frank's face twitched, and his heart was even more determined to stop this madman. Once Kingpin's plan succeeded, not only would the world they were in be doomed. Instead, the heroes and villains of all worlds, and even the ordinary people at the bottom, would be controlled by that strange fleshbud and become a slave under the throne of Kingpin. No, no, no. Kingpin raised a finger and gently shook it. He sneered, you are wrong. The crazy person is not me, but this rotten world. I think you are crazy. Frank no longer wanted to argue with him. It doesn't matter. You will understand sooner or later, Frank. Kingpin had calmed down. He asked in a judgmental tone, you think we are evil, and you are righteous. So you want to defeat us, but in fact, are we really the real evil people? It's ridiculous. If it is not you, is it the world? Frank sneered. The real evil is the order of the world that has already decayed. Kingpin calmly narrated, there is a group of people who are high above. They set up the order of the world, stipulated the survival of the strong and the support of the weak. They are like a group of greedy leeches that rely on sucking the world to survive. All injustice and unfairness come from them. You think I am evil, so may I ask who is high above, who is squeezing everyone and treating the country as the capital to earn money and benefits? Who is more evil than me? Of course, Frank, you can blame the people who died under my hands. But in order to earn a profit of $1, the number of people who died under their hands is much more than the number of people who died under my hands. The corners of Frank's eyes twitched. Kingpin did not stop him. Instead, he said in a mocking manner, "If you want to carry out justice, why don't you first persuade the idiots in the White House to point their guns at their heads and ask them what justice is?" As expected of the Emperor of the Underworld, Dr. Octopus was slightly tempted and could not help but praise Kingpin. If not for the inappropriate occasion, he would bow down to him now. If it was in the manga now, the author would probably use a large number of black lines to paint the space around Kingpin and use a large number of shadows to show the dominance and ambition of this emperor. What does it have to do with me? Frank took a deep breath and looked at Kingpin sarcastically. There is only one reason why I killed you, and that is to avenge my dead wife and son. That is all. This is not justice, but revenge. The muscles in the corner of Kingpin's eyes twitched slightly. He found that it was really tiring to chat with an idiot. He had been talking about the big truth for a long time, but the result was nothing compared to the words of others. Why aren't you talking? The corners of Frank's mouth curled up, and his eyes were full of contempt. He said, I would like to hear how you plan to persuade me to let go of my hatred, love, and peace. Kingpin was a little tired. His brain was definitely wet. Otherwise, why would he tell Frank this? Persuade the Punisher to let go of his hatred? This difficulty was no less than persuading the politicians in the White House to take the initiative to destroy the atomic bomb for the sake of world peace. Decay. Order. Fairness. What does it have to do with me? He just wanted to stuff the muzzle of pale justice into Kingpin's mouth and then smash this damn fatty's head with one shot. Chapter 127. Gwen controlled her breathing frequency and strength, her whole body tightly sticking to the cold steel plate, like a gecko, following the shadows cast by the buildings in the cave, carefully climbing up the ram. This distance was not far. But she had to be very careful, avoiding the vampire crossbowmen with keen senses, and try not to cause a disturbance or fight. This kind of thing was a necessary professional skill for superheroes. After all, heroes needed to often eavesdrop on the enemy's conversation in the underwater pipeline or the ventilation duct. Frank should be fine, right? A hint of worry flashed in Gwen's eyes. Ever since Frank entered the laboratory on the viewing platform, it had been very quiet. But now, she could only choose to believe Frank could delay Kingpin and Dr. Octopus. Gwen bypassed the vampire's surveillance and climbed up to the top of the collider from the dead corner. When found it, it's here. Spider senses activated, and Gwen's gaze locked onto an ordinary steel plate. He found her target. Gwen's slender arms burst out with astonishing strength, forcefully tearing open a steel plate. Inside the steel plate was a main control panel filled with precision electric schematics. It was responsible for controlling the operation of the entire collider and sending the data of the collision of the particles back to the laboratory. Then, it would be handed over to Dr. Octopus to adjust the details. Gwen took out a chip, which was given to her by Frank. There was a very strong electronic virus inside the electronic chip that could destroy all the information stored in the computer in an instant. As long as this chip was inserted into the main control panel that connected the entire base, the virus would destroy all the data and experimental data related to the collider. Even if Dr. Octopus and Kingpin could create another collider, without the detailed data and experimental data, it would be impossible to open the parallel universe. But the same goes for her. Once the chip was inserted into the main control panel, it meant that she would die without a doubt. Although, from the moment she became a superhero, she had already prepared herself. Sooner or later, she would sacrifice herself to save the world. But when the day truly came, Gwen hesitated. The hand holding the chip trembled slightly, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. The familiar people were flashing back. There were Father George, Mother Helen, Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brant. But in the end, Peter Parker's tender face appeared in Gwen's mind. With great power comes great responsibility, Gwen's eyes were dim, and he read this sentence in a low voice. This was a sentence that she told Peter Parker in the universe when he died in her arms. I am a superhero. I can't be afraid. I can't retreat. So, this is my responsibility. Gwen said to herself, as if she was cheering herself up. Let's end it. There was a hint of determination in Gwen's eyes, ready to insert the chip in. When spider senses activated, it was dangerous. Gwen's hair stood on end, and her killing intent seemed to be boiling. It was as if a sharp steel sword had been placed on her neck. The warning of spider's senses had never been so strong before. The wildly beating dangerous nerves and the wailing soul were all explaining a fact to Gwen. She would die. She would definitely die. If her hand dared to move closer to the main control panel, her head would be separated from her body in the next moment. Get out of here. The adrenaline in Gwen's body was crazily secreting. Her legs fiercely pushed against the ceiling, and a thin thread shot out from her wrist, swinging her body to the other side of the cave. When she landed, Gwen's forelimbs were pressed against the steel plate. Only then did she realize that her back was already drenched in sweat. Moreover, her lungs were like bellows as they violently contracted, emitting heavy and rapid breathing sounds. Spider's sense warning had disappeared, proving that she was no longer in danger. Gwen had a lingering fear in her heart as she looked at the spot she was at. However, she realized that there was no one there, and neither did the vampire. All of this seemed like an illusion. Was the spider's senses wrong? As soon as this thought emerged, Gwen immediately rejected it. She believed that her spider senses could not be wrong. The feeling of almost stepping into death, the sense of oppression that was as solid as power, as well as the cold sweat that oozed out from her back, were all silently telling her that it was not an illusion just now. It was reality. Gwen did not know. In the shadow behind her, a pair of cold and quiet eyes that were like stagnant water were coldly watching her every move. Calm down. Gwen Stacy, you are Spider-Man, you can't be afraid. You have to be strong. Gwen took a few deep breaths and calmed her restless heart. She was ready to try again. No matter how dangerous it was, she had to complete the mission. Save the world. This was Spider-Man's responsibility and the responsibility of a superhero. There's someone on the ceiling. It's that Spider-Man. Stop her, hurry up and stop her. There was a commotion below. It was the vampire who had discovered Gwen on the ceiling. Crap, we've been discovered. Gwen's heart tightened. She couldn't think too much about it. She flicked a thread from her wrist and swung his body to the control panel. When the laboratory heard the commotion below, Kingpin's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and swept his gaze like an eagle, landing on Gwen who was on the ceiling. So this is your plan, Frank? Kingpin, I advise you not to move. Frank raised the pale justice in his right hand and said with a calm expression, don't forget, the reason why you can still live until now is because of these people standing in front of you. Kingpin's face was gloomy. The foot that was just about to step out silently retracted, and his eyes flashed with madness and ruthlessness. The meaning behind Frank's words was very simple. If you dare to walk out of this laboratory, be prepared to be shot in the head. Oh, right. Frank grinned, his eyes flashing with a cold chill. Don't even think about threatening me with the lives of these people, and then leave this place by yourself. Kingpin's pupils contracted slightly. In fact, he really wanted to do this. Frank's gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing through Kingpin's evil and dirty heart. You know my character. The reason why I didn't make a move was only because I stuck to the bottom line. But if a person dies, then this bottom line will no longer exist. When the time comes, you have to be prepared to bear the anger of a beast. After hearing this, Kingpin really did not dare to move. He understood Frank's character. This man who was only 1 foot away from hell was living on the last trace of bottom line. Once the bottom line was broken, then this man would become a beast for revenge. His anger would engulf the entire world. This was Punisher. With just a few words, he easily reversed the situation. This human wall that should have been protecting Kingpin had now become a condition to restrict both sides. Why don't you try moving one? Frank smiled sinisterly and said, I would like to see if you, Kingpin, are faster or my bullets are faster. The black muzzle was like Death God's gaze, silently watching Dr. Octopus and Kingpin. Chapter 128. Kill that damned spider. Everyone, attack. Kill her, kill her. I want to drink her blood. I want to swallow this little spider alive. The vampire patrolling outside discovered Gwen hanging from the ceiling and rushed into the laboratory with a loud roar. Frank threatened Kingpin and Dr. Octopus with a gun. They had no choice but to hide behind the crowd and watch Gwen approach the main control platform. Dr. Octopus saw through Gwen's thoughts at a glance and his expression changed slightly. He whispered, Mr. Fisk, we can't have any problems with the main control platform. Otherwise, if the data are lost, we will never have the chance to open the parallel universe again. Damn Frank. Kingpin's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. Release Creature Zero for me. Creature Zero? Kingpin's crazy tone caused Frank to frown. He felt a sense of unease. This won't do, Mr. Fisk. Creature Zero. That monster must not be released. Dr. Octopus' expression changed drastically when he heard this. There was even a hint of trembling in his voice, as if he was very afraid of the thing that Kingpin mentioned. Seeing the strange reaction of the Dr. Octopus, it undoubtedly confirmed Frank's conjecture. It made him feel even more uneasy, as if something terrible was about to happen. Are you going against my orders? Kingpin turned his head, his blood-red eyes filled with cold killing intent. He stared fiercely at Dr. Octopus. I don't want to repeat it again. Release Creature Zero. Dr. Octopus' lips moved. Although he wanted to resist in his heart, he chose to submit in the end in front of Kingpin's terrifying aura. Yes. I understand, Mr. Fisk. Stop. Frank felt uneasy. The muzzle of Pale Justice was aimed at Dr. Octopus, and he said coldly, Don't release it, or I attack. Kingpin shouted and interrupted what Frank wanted to say next. He took a step forward, and his broad body, like a wall, stood between Dr. Octopus and Frank. Kingpin. Frank. The two of them looked at each other through the air, their eyes like sparks, colliding in the air with hollow. The Emperor of the Underworld who dominated the entire United States, together with the Punisher who was walking on the edge of the darkness, the two of them wished to tear each other apart. A trace of ridicule flashed across Kingpin's face. Don't forget, he said, although you have restricted me, I have also restricted you. I advise you to think carefully. Is one person more important, or are these dozens of people more important? It was just as he had said before. Because he was afraid of the lives of these hostages, Frank did not dare to act rashly. Because he was afraid of Frank's bottom line, Kingpin stayed in the laboratory. Restrictions are two-way. Therefore, Kingpin chose to abide by the rules and let himself stay in this circle. Therefore, Frank must also abide by the invisible rules set by the two sides. Both sides were tied to a thin steel wire. Any movement that crossed the line would lead to disaster. Frank struggled in his heart for a long time. His eyes wandered back and forth between Gwen and these people. In the end, he sighed and put down the Pale Justice in his right hand. He could not do it. This situation was the best and acceptable result for Gwen, him, and Kingpin. Ding. Creature Zero has been released. The voice of Dr. Octopus echoed in the quiet laboratory. Gwen was very flexible. With the warning brought by spider sense, she could calmly walk on the edge of life and death under the encirclement of many vampires. It was like a fatal ballet dance, which was thrilling. Although it looked very thrilling, it did not seem as difficult to Gwen as she had imagined. These vampires were different from the ones she had met last time. Apart from their violent appearances, they were not much stronger than ordinary people. In fact, these humans who looked like vampires could not be called real vampires. They were corpses transformed after drinking the blood of Kingpin. Although they were more brutal than pure vampires, their body indicators were much lower and they were cannon fodder created in batches. The calm in her heart easily broke through the defense line of the corpses. Just as he was about to approach the main control panel, a person shrouded in darkness suddenly appeared in front of Gwen. That person's eyes were like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Just looking at each other, Gwen felt as if her soul was about to be frozen. Gwen. The spider senses in Gwen's mind began to play like crazy piano music the moment that person appeared, and every nerve was wailing hysterically. An invisible sense of oppression spread out, causing Gwen to have an illusion that the figure of that person was getting bigger and bigger, like a magnificent mountain that she could not look up to. The gap was too big. In front of that person, he was like a real spider, a weak creature that could be crushed to death with a single finger. That person's fingertips lit up with a glimmer, and an azure arrow broke through the air. Small sacred arrow. The azure arrow swept through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the speed of light. Although she had the spider's senses, Gwen could only barely avoid the vital parts. When she was in the air, the arrow pierced through her abdomen. Chi! Gwen spat out a mouthful of blood, one hand pressing down on the wound on her abdomen, the other lifting to shoot the spider web away. But unfortunately, the man did not give Gwen such a chance. His fingertips pointed at her again, his lips slightly moving. Hado number 1, Sho. Bang. The impact from the man's fingertips sent Gwen flying several meters away and shattered her spider web transmitter at the same time. Losing the spider silk transmitter meant that there was no spider web available, and the height Gwen was at was dozens of meters away from the ground. Hashwolf put down his finger and quietly looked at Gwen, who was falling. At a height of dozens of meters, even if Spider-Man had an amazing physique, she would not be able to escape death from this height. Bang. 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 Boom. Gwen fell from a height of dozens of meters, breaking several thick steel pipes in the middle. Finally, with a loud sound, he heavily shit the ground, splashing blood. The ground was cracked like a turtle. The cracks spread out several meters like a spider web. At the center, Gwen, who was wearing a black and white spider suit, had her clothes turned red with blood. She was like a blooming flower, blooming in the broken soil. Chapter 129. Brooklyn's night was very lively. Peter Parker was carrying his bag and walking on the street in a pleasant mood. Several street lamps on the side of the road sprinkled bright yellow light, illuminating the dark night, guiding a way home. Although it was winter now, Peter Parker did not feel cold, but felt a fire in his head. Hey hey hey! Under the soft yellow light, Peter Parker smiled foolishly. In his mind, he recalled the scene when he talked to Gwen, as well as the pleasant fragrance that was still fresh in his mind. Even the pizza he usually liked to eat did not seem to be so attractive at this moment. Gwen Stacy. The golden-haired girl was like an angel sent by God to save him, dispersing the haze and darkness in the teenager's heart. Peter Parker put his hands in his pockets, and his face became a little strange. He took out a badge from his pocket. It was a circular flat badge, which seemed to be made of some kind of metal. The front was engraved with the pattern of a spider with the electroplating technology, and the opposite side was engraved with the name of Gwen Stacy. Strange. Peter Parker scratched his head and wondered, why is Gwen's badge here? I don't know what metal this spider badge is made of, It is heavy in the palm of the hand, quite heavy. And the smooth cutting surface of the metal badge, as well as the appearance of a considerable sense of technology, Peter Parker preliminary estimates that this is absolutely not a cheap thing, at least not something that can be bought at will outside. I don't know why. At the first sight of the badge, Peter Parker deeply fell in love with it. The spider pattern that was plated with electricity was simply too cool, and there seemed to be a voice in the darkness that had been echoing in Peter Parker's ear, making him take the spider badge for himself. He could swear. He was absolutely not lying. This badge seemed to belong to him naturally, as if it was something he was destined to obtain. Who? Peter Parker's eyes were red, his eyes were dull, breathing like a cow, and his hand was holding the spider badge. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. No. This is not my thing. I have to return it to Gwen. I can't take her belonging. Peter Parker growled, blue veins even appeared on his white face. He forcibly suppressed the desire in his heart and quickly threw the spider badge into his backpack. It was also strange. When he threw the badge into the backpack, the voice in his mind disappeared, and it disappeared with one another, as well as the desire that he had just tried to claim for himself. Peter Parker remembered the girl's smile, and his heart was happy. See you tomorrow, Gwen. In the center of the cracked ground, bright red blood bloomed like a flower. Inside the black and white spider battle armor, Gwen's lips were stained with blood. Her light blue pupils gradually slackened, and the rise and fall of her chest could not be detected. Her breathing was intermittent, making people feel as if she would die in the next second. The sound in her ears gradually faded away, and the darkness in front of her became even thicker. An unbearable silence, at this moment, was like death god's whisper, completely enveloping the young girl. Am I going to die? Gwen's consciousness was still on the verge of death. The first person who appeared in her mind was not her parents and friends, but the young and silly face. It was not Peter Parker in her universe, but Peter Parker in this universe. Until the moment before death, Gwen was still thinking about him. As a superhero, was she considered a success? The promise made in the rainy night that she failed to save her best friend. With great powers comes great responsibility. I did it, Peter. Fortunately. I gave it to you before I left. Hee. Fool. Don't you want to be a superhero? This time. I won't stop you. You must become a hero that surpasses me. Goodbye. Peter Parker. Gwen only felt that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and everything in front of her was far away from her. Whether it was the noise in her ears or the nerves on her body, she had never felt so relaxed. It made Gwen feel as if she had returned to her childhood and was playing on the lawn without worries. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Roar dash. A huge white creature rushed out of the tunnel. Its face was covered with a white bone mask, and its scarlet eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty look. Its entire body was emitting an ominous and evil aura. Just by standing next to it, the zombie was torn into pieces by the violent airflow caused by the spiritual power. The surrounding ground seemed to be swept up by a storm, and gravel and smoke rose into the sky. Creature Zero, Hollow. Frank, who was in the laboratory, felt the ominous spiritual power. His face suddenly changed and he said in horror, "How can there be Hollow here?" Oh. Kingpin raised his eyebrows and looked at Frank meaningfully. He smacked his lips and said, "From the looks of it, you seem to know this monster. This is impossible." Frank's face was ashen. His eyes were like copper bells as he glared at Kingpin. He gritted his teeth and said, "It shouldn't have appeared here. What exactly did you do? You want to know?" It was the first time that Kingpin had seen Frank reveal such a panicked expression. He immediately became interested in the monster. Why don't you tell me what that monster is first? I will tell you how it came about, right? It is called hollow. Frank did not hesitate and said directly, it is a monster formed after the soul of a human has fallen. It only acts on instinct and devours the soul of a living person. Now it is your turn. Tell me how you control it. Just from the feeling, that hollow's spiritual power was very terrifying. Even he felt that it was difficult to deal with, let alone Kingpin. Therefore, Frank believed that Kingpin must have used some method to control that hollow, but he did not know the specific method. It's very simple. Kingpin smiled cruelly and said, although it should be called hollow. Although it is very strong, it has no wisdom. So as long as you use the soul of a living person as bait, you can easily control it. It was indeed like this. Although he had a vague guess, when he heard it, Frank still couldn't control the anger in his chest and almost wanted to shoot this damn bastard. How many souls did you feed to it? Frank said with difficulty. Kingpin pretended to think for a moment and reported a number, I haven't counted them. There are about 40 to 50 people. 40 to 50. Frank's expression changed drastically. No wonder that Hollow's spiritual energy was so terrifying. It turned out that he had already devoured so many souls. Over a month after becoming Death God, he had also killed many of Hollow. However, this was the first time he had encountered Hollow who possessed such a level of spiritual energy. He was completely not confident that he could win. Frank's eyes were bloodshot. Now that things have come to this, can you still count how many people you have killed? Good question. Kingpin sneered and said indifferently, then do you remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten so far? Chapter 130. Do you still remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten? It was just a simple sentence, but it made Frank feel cold all over. Kingpin was no longer a human. In this guy's eyes, humans were like bread in the eyes of humans, just food that did not need to be paid attention to. You have two choices, Frank. Kingpin was like a cunning fox. He whispered, do you choose to stay here and continue to stall me, or do you choose to let me go and save that Spider-Man? Frank did not say a word. He stared at Kingpin with vicious eyes. His chest heaved violently. He wanted to swallow him alive. Don't look at me like that, Frank. You scared me. Kingpin laughed strangely. There was no trace of nervousness on his face, and he returned to his previous calm and collected self. He confirmed one thing from Frank's expression and tone. The threat of Hollow was much greater than his, so Frank would definitely let him go and turn to deal with the monster. This time, I'll let you off. Frank only hesitated for a second and made a decision. He first went to save the little spider girl. Although Kingpin was a big threat, compared to the threat of Hollow, who had devoured the souls of 30 to 40 people, the priority was obviously much lower. And that girl could not be Hollow's opponent, so he had to save her. After leaving behind these harsh words, Frank turned around and rushed out of the laboratory. It's time for us to leave this place. Kingpin looked at the collider reluctantly and turned to shout to Dr. Octopus. Wait. Dr. Octopus was slightly stunned and said in shock, if we leave like this, what will happen to the collider? Kingpin said coldly and mercilessly, copy the information and data. But Dr. Octopus looked at the collider outside. He was extremely reluctant to give up. Isn't it a pity to give up like this? What pity? A hint of ridicule appeared in Kingpin's eyes. When Frank gets rid of that monster, the next one will be us. Do you want to die with it? Dr. Octopus thought about the scene. He immediately shivered and shook his head decisively. No, 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 I don't want to die yet. Then hurry up and copy the data and information. Let's go to another base. Got it? Please don't let anything happen to you. Frank rushed toward the source of the ominous spiritual power in his perception and prayed for the little girl in his heart. The closer he got to the evil spiritual power, the stronger the ominous premonition in Frank's heart became. Gwen. Gwen, where are you? Gwen, hurry up and leave that monster. Along the way, Frank kept shouting for Gwen, but there was no response, which made his heart gradually sink. Gwen, something must have happened. Frank had to speed up. The two guns roared and shattered all the corpses that tried to stop him. The underground cave that could build a collision machine was more than 3 football fields. However, Frank was still halfway. He did not have time to learn Death God's basic skills, so he could only rely on his 2 legs to run. Finally, Frank ran all the way and a huge hollow appeared in his sight. Hollow had his back to Frank. He lowered his head and seemed to be chewing something. He let out a terrifying chewing sound and echoed in the empty square below the collider. Ka 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 ka. Ka 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 ka. Ka 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 ka. Bright red blood continued to drip down. Under Hollow's feet, it gradually gathered into a pool. Frank's pupils contracted slightly. When he saw the pool of red blood, his whole body gradually became cold. No. It's not her. It definitely wouldn't be her. Frank's breathing was chaotic, and he kept comforting himself in his heart. That pool of blood was not from Gwen, but from those corpses. Catchy catchy. Bang. A gunshot interrupted the terrifying chewing sound. The bullet hit Hollow's body and only broke a layer of skin, causing the Hollow to stop. The Hollow slowly turned around. The white bone mask covering his face was dyed red by the blood that sprayed out. His scarlet pupils revealed a ruthless and bloodthirsty expression. Wang. The moment he saw the Hollow, Frank's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, and his face became extremely pale. This famous Punisher, who was known as a stone-hearted person, could not help but burst into tears at this moment, and his eyes were full of shocking blood. When the Hollow turned around, he saw Gwen Stacy. However, it was not the complete Gwen Stacy, but the upper half of her body, Gwen Stacy. The lower half of her body was covered in bite marks, and there was no need to say where she was going. Gwen was already dead. But with her opened eyes, Frank could see a hint of longing for life, as well as an indescribable fear. This girl was dead. However, it was not a peaceful departure from this world. Instead, it was full of pain. She was eaten alive by a Hollow. Frank could not imagine what kind of pain it was. Such a cute girl, almost the same age as his daughter, had suffered such a cruel and inhumane torture before she died. You deserve to die. In the next second, monstrous anger swept over Frank, as if he was pulled back to the night when his wife and child died several years ago. Only this time, he had the power to take revenge. I will kill you. Frank's eyes were blood red, and his mind completely went crazy, erupting with terrifying spiritual power. The spear blade named Pale White aimed at his heart. Until death. Ka. Frank fiercely pulled the trigger. With a determined look on his face, he pierced the special bullet into his chest. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye rolled up like a storm. Frank was in extreme pain. He let out a roar that was not human. His entire skin was red like it had been boiled. Hot white steam lingered around him. Boom. The solid ground was instantly shattered. Accompanied by the blood-red spiritual power, Frank was like a beast that had rushed out of hell. He roared and rushed towards Hollow. Chi. The two spear blades violently rubbed against each other in the air. The edge of the blade was as red as a soldering iron, emitting a terrifying high temperature. With a hint of determination, it quickly slashed towards Hollow's mask. Roar. A hint of mockery flashed through Hollow's eyes. He raised his hand and punched out. Clang. The fist and the spear clashed, producing an ear-piercing sound that sounded like metal clashing against metal, causing countless sparks to fly. The spear blade only scratched the skin of this hollow, but the huge recoil that followed caused the webbing between his hands to crack, and almost caused the two guns to fall out of his hands. The hollow suddenly waved his hand, and after shaking off the spear edge, he raised his foot and kicked Frank heavily in the chest. Bang! Frank spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt like he had been smashed by a hammer weighing several tons. His entire person flew dozens of meters away from the ground at an extremely fast speed. A clear gully was plowed through the solid ground. Then, Frank crashed into the steel wall, and his whole body was deeply embedded several centimeters. Ah! Frank, who was embedded in the steel wall, felt that all the bones in his body were smashed. Only one move. The gap between the two sides could be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 131. Despair can give birth to anger. And anger can give birth to even deeper despair. In just a single exchange, Frank was already very clear in his heart that he was definitely not a match for this hollow. The hardness of the other's skin was simply beyond his imagination. Even if his Zanpakuto were to slash at it, he would only be able to scrape a tiny bit of skin. But, so what? Just a few dozen bones. Even though all the bones in his body were broken, Frank seemed to be unconscious and walked down from the embedded steel wall. Blood oozed out from the pores all over his body, and then evaporated by the high temperature on the surface of his body, forming a bloody mist around Frank. In the duration of the effect of until death, unless the brain and the heart were fatally injured, he could continue to fight even if his limbs were broken. 1 was fine, 10 was fine. Even if all the bones in his body were broken, he would still kill this hollow in front of him. Bang! The ground collapsed, and rocks broke through the air. Frank was wrapped in bright red blood mist, and his ferocious expression was like a demon from hell. The fire in the muzzle was blooming. Bang! 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 18 bullets shot out, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Like a large net, they wrapped around Hollow. Hollow's blood-red pupils were squeezed into a long line. His sinister lips raised a strange arc, as if mocking Frank for overestimating his abilities. He raised his two shield-like arms to protect the white bone mask. Without exception, all 18 bullets were bounced off by Hollow's hard skin, only a little spark splashing. Frank's expression was calm. This was because he had already expected this. Ordinary bullets would not be able to harm this Hollow. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. As long as he could make that Hollow lose his vision for a few seconds, it would be enough for him to rush in front of him. Swish! Frank turned the muzzle of the gun, his left hand held the pale justice in a reverse grip, and with a posture of holding a dagger, he slashed upwards. The sharp blade of sword cut on the surface of the skin, leaving only a shallow white mark, and sparks splashed in front of his eyes. Roar dash! That Hollow let out a long roar, and a violent sound wave spread out. He waved his arm and slapped at Frank. Frank bent down and avoided the disaster with the posture of an iron bridge. Hulala! The violent wind whistled past his face, leaving a bloody mark on Frank's face. However, his eyes were unusually calm, and there was no panic in them. Seeing that the attack had failed, the Hollow opened his bloody mouth and bit at him like a ferocious beast. Frank could even smell the disgusting stench in its mouth, as well as the meat threads between its teeth. It was not hard to imagine that if one was bitten by this bite, one would be torn easily. But even in this situation, Frank's expression was still cold, and he actually made a shocking decision. He actually put the hand holding the pale justice into the Hollow's mouth. Crunch! An explosive sound that made one's scalp go numb exploded. His arm instantly broke, and blood directly sprayed out, drenching one person and one Hollow. One arm was forcefully bitten to pieces, this kind of pain that was enough to make ordinary people faint, but Frank did not say a word. Compared to the interrogation he had received before, this bit of pain was nothing. The taste is not bad, bastard. Frank's face was ferocious, his eyes flashing with a crazy fierce light. He stared at Hollow like a beast, grinned, and said, "Since you ate my arm, then pay with your life." This was his plan. Since he couldn't cause any damage to Hollow outside of his body, then he just needed to open fire in his body. Accelerate. 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 A bullet with 5 times the speed was fired in a negative distance. Roar dash. Hollow seemed to have also noticed Frank's thoughts, but he could not bear to part with the tempting soul in his mouth. He crazily bit Frank's arm, wanting to tear it off. However, with the double recovery effect of until death, no matter how much he bit, he could not tear Frank's arm off in a short period of time. It's too late. Frank sneered and pulled the trigger. Listen. It was the roar of pale justice. Boom. Crimson bullets spun and shot out of the gun barrel. The deafening roar exploded in Hollow's mouth like a dull thunder. The rotating bullets that were violently rubbing against each other rolled up a wave of scorching heat and pierced through Hollow's throat like a meteor. The blazing bullets pierced through Hollow's throat, annihilating all the flesh and blood that came into contact with it. A hole the size of a head was blasted out, and blood sprayed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding 3 meters red. The position was wrong. Frank's face was ashen, and he felt endless despair in his heart. In the process of Hollow struggling and biting, his already almost broken arm could not control the direction of the muzzle, and the bullet and the expected hit position had a deviation. And it was this deviation that allowed this Hollow to survive. Roar dash. The Hollow let out a painful scream, but because his throat was damaged, he could only let out meaningless fury. Kaka. Hollow bit down on Frank's arm, and then with a furious punch, he directly smashed it on Frank's face. Bang. The violent force of this punch directly caused Frank's skull to collapse, and the sound of cracking was emitted. The blood mixed with the sticky white substance scattered all over the ground. Frank flew back dozens of meters at an astonishing speed, and the whistling wind plowed a gully on the ground. Boom. The human body came into close contact with the wall, and Frank was deeply embedded in the steel wall by several centimeters. The violent vibration brought by the strong impact made Frank feel that his internal organs were almost displaced. There was no part of his bones and muscles in his body, and he no longer let out a cry that could not bear the burden. Damn it! Ah! Frank spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. Just a little bit more. If the position of the gun could be raised another centimeter, then what Hollow was pierced through was not its throat, but its head. But, there was no chance. At the same time when the effect of the bullet ended, he lost too much blood, his ribs were all broken, his muscles were severely torn, and spiritual power was exhausted. Countless injuries returned at this moment. No matter how strong a human's willpower was, he could not support a porcelain body that was about to be broken. Is this my ending? Frank's heart was filled with despair. His eyelids gradually drooped and his consciousness gradually disappeared. That Hollow stared greedily at the unconscious Frank. It could feel that that person's spirit body was very delicious. If it could be devoured, it could definitely evolve. Eat him. Eat him. Eat him. Desire prevailed over reason, and Hollow walked towards the unconscious Frank with a string of saliva. But before he took a few steps, Hollow suddenly stopped because a person suddenly appeared. That person did not suddenly appear, but slowly emerged from the shadow cast by the wall. He was wearing a white double-breasted uniform. He had long, golden hair that reached his shoulders. His face was angular, his eyes were deep, and his nose was high. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Hashwalth pushed the frame with one hand and said lightly, "You can't eat him. The others, do as you please." The spiritual power of Hashwalth was like a vast abyss. His aura was like a material that oppressed every nerve of Hollow, forcing this irrational beast to reveal a frightened expression. Chapter 132. Hashwalth stood in front of the Hollow. The green eyes under the lens reflected the extreme indifference and ruthlessness. If one looked carefully, one could notice that the space around Hashwalth was slightly distorted. It was because the overly powerful spiritual power had an impact on the real space. Whether it was Death God, Hollow, or Quincy, the only criterion to judge the strength of the three was the strength of spiritual power. If the spiritual power of Frank could be compared to the heat of a burning candle, then the spiritual power of Hashwalth was a flame that could burn a few miles in radius. Just like in the natural world, those large hunting animals located at the top of the food chain, when faced with some small hunting animals, they were absolutely suppressed in the depths of their genes. Roar! Hollow growled uneasily, his scarlet pupils flowing with fear. Intuition told it that if it dared to take another step forward and invade the man's domain, then it would be met with death. Although it was very eager to devour Frank's soul, the pressure of death was too strong. Even Hollow would not do something like courting death. After a long time, that Hollow retreated a few steps vigilantly and turned around to approach Gwen, who only had half a body left. It was hungry and needed to eat. The human female soul emitted a scent that made it deeply fascinated. Although it was not as tempting as Death God's spirit body, this was its only choice. Hashwalth pushed the lens on the bridge of his nose and saw this scene, but he did not choose to stop it. Instead, he chose to watch coldly. Lot only asked him to ensure that Kingpin and Frank did not die, but did not say that others could not die. Thus, Hashwalth did not care about whether Gwen's death or alive. Although he was born from Lod, there was a fundamental difference between the two. In Lod's case, he first thought that he was a human, and then he regarded himself as Death God. Therefore, his principles and style were built on the foundation of human. But what about Hashwalth? He was born in Lod Karl's soul and had never regarded himself as a human. He had no 7 emotions, 6 desires, and moral cognition, and he would not abide by the so-called rules of the human. In his code of conduct, Lod was the highest priority. He would get anything that was beneficial to Lod at all costs, even if it would trample all the ethics and laws in the world. He would destroy anything that was harmful to Lod at all costs, with the fastest efficiency and the coldest means. This was Jugram Hashwalth. The only purpose of this man's life was to be the shadow of Lod Karl and give him everything. Catchy catchy. The terrifying chewing sound echoed again. The white monster had been greedily devouring Gwen's body and swallowing all the flesh and blood into its stomach. The wound on Hollow's neck quickly recovered after devouring the remnants of his body. Spiritual power was like an unstable barrel of gunpowder, bursting out uncontrollably. Roar! That Hollow roared towards the sky. A tyrannical and evil aura mixed in the chaos spread out. He waved his arms, and an explosive force burst forth, setting off a violent whirlwind around him. Feeling the strength of this spiritual power, Hashwalth couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was a little interested in this Hollow. This level of spiritual power is no different from Jillian. After devouring the souls of 40 to 50 people, as well as the soul of Gwen Stacy, and one of Frank's arms, the huge spiritual power made it a different type of Jillian. Hashwalth's eyes flickered slightly, and from time to time, a cold light flashed past. It is a good prop. It can be brought back to make up for the mistake I made last time. Roar! 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 That Hollow let out a beast's oppressive roar. Its tyrannical scarlet pupils shrunk into a thin line and finally fixed on Hashwalth's body. It could feel. If it could devour this person's soul, even if it was only a small part of him, it would be enough for it to evolve to the next step. Among the hundreds of Hollow who had evolved into an adult, only a very small portion of them could retain their consciousness, and this Hollow, after devouring the soul of Gwen Stacy, gave birth to a rare part of the minds. It was this portion of consciousness that caused it to desire evolution and want to become an Ajichas. To put it simply, it evolved. So that's how it is. Want to devour my soul? Hashwalth pushed up his glasses and stared at Hollow with interest. This is much more precious than ordinary big Hollow. If you deliberately cultivate it, maybe you can evolve into a Ajichas. Eat, eat, eat. Your soul. I want to eat. Roar dash. Boom. The ground collapsed in an instant, and cracks extended out. The next moment, the huge body turned into an afterimage, setting off a violent wind visible to the naked eye, carrying an astonishing aura as it rushed over. Hollow threw out a punch, and the surrounding wind exploded and howled. The surface of the fist that was as big as a bowl continued to press down. The air was like a thick stream of water, and one could even clearly see the ripples. Before it even touched the body, it had already split open the ground. Chi! At this moment, he saw Hashwalth raise his fingertips slightly, his lips and teeth slightly open. Sacred arrow. The next second, a blue beam of light suddenly bloomed, shooting out like a huge arrow. It instantly tore apart Hollow's arm and disappeared from the top of its shoulder. Only when the bright red blood sprayed out and the sound of the arm falling to the ground did Hollow react and let out a painful wail. Since your value is not bad, I will forgive you this time. Just take one arm. Hashwalth looked indifferent. He pushed his glasses with one hand. His white military uniform was not stained with blood. Roar. The Hollow covered the broken wound with his eyes full of fear. He took a few steps back, but he was restless because of the desire for souls. Although it gave birth to a consciousness, if it did not devour soul for a long time, the remaining consciousness would disappear and become a wild beast. After thinking for a moment with its only intelligence, Hollow looked at the transformed corpses in the factory. A smart choice. Hashwalth's expression was cold. He said coldly, in any case, it will be destroyed in the end. It would be better to let you devour it. If it was a human, he would still need to worry about whether or not he would be scolded by Lod because of this. But corpses. I'm sorry. Ever since they became like this, they were no longer humans. Roar. The Hollow seemed to understand Hashwalth's words. He looked up and let out a long roar, turned around and rushed into the factory. On the ground, outside the gold-digging factory, Kingpin's face was very ugly, and he roared angrily, "Tell me, what is this transparent barrier?" Dr. Octopus' face was pale and he said in despair, I don't know. A nearly transparent circular dome covered the entire gold-digging factory, preventing the outside world from detecting this place. At the same time, the people inside could not go out. In exchange, they were trapped in this factory. Who is targeting me? Kingpin gnashed his teeth, a sense of uneasiness lingering in his heart, as if all of this was aimed at the big picture he had laid out. Chapter 133. The transparent enchantment was like a jade bowl upside down, covering the entire factory, completely separating the inside and outside, forming two different worlds. The enchantment completely isolated the detection of the instrument, and at the same time hid the entire factory. Unless it was someone with high spiritual power, it was impossible to find the factory. Although he wasn't sure who had set up this barrier, his intuition told him that this was a conspiracy against him. I don't believe that I can't break it. Kingpin's eyes were ruthless. He raised his two fists and smashed them fiercely. The several tons of fist force was like a storm, pouring down on the barrier without stopping. Although Kingpin was wearing a suit and his body was huge and bloated, like a fat patient, more than 90% of his body was actually muscles, and his fighting skills were the same as the Punisher's, possessing the highest level of combat strength. A small matter like breaking through a wall with his bare hands could be easily accomplished before Kingpin could be called a vampire. How could a man who could become the sworn enemy of Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher be an ordinary person? Kingpin's strength was almost the same as the Captain America who had been injected with super soldier serum. If this was converted, Kingpin could probably fight with Thanos for a few more moves. After becoming a vampire, not only did Kingpin's strength increase, his physical strength and recovery speed also became more terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Kingpin were to fight Spider-Man now, Spider-Man would probably be beaten to death. Boom boom boom. A loud and dull sound rang out. The fist madly attacked the barrier for more than 10 minutes. Until Kingpin was exhausted to the point of panting, his fists bleeding and his bones breaking, there was no sign of the barrier breaking. A transparent barrier, like a heavenly moat, blocked in front of him, completely cutting off the two worlds, unable to be touched. Dr. Octopus was dumbfounded. To be able to resist such a crazy attack from Kingpin, the degree of firmness of this barrier already surpassed titanium alloy, right? Do you have any other way? Kingpin's face was gloomy. At this point, he could only place his hopes on Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus looked at Kingpin with both helplessness and despair. He said bitterly, "No. The composition of this barrier cannot be analyzed. It is a new energy that has never been discovered. The unknown energy, meant a powerful enemy. Let's go back and take a look. Maybe there will be surprise." Kingpin sneered. Since that person did not want them to leave, it meant that he was already in the factory. Dr. Octopus hesitated for a moment. His eyes swept over the barrier and Kingpin, and finally chose to go back with Kingpin. Kingpin and Dr. Octopus walked through the winding tunnel and returned to the secret base under the factory. As soon as the two of them stepped into the secret base, they heard a horrifying chewing sound. They were very familiar with this voice. Every time a human was thrown into the cage of the hollow, there would be a chewing sound that sounded like it was eating. Mr. Fisk. Creature Zero, is still alive. Dr. Octopus was so scared that his face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. She had seen that monster with her own eyes. How did it devour humans? Isn't this a good thing? Kingpin sneered cruelly. Since the Creature Zero is still alive, it means that that bastard the Punisher is dead. But what about Zero? Dr. Octopus said with an ugly expression. If the Punisher really died, it meant that they would have to face a monster even more terrifying than Frank. Moreover, the monster would not have any scruples and would not listen to them. Roar dash. A strange sound wave came from the depths of the soul, directly attacking the soul, making Kingpin and Dr. Octopus unable to help but wail, feeling as if their heads were going to explode. Kingpin was still relatively calm, but Dr. Octopus was not. In the end, she was only a human. Facing such an evil and powerful spiritual power, his entire brain almost went out of control, turning into an idiot. Is it an illusion? Dr. Octopus' face was pale, looking like he was in shock. He trembled and asked, "Why do I feel like Zero has become even more terrifying?" The corners of Kingpin's eyes trembled slightly. He did not answer this question. He suddenly regretted it. After devouring so many people, Zero had become even more brutal and terrifying than before. Boom! Suddenly, an object smashed down in front of them. The huge impact lifted the ground into pieces, and the gravel flew through the clouds like hidden weapons, scattering in all directions. Kingpin and Dr. Octopus barely avoided the gravel. They opened their eyes in the dust and saw the monster covered in blood. Creature Zero. Kingpin and Dr. Octopus' faces changed dramatically. Their pupils suddenly contracted and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. No. Zero, did it become smaller? Dr. Octopus swallowed his saliva. His eyes were filled with horror. Under the white bone mask, the long and thin scarlet pupils revealed a terrifying tyranny and hostility. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest, but it was much smaller than before. Now, it was only the size of an ordinary human. Although their bodies had shrunk, they did not feel that Zero had become weaker. What was condensed was the essence. This sentence was very suitable here. The pressure that Zero gave them after becoming smaller was several times stronger than before. King, Pin, and Dr. Octopus. There was a hint of human hatred in the crimson pupils of the creature Zero as it stiffly repeated their names. Swish. An indescribable chill instantly engulfed Kingpin and Dr. Octopus. In the face of the unknown fear, it crazily eroded their rationality like a beast. Roar dash. The hollow roared and instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the terrifying chewing sound rang out again, but this time, it was accompanied by a mournful scream and splashing blood. Dr. Octopus didn't even have time to react before he was pressed down on the ground by Hollow and madly gnawed at. Before he could raise her 6 tentacles, they were violently torn apart and thrown aside. Save me. Fisk. Save me. Dr. Octopus screamed for help, his eyes full of fear. Kingpin was stiff all over, and the chill couldn't stop flowing from the solace of his feet to his brain. Save him. Don't joke around. Who dares to save him? At the very least, he did not have the courage to do so. The chewing sound quickly ended. Dr. Octopus. Well, it should be called Octopus Jam now. It seemed to be more appropriate. After devouring the Dr. Octopus, the Hollow's spiritual power appeared to be in an extremely unstable state, as if he could explode at any time. Spiritual power, which was getting stronger and stronger, gathered around it, forming a visible storm. And the Hollow was in the middle of the storm, as if he had gone mad. He covered his face and muttered to himself. I am. Who am I? I remember. I am Gwen. I am Gwen. The Hollow put down his hands. He only remembered that his name was Gwen, and he couldn't remember anything else. Pa! A crisp applause suddenly sounded. A man in a white military uniform walked out of the shadow and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you are the first one to evolve by yourself." Ajichas. Who are you? I am your creator, Hashwalth. Hashwalth admired his creation and said indifferently, "Now, kneel down and submit to me." Chapter 134. Creator. Gwen tilted her head and looked at Hashwalth. Her scarlet pupils revealed a puzzled expression through the white mask. She stiffly replied, "Why should I submit to you?" "Because I am stronger than you." Hashwalth closed his cold eyes slightly. His golden hair that reached his shoulders moved without any wind, and his white military uniform fluttered. The vast and mighty spiritual power instantly rose up and erupted like magma from a volcano. The hot and oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire factory. Kaka. Under this terrifying spiritual power, the ground let out a cry that could not bear the burden. The ground beneath Hashwalth's feet split open, and a crack as thick as a hand spread out in all directions. Gwen growled, and spiritual power also erupted. The two completely different spiritual power each occupied half of the space, and they clashed fiercely. Hoo. Sharp wind blades whistled through the air, producing ear-piercing sounds. Of course, the unluckiest one was still Kingpin. Being sandwiched between the two big shots, the pressure he suffered was even more terrifying. It was as if a lake water had fallen from the sky. The huge surge caused all of his bones and flesh to wail. Not bad. Hashwalth cast a look of appreciation to Gwen. But if it is only at this level, it is too early to resist me. The moment his voice fell, Hashwalth's figure disappeared. Hirenkyaku. The high-level combat pace that belonged only to the Quincy, but in terms of speed, it surpassed Death God's ho-ho. Buzz. Gwen's pupils contracted, and the sound of the probe bee was like a buzz. When she was about to search for the man's trace, she felt a slight chill on the back of his neck, and the sharp breath even made people feel. The head would be cut off by sword in the next second. Behind. Gwen turned around and threw a punch behind her. The calm air suddenly surged with waves and a huge sonic boom exploded. But, where was he? The probe nerves clearly captured that person, but why did that person disappear when she turned around to attack? Clang. Accompanied by the clear sound of sword, in Gwen's blood-red pupils, a touch of breathtaking cold light was reflected. It was like a cold crescent moon hanging in the night, sprinkling fatal light on sword. Gash. The cold blade of sword easily cut open Gwen's skin and removed her arm from her shoulder. Before the scream could come out of her throat, Gwen was stepped on by a foot on her head. The terrifying force directly flipped her over and heavily smashed her into the solid ground. Bang! Gwen's head collided with the ground. The huge force directly stepped her into the ground for several inches. Then, a sharp blade of sword was placed on her neck. At this time, a light voice entered the ears of Kingpin and Gwen. Submit or die. A simple sentence, but it shocked everyone present. When that person's eyes swept over, Kingpin felt his soul almost shatter. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Don't think that the moral integrity of the underworld emperor is high. When they meet people who are obviously invincible, they surrender faster than anyone else. What about you? Hashwalth turned his head and stared at Gwen under his feet. He increased the strength of his hand a little and sword cut 3 inches into his neck. After a moment of silence, Gwen spoke with difficulty, I submit. This was normal. After becoming a Jichas, Gwen only recognized people who were stronger than her. In the eyes of Hollow, the law of the jungle, this was quite common. After all, Baragan and Grimjo, who are as arrogant as Espada, also submit to Aizen. Strength is the standard to judge everything. As long as you are strong enough, you don't need to worry about the betrayal of your subordinates. As Aizen never cares how many of his subordinates are sincere. A clear and melodious bell suddenly rang, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. The space in front of them rippled like the water surface of a torrent. As the ripples in the space became more and more intense, a carved wooden door that was entirely red in color and arched in shape appeared and disappeared in front of everyone. The wooden door gradually turned from hollow to solid. It was about 3 meters tall and about 2 meters wide. The dark red hollowed carving on the top, as well as the simple and unadorned style, made people directly feel that this wooden door was quite old. Before Kingpin and Gwen could ask any questions, they saw the man in the white military uniform kneeling on one knee and lowering his proud head, as if he was welcoming the person inside the door. When Kingpin saw this scene, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. The shock in his heart was no less than a monstrous wave. Who was the person inside the door? To actually make this arrogant man kneel on one knee to welcome him. Shia. The dark red carved arched door slowly opened to both sides. White mist gushed out from the door like a tide. 2 black butterflies flapped their wings and flew out first. Under everyone's gaze, a slender figure walked out from the door. When Kingpin tried to raise his head and observe the person's specific appearance, he seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Before he could even remember the blurry face clearly, he felt incomparable fear and oppression, as if a raging flame was burning him. The only thing he could remember was that pair of azure blue eyes. But even though he only saw this, Kingpin felt as if there were thousands of thunderclaps exploding in his mind. All that was left in his mind was a buzzing sound that constantly echoed. He involuntarily knelt down, as if he was watching a god. The extremely tyrannical spiritual power instantly swept through the entire factory, accompanied by an extremely oppressive aura that filled the space. It was as if an extremely sharp steel sword was placed on everyone's neck. The Underworld Emperor? Only at this moment did Kingpin and Gwen understand a fact. In front of this man, they were no different from ordinary people. They were just docile lambs waiting to be slaughtered. My lord. Hashwalth lowered his head, and his face was full of respect. "I need an explanation." Lod's voice was very calm, but it made people feel that under the calm, there was a storm that could destroy the heavens and earth. Letting a hollow devour a human soul, and then deliberately feeding hollow with Gwen to evolve. Hashwalth's behavior had completely exceeded his bottom line. No. It should be said that it had exceeded the bottom line of humans. This was the reason why Lod was so angry. He even rushed over through the realm gate. "Sir, I am willing to accept the punishment." Hashwalth lowered his head even more, as if he knew what he had done wrong. As early as before he had done this, he knew very well what it meant and what it might attract Lod's anger. But, he didn't care. Chapter 135. "You crossed the line," Lod said expressionlessly. Under his seemingly calm tone, there were raging waves, as if they could erupt at any time. To let a hollow devour whole spirit without any restraint in order to create ajichas, this kind of extreme contempt for the values of human individuals, as well as his arbitrary behavior, seriously violated the rules and bottom line he had set. Lod did not mind using the spirit to cultivate hollow, because the spirit he chose was a person who had committed a grave sin before his death. It was not an exaggeration to say that out of the 100 people in Hell's Kitchen, at least 60 of them had killed people, and half of the remaining 40 were selling drugs, and the other half was ready to commit crimes at any time. Since it was not as good as that, it was better to let him use it. But what about Hashwalth? Indulging this ajichas devoured all life in the factory except for Kingpin and Frank. In addition to hundreds of transformed corpses, Spider-Gwen, Dr. Octopus, and the ordinary people controlled by the flesh buds in the lab. And Hashwalth, the only one who could stop it, chose to ignore it in order to create ajichas. From a certain point of view, it was Hashwalth who sped up the process and directly facilitated the birth of the first ajichas. If he did not stop and punish him now, Lod could almost imagine that Hashwalth might do something even crazier. For example, using the lives of a city to create a land of spirits. Or a mass massacre to create Minos. Lod had no doubt that Hashwalth could do these things. So he had to punish him to let Hashwalth understand that unless he had his permission, those things must not be taken half a step further. It was to establish his might. It was also to set rules. There were some things that Lod could indulge them in, but there were some things that could not be overcome at a single step. This subordinate is willing to accept punishment. Hashwalth knew that he had made a mistake and had no intention of defending himself. He just hung his head lower. Apologize, be punished. It was natural and he did not feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, it went against the rules set by Lod, making Hashwalth feel guilty in his heart. Lod frowned slightly. He was quite conflicted about how to punish Hashwalth. If it was a verbal punishment, it seemed a little too light, not enough to make Hashwalth remember. But if it was a heavy punishment, Lod was a little reluctant. After all, it was his own half-body. Although it crossed the rules, it was still for his own sake. It was difficult. It was too difficult. At this time, Lod finally experienced the pain of being a superior. It was simple to say that when it was really implemented, the strength was really difficult to control. Lod had a headache and his thoughts were scattered. If it was Aizen at this moment, how would he choose to punish his subordinates? Just as Lod was confused about how to punish him, he saw Hashwalth, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly stand up. "I know that I have committed a great crime. I don't need you to feel distressed for me. I am willing to solve the punishment by myself," Hashwalth said with a serious look. The next second, before Lod could say anything, Hashwalth pulled out the thin sword at his waist and cut off his own arm with a backhand. Gush! One arm was broken at the root, and blood immediately splashed out, but Hashwalth was expressionless and threw the broken arm several meters away. Hado number 54, Hyene. A circular purple flame blasted out from Hashwalth's remaining right hand, directly hitting the broken arm that was still in the air. Boom! The broken arm was instantly burned up by the purple flame, turning into a pile of black ashes that drifted in the air. All of this happened so quickly that even Lod could not react in time. Lod was dumbfounded. He had not expected Hashwalth to be so ruthless. He cut off his own arm in front of him and even used Keto to destroy it. To cut off his own arm, his strength declined. Hashwalth was very straightforward, but he did not have limb repairing serum now. After cutting off an arm, Hashwalth once again knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. "Sir, this subordinate cut off an arm as punishment. So ruthless." Kingpin, who was kneeling on the side, saw this scene and his eyelids could not help but twitch. When he looked at Lod again, there was a kind of fear in his eyes. On the other side, a trace of deep fear flashed through Gwen's eyes. She was clearly shocked by this man. Lod closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "There won't be another time." It had to be said that having a subordinate like Hashwalth could save him a lot of worry. Hashwalth's ruthless and decisive actions had planted a seed of awe in the hearts of this person and Hollow. In fact, his actions were equivalent to a killing the chicken to warn the monkey, warning Kingpin and Gwen, it was best to put away his little thoughts. There were some things that Lod, who was in charge, could not appear, so he could only do it for this warning. It was obvious that Kingpin and Gwen understood. Yes. Hashwalth raised his head, his face slightly pale, but his green eyes were still as bright as the sun. "How is the progress of the collider?" Lod asked. Hashwalth glanced at Kingpin, who was kneeling on the ground. The latter very cleverly understood the meaning of it and whispered, "This. Sir, the progress of the collider experiment is about to be completed. It will soon start the second collision experiment." Lod stared at Kingpin and asked, "How long will it take?" "Probably, it will take 3 more days," Kingpin wiped the sweat off his forehead and carefully reported a number. "It's too long." Lod shook his head and said, "I will only give you 1 day, and then restart the collider." 1. Kingpin was a little hesitant, but when he saw Hashwalth's cold eyes on the side, all the hairs on his body stood up. "No problem, 1 day, you can definitely restart the collider." "Okay." Lod nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Gwen and slowly said, "Hashwalth, you have really found me a big trouble." There was a reason why he said it was trouble and not a surprise. Although Ajich's was powerful, this stage was extremely unstable. They needed to continuously devour their own kind or higher level Hollow to evolve, and only then could they maintain their self-consciousness. Once the process of devouring their own kind was interrupted, then this Ajich's would retreat into Jillian and lose 100% of his self-consciousness. At the same time, he would never be able to evolve into Ajich's again. This process was like sailing against the current, not advancing or retreating. Once he retreated, what awaited him was a bottomless abyss, a day where he would never be able to turn things around. Therefore, if he wanted Gwen to maintain her self-consciousness and continue to evolve, Lod need to let her continuously devour souls of the same level. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to falling short of success. Hashwalth had long understood this, so he thought of a solution in advance. "Sir, we can send it to the war zone. In the short term, we can make up for the quantity. It should be enough to support us for a while." "No need." Lod showed a distressed and helpless look. He said, "I have my ways to solve the problem of Gwen. You don't have to worry about it." Chapter 136. "Come with me." Lod turned around and waved his sleeve. A butterfly flew out of his sleeve. The Black Hell's butterfly fluttered his wings and drew a circular arc in front of everyone. Following the traces of Hell's butterfly's dance, the space seemed to be like a calm water surface being thrown into a stone. Waves visible to the naked eye rippled, accompanied by the clear and melodious sound of bells echoing in their ears. A completely dark red carved wooden arched door appeared in front of everyone, and an ancient aura rushed straight towards the door. Although he had already seen it once, seeing the crossing door for the second time, Kingpin was still shocked. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine what exactly was on the other side of this door. "Let's go." Laud glanced at Gwen and gestured her to follow him. Gwen glanced at Hashwalth deeply, as if she wanted to remember him. Then she got up and followed Laud. When the two came to the door, Laud suddenly stopped. He clicked his tongue and turned to look at Hashwalth. He pursed his lips and said, "I almost forgot the main thing. Nimue asked me to give you a gift." "Gift?" Hashwalth was slightly stunned, and then his face became a little strange. He remembered that last time he asked Nimue to make a tube of high-concentration spiritual fluid, but he found that it was a liquid bomb, and the power was quite terrifying. Later, when he went to ask, Nimue still put her hands on her hips and said with a self-righteous look, "High-concentration spiritual fluid is extremely unstable, and it is natural that it will explode. You are not a technical developer, and you don't know what to say. This time's gift. Could it be an explosion?" Hashwalth felt that he had a PTSD. The scene of the high concentration of spirit liquid explosion last time was still vivid in his mind. "Here." Laud raised his sleeve. An azure hell's butterfly flew out from his sleeve. This unique-looking hell's butterfly flapped her two small wings and landed on Hashwalth's shoulder. Laud said, "This is the hell's butterfly that Nimue specially made for you. He said that it is to make up for the debt from last time." "Make up?" When he heard these two words, Hashwalth subconsciously shivered. He always felt that the butterfly on his shoulder would explode. "Don't worry, it won't explode." Laud laughed and comforted him. "Miss Nimue is really fast. She analyzed Danga in just a few days and made hell's butterfly." Hearing Laud's guarantee, Hashwalth was completely relieved. He pushed his glasses and smiled. The importance of hell's butterfly was self-evident. With hell's butterfly, they could travel through the dangerous Danga and freely travel between the human world and soul society, so they didn't have to worry about being caught. Yes, thanks to her. Laud was also full of emotion. If not for Nimue, he would have to wait for the system to draw the lottery. In the original Soul Society, hell's butterfly was a special creature, which could be bred through breeding and other skills. Basically, each person was given one. But in the newly built Soul Society, there was no creature like hell's butterfly. Thanks to the memory sealed in his brain, Nimue found the research data about hell's butterfly from Kuratsuka Mayuri, and then worked overtime to make these three special hell's butterfly. But only hell's butterfly could not do it. He also needed to collect data from the Danga and monitor the changes of the detention flow at any time, in case Death God accidentally encountered the detention in the Danga. This required a whole set of technical support, so Nimue had been very tired these days. By the way, ordinary hell's butterfly had the three major functions of guiding Death God, monitoring the boundary, blocking, and ignoring the space communication. But these three hell's butterfly were different. They were specially made by Nimue. In addition to the above three functions, they could also open the gate to monitor and order other hell's butterfly. "Sir, please thank Miss Nimue for me." Hashwalth nodded slightly and said with a smile, "When I finish my task and return, I will bring her some small gifts. Children are very vengeful. After receiving the gift, you must return the gift, otherwise you will definitely be scolded. This is Hashwalth's personal experience. You are surprisingly considerate." Laud smiled, indicating that he would definitely convey the message, and then stepped into the realm gate. Gwen followed closely behind. "Farewell, my lord." Hashwalth straightened his back and watched Laud and Gwen leave. Soul Society. In fact, Laud had thought about how to settle Gwen for a long time. The human world definitely can't. The destructive power of an Aegis level hollow was definitely no less than that of a war. If he attracted another superhero to attack him, no matter what the outcome would be, it would not conform to Lod's current Loki idea. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Lod felt that it was still safer for Soul Society. Hungry. Gwen took a deep breath and looked at Lod with eager eyes. Haven't you just eaten? Lod couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Hungry. I want to eat the soul. Gwen licked her lips and pointed at the distant Rukanga. Her scarlet eyes looked through the white bone mask and showed undisguised desire to devour. Can I eat those people? No. Lod shook his head and decisively refused Gwen. During the time after Soul Society was built, the souls of the human world had gradually begun to flow into Soul Society. Although the current number was not a lot, he already felt that his authority in hell had increased a little. Although it was only a little bit, Lod firmly believed that if this continued, his authority would become stronger and stronger until it was enough for him to swallow other hell fragments and dimensions. Therefore, the souls of Rukanga were the most important, and they would absolutely not allow anyone to wantonly slaughter them. But I am hungry. Gwen forcefully suppressed her desire to devour and said pitifully, if I don't eat the soul, I will degenerate. Lod was already prepared for this. He casually threw out a dim light ball. Try this. See if it works. This was a low-level soul. The reason why Ajichas devoured his own kind was nothing more than soul power. Therefore, Lod had a sudden idea. Since they were all souls anyway, it was better to feed Gwen with these souls. Perhaps it could satisfy the evolutionary requirements of Ajichas. Gwen swallowed the dim light ball in one gulp and smacked her lips. She said reluctantly, too little, not enough, at least 100. 100. Lod's face twitched slightly and he could not help but gasp. This was only feeding once. How many souls would it take to feed Gwen until she reached Vasto Lord? Looking at Gwen again, this wasn't even an Ajichas. This was clearly a gluttonous beast. Master. I still want to. Gwen came over and looked at Lod with eager eyes. I raised it myself. I raised it myself. I raised it myself. Lod kept repeating this sentence in his heart and then threw 99 low-level souls to Gwen in pain. Chapter 137. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. A ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window. Frank, who was lying on the bed covered in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was an old wooden ceiling. The ceiling was connected to each other. Because it had not been repaired all year round, it had already been soaked in the rain. If one looked carefully, they could see the marks of worms on the wood. This was a loft, and the furnishings were very simple. Apart from the bed and bedding that had been pieced together with wooden planks and swayed a little while asleep, there was only a chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the entire loft. Although the decoration was very simple, Frank was at ease because this was the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. I didn't die. This was the first thought that came to Frank's mind, but the intense pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. He felt as if all the bones and muscles in his body had been crushed by a car. This was good news. Because he felt pain, it proved that he was still alive. It was a good thing to be alive, but it was also a pity. Memories slowly emerged. Frank's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. In the end, he still could not avenge Gwen. Frank sighed and sat up from the bed. Looking at the remaining half of his left arm and the butterfly-shaped bandaging technique, Frank could not help but reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This kind of bandaging technique that was clearly the works of little girl, it was obvious that it was done by Nimue. Frank was not sad because he lost an arm. After all, it was a miracle that he was still alive in that situation. He got up and put on clothes. Frank packed up and went downstairs. In the living room, Nimue held a large basin of ice cream and sat barefoot on the sofa, watching TV as she ate. She said with her eyes fixed, don't move around for a while. Otherwise, if the wound breaks, don't come to me again. Frank had a bitter look on his face. He nodded and said, "Where is Lod? I have something to ask him." Nimue pointed in the direction of the underground space. "Brother is at the training ground, but I suggest that you go there later." "Why?" Frank asked doubtfully. "Brother is performing the sword zen. He doesn't like to be disturbed. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't want to get beaten up, it's best if you don't go." As Nimue spoke, another 2 large spoons of ice cream fell into her stomach, and her eyes were still fixed on the cartoons on the TV. "Then I'll wait for him downstairs." Frank glanced at the TV. Inside, there were cats and mice. He shook his head and walked into the underground space. Inside the training ground, Lod sat cross-legged on a flat ground. His Zanpakuto was above his crossed legs and he closed his eyes as if he was meditating. As soon as Frank came down, Lod opened his eyes. "Still can't." Lod sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing through his eyes. He insisted on talking to his Zanpakuto every day, but every time, he was kicked out of his inner world by force. Was there any death god who was worse than him? It was estimated that in the entire history of Soul Society, there were only a few people who were rejected by his own Zanpakuto, right? But it didn't matter. Who asked him to covet his ability? As long as he persevered, his Zanpakuto would obey him sooner or later. Seeing Frank walking towards him, Lod calmed his mood and looked up to ask, "You came to find me to ask what happened that day?" Frank nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I want to ask, how is Kingpin and that hollow?" Lod sighed slightly and said the words he had prepared beforehand, "Unfortunately, when I arrived, I could only save you in time. As for Kingpin, he was taken away." Frank's expression changed and he asked doubtfully, "Who took Kingpin away?" "It was the Quincy." Lod said regretfully, "Hashwalth suddenly appeared and took Kingpin away." Hashwalth. When he heard this name, Frank's heart sank and his face became livid. Although he did not witness the last New York war with his own eyes, he could feel the terrifying spiritual power from dozens of streets away. The feeling of crushing his entire body was still fresh in his memory. An enemy that even the captain could not stop, it was even more impossible for Lod to stop him. Frank continued, "What about that hollow?" Lod shook his head and sighed, "Unfortunately, when that hollow saw me coming, he had already escaped through Gargantat." Escaped? This result made Frank somewhat unable to accept it. He cried out in surprise, "Are you kidding me? With your strength, you actually let it run away?" Lod did not even lift his eyelids. He said coldly, "Speaking of this, I have to thank you. If you had not given it an arm, it would not have evolved into a Ajichas, let alone open the Gargantat." Frank was speechless. He had seen what Ajichas meant from 100 things that Death God had to know. He already had the IQ of a human, so it was normal for him to run away after seeing Lod. Incidentally, this book was made up by Nimue, and the content was about some common knowledge problems of Death God and Hollow. There is one more thing. Lod took out a cell phone from his pocket and threw it to Frank. He said, "Take this cell phone and don't lose it." "What is this?" Frank caught the phone, put it in his hand and played with it a few times, and asked with a puzzled face. "This is called a messenger." Lod said faintly, "The various teams in Soul Society are used to convey orders to the modern world Death God, and the machines to detect the surrounding spirit bodies." Frank looked at his phone and suddenly had an ominous premonition. "You gave me this, don't tell me you want to." "That's right." Lod nodded solemnly and said, "Soul Society's order has been issued. From today on, you are the official Death God in charge of the New York area." The corners of Frank's mouth twitched. "New York? I am in charge?" Lod nodded and said, "That's right. Kill some hollow who invaded the world. These tasks are all under your control. Wait a minute. There was a lot of information in the air. Frank covered his forehead and asked, if I'm the one killing the hollows. What are you doing? I, of course, am in charge of supervising you. Do you know how big New York is? With just me as a death god, even if I die from exhaustion, I won't be able to do it. Frank took a few deep breaths in a row to avoid angering himself to death. It doesn't matter. Lodge showed a kind smile. Death God won't die of exhaustion. Moreover, Soul Society doesn't have an 8-hour working system. But, what if I can't do it? Frank was still a little unwilling and tried to struggle again. You will die. Frank was in a trance and felt as if he had joined a black company. There is no holiday. There is no 8 hours working system. No bonus and salary. 24 hours a year without rest. If you dare to ask for leave, you have to die. Chapter 138. Central City High School. Peter Parker lay motionless on the table, his eyes glancing out of the window from time to time, and his mind was full of the figure of the blonde girl. Hey Peter, you still alive? A fat man came over and patted the shoulder of the stunned teenager. Peter Parker looked up and glanced at it. Then he lay on the table and said weakly, Ned, I have no mind to joke with you. Let me lie down for a while, okay? This fat man named Ned was one of his best friends. If it was in normal times, Peter might have joked with him a few times, but today he had no idea at all. He just wanted to wait quietly. Ned's expression was a little strange. What's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about Gwen? Peter Parker's eyes were a little dim, and he said in a low muffled voice, I just want to know where she went. Ever since they parted at the pizza shop that day, Gwen had not come to school for a month. Generally speaking, as long as the students disappeared for 3 days, the school would definitely call the parents to ask. Unfortunately, the information that Gwen left behind was all fake. Not only that, when the school called the police, they found that even the name Gwen Stacy was fake. There was no such person. The police department simply set the case as missing. There are thousands of missing cases in New York City every year, and most of them are linked to the gangs in countless ways. They belong to cases that cannot be investigated at all. In the United States, black households have no human rights. Even if they were missing, the police were not qualified to investigate the case, so this matter could only be left unsettled in the end. Just like this. In just a month, almost everyone forgot about Gwen Stacy. Only Peter Parker refused to give up and searched for traces of Gwen every day. Give up, Peter. Ned's face was squeezed into a ball. He sighed and said, the police can't find her. Can you find her? No. Peter Parker said with a stubborn face, I will definitely be able to find Gwen. Seeing that his best friend was determined to not give up, Ned couldn't bear to strike him down. We've been looking for her for a month, and there's not even a clue. Are you sure Gwen is her real name? I'm sure, that must be her real name. Peter Parker firmly said, she told me that Gwen Stacy is her name. I believe she won't lie to me. Ned raised a thumb, in that case, I support you. I'll help you find it. Thank you, Ned. Peter Parker looked gratefully at Ned, got up and hugged him. I can help you too. A girl came over, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said faintly, if you are looking for someone, I can ask my uncle for help. He works at the police station in New York City. MJ. Looking at the girl, Peter Parker scratched his head awkwardly, a little embarrassed. The original name of the MJ was Michelle, and it was his crush. But now, in this situation, he always felt that it was a little inappropriate to let his crush help to find another girl. Michelle seemed to see Peter's hesitation. Without waiting for him to speak, she continued, the best way to find someone is the surveillance inside the police station, right? As soon as this was said, Peter Parker was silent. As Michelle had said, the fastest way to find Gwen was through the surveillance cameras in the police station. Thank you, MJ. Peter Parker took a deep breath and gave Michelle a grateful look. No need to thank me. Michelle smiled mischievously. When you find Gwen, remember to treat me to a meal. No problem. Peter Parker patted his chest and promised loudly. After school, Peter rode home alone. Hello, Peter Parker. A big man in a black leather jacket, with only one hand, suddenly appeared and stopped him. Peter Parker's heart skipped a beat. He thought that he had provoked someone he should not have. He carefully said, "Can I ask first, what are you looking for me for?" The big man stared at him with no expression. After a few seconds, he said, "My name is Frank Castell, I am Gwen's. I can barely be considered her colleague." Peter Parker's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "Do you know Gwen? Do you know where she is? I have been looking for her for a long time. How is she now?" Several questions in a row made Frank look a little sad. What happened? Seeing Frank's abnormal expression, Peter Parker subconsciously swallowed his saliva and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. She. Frank wanted to say something but hesitated, wondering if he should tell the boy about Gwen's death. She. What happened to her? Peter Parker widened his eyes, and his breathing could not help but speed up. His two hands clenched into fists, as if he was afraid to hear bad news. Frank sighed and said, "She is dead." Boom. This news was no less than a bolt from the blue, exploding directly in Peter's mind, making his brain blank. Seeing this scene, Frank's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. He originally did not want to tell Peter, but after thinking about it, as the only friend that Gwen recognized before his death, Peter had the right to know about Gwen's death. Dead. After a long time, Peter Parker was relieved. He looked at Frank in disbelief. His lips squirmed little by little. This is impossible. How can she die? She can't die. This is the truth. Frank looked sad and whispered, "I saw her die in front of me. I didn't protect her well. I'm sorry." Impossible. The veins on Peter Parker's face bulged. He used his greatest strength and shouted, "She can't die. You must be lying to me." Frank was silent. He took out a bloody rag from his arms and stuffed it into Peter Parker's hand. Peter Parker stiffly lowered his head and saw that in the center of the rag was a familiar spider pattern. His whole body was suddenly as cold as if he was immersed in an ice house. He recognized this pattern, which was exactly the same as the badge that Gwen gave him. Dead. Gwen is really dead. Peter Parker was pale, his eyes lost light, and his whole person was like a deflated balloon, paralyzed on the cold cement floor. Frank sighed, "Gwen is a very outstanding superhero. You are the only one who remembers her and the only friend she recognizes. I hope you can restrain your grief." After that, Frank turned and left. He did not tell Peter who Gwen's enemy was, because Peter was just an ordinary person, and there was no benefit in being involved. Peter Parker was confused and did not know how he returned home. Without paying attention to Aunt May's voice, Peter Parker went straight into the room and locked himself in it. He wanted to be quiet. Peter Parker buried himself under the pillow, his eyes were red and swollen from crying, and he tried his best to suppress his crying, not daring to let Aunt May and Uncle outside hear it. Tears flowed out of his eyes, wet the sheets and wet his face. I don't know how long I cried. Until all the sadness turned into powerlessness. Peter Parker suddenly remembered the badge, which was the last trace that proved the existence of Gwen. He was like a walking corpse, coming down from the bed and taking out the spider badge from his backpack. Gwen. Peter Parker clenched the badge tightly, and came out to read. Tears flowed out of his eyes again and fell on the badge drop by drop. Tears fell on the badge, and the shining spider pattern lit up. Buzz. In Peter Parker's surprised eyes, the spider badge actually opened from the middle. Whoosh. A colorful spider jumped out of the badge. Then the spider took advantage of Peter's stunned time to bite the back of his hand. Chapter 139. The spider squeezed out 2 sharp teeth from its mouth, and then ruthlessly pierced into the skin. Accompanied by the cramp-like pain, it instantly impacted the nervous system all over the body. Ow! Peter Parker couldn't help but shout. But even so, he did not let go of the badge, but held it more tightly in the palm of his hand. Paw! A big palm fell from the sky, and the colorful spider did not have time to escape. After completing his mission, he died and ended his short life. Peter Parker calmed down a little, and then saw the colorful color on the back of his hand, and the cold sweat on his forehead came down in an instant. It's over. Although his biology class results were not excellent, he still knew some basic common knowledge. Especially for creatures like spiders, according to the law of nature, the brighter the color of the creature, the stronger the toxicity. Colorful. How strong was the toxicity? Why did Gwen put such a poisonous spider in the badge box? Peter Parker was pale and suddenly felt that there seemed to be a volcano in his body. And the muscles all over the body have a slight spasm, his heart is beating erratically. He is poisoned. And the toxicity is very violent, it has been released in just a few seconds. Peter Parker suddenly shivered, thinking that he was too young to die from spider poisoning. Just as he got up in a hurry and was about to put on his clothes and go to the hospital, he saw the badge in his hand suddenly shoot out a blue light. The projection was in front of him. It reflected Gwen's figure. Gee. Gwen. Peter Parker paused and looked at the familiar girl. His brain suddenly became blank. I didn't expect. I can see Gwen again. Hello? Can you see me? I am Gwen Stacy. In the projection, Gwen waved at him, tilted her head and smiled playfully. Yes, yes. Peter Parker revealed a touch of sadness between his eyebrows. Although he knew that this was just an image set up in advance, he could not help but answer her. Only in this way, he felt that Gwen was still alive. Cough cough. Gwen coughed lightly and then said seriously, Peter, if you open this badge, it means that you have been bitten by that spider. I have to congratulate you in advance. You really put it in to bite me. Peter Parker looked down at the bite mark on the back of his hand. His heart was a little calmer. He believed that Gwen would not harm him. Don't worry, you won't die. Gwen smiled triumphantly, this is a mutant spider. After being bitten by it, there will be no life danger. Instead, it will give you something that you dream of. What I dream of? Although Peter Parker was full of doubts, he did not ask, but quietly waited for Gwen to explain. Don't you want to be a superhero? Gwen stuck out her tongue and smiled, after being bitten by this mutated spider, your gene sequence will mutate and then have a part of the spider's ability. Peter Parker's eyelids jumped, I won't become a giant spider, will I? That's too bad. Gwen seemed to have a telepathic connection and said, you won't become a giant spider. You can rest assured, just have some of the spider's abilities. For example, your limbs can be attached to the surface of various objects, have the super senses and strength after the proportion of spiders is enlarged, super fast metabolism, super self-healing speed far beyond ordinary people, premonition of all kinds of dangerous senses, and so on. Gwen snapped her fingers and told Peter Parker the ability of Spider-Man one by one. Peter Parker smiled and said, it sounds good. Gwen said, in short, you will become a superhuman, just like in the manga, but not as powerful as Superman. Hearing this, Peter smiled and could not help correcting, Superman is a Kryptonian, not a mutant after being bitten by a spider. Gwen ignored him and said to himself, "This is my birthday present for you. It will open on the day of your birthday. Do you like it?" Peter Parker held back his tears. Although it had been a week since his birthday, he nodded hard. "I like it. I like it very much, your birthday present. I like it very much." The projection Gwen's eyes gradually softened. He said softly, "I'm sorry, Peter. I did something wrong before, but fortunately, God cared for me so that I could meet you again. So this time, I will not stop your dream and become a superhero. Peter Parker, you will become the Spider-Man who protects this world. And I'm going to watch you, hee hee." Gwen smiled brilliantly. At this moment, the young man's tears could no longer be contained and wet his cheeks. "Oh right." Gwen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, "I almost forgot. You just became Spider-Man, so you definitely don't have a spider web spray and armor. There are designs in the badge, don't forget to make them yourself." This was not the end. From the angle of the spider web, to the movement of the spider web, and how to use super senses in battle. All the problems that may be encountered, all described one side to Peter Parker, and inserted in the video, explaining the application of Spider-Man's ability in all directions. Time passed quickly. After telling all the skills, projection Gwen looked at the front with deep affection. Peter Parker knew that Gwen was looking at him. Gwen stretched out a hand, seemingly wanting to touch Peter's cheek, but the projection could only pass through his face, not bringing the imaginary touch and warmth. "Peter, I'm leaving. Lastly, I have a sentence to give you. With great power, comes great responsibility. This is what you told me. I hope you don't forget your dream and your first heart to become a superhero." Whoosh. The projection ended and Gwen disappeared. Peter Parker seemed to have been drained of energy. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. He curled up his entire body and buried his head deeply in it. "Gwen. I will avenge you." This was the last thought in Peter Parker's mind, and then he fainted because of the high fever of genetic mutation, with the spider badge still in his hand. On this day, New York lost a Spider-Man, but also gave birth to a Spider-Man. Spider-Man Peter Parker. Chapter 140. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. Lod was lying on a bench, holding a fresh newspaper in his hand. He clicked his tongue as he read it. On the front page of the newspaper, there was a line of thick and large black characters, "Shocking. A spider-masked man appeared in New York, and he actually did such a thing in broad daylight." This title was obviously a bait. Together with the whole page, it almost occupied half of the picture of the newspaper, the coquettish sexy red striped tight clothes, and the classic Spider-Man gesture. It was almost certain that it was Peter Parker. Gwen had just left this world, and a new Spider-Man was born. It could only be said that it was worthy of Marvel World. This plot was far more powerful than what Lod imagined. Lod looked at the newspaper and smiled. This newspaper called Daily Bugle could be considered an old friend of Spider-Man to some extent. In a parallel universe, most of Peter's living expenses came from shooting his own Spider-Man photos for this newspaper, and there were various angles and postures. A great superhero actually fell to the point of selling his appearance to earn money. It can be said that the fan is heartbroken and cries, "What a pity. Interesting, the hero has returned." Lod looked at the newspaper, the classic style of Spider-Man, and an evil idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If the Arrancar Gwen suddenly appears in front of Peter Parker, I don't know what kind of sparks will be produced by the friction between these two people. The drama of lover killing each other felt exciting to think about it. But Lod thought about it on second thought. With the current progress of Gwen, if she wanted to grow up to be a Vasto Lord, it would take too long. even if he emptied out all of his assets. I'm afraid that it would not be enough for Gwen to evolve into Vasto Lord, and without the help of Gyaku, the Arrancar would be even more distant. It was already the most that Gwen could become Vasto Lord, and it was completely impossible for her to break through her own limit. It was not that he looked down on Gwen, but it was that Vasto Lord, who could independently break through, was a rare existence in the entire circle of Hollow, even rarer than Captain of a Death God. If you don't believe it, look at Bleach original work. Of the 10 Vasto Lord gathered by Aizen, the only one who did not borrow the strength of Gyaku, who independently broke through, was the number 1 Espada, Coyote Star K alone. And the other 9 Arrancar, all with the help of Gyaku, can break through their limit. Although this number 1 Espada's battle record is a bit tight, unable to force out Kyoraku Shunsui's Bankai and was killed, but this does not mean that he is really weak. After splitting half of his soul, he can still fight against the 2 top captains. If not for Stark's lazy and careless character, who wins and who loses is really uncertain. It was pulled away, and let us return to the topic. In the past month, the Collider was launched for the second time. The second activation time was very short, probably less than 10 seconds. Although the energy storm caused a large-scale stack phenomenon, fortunately, there were no casualties of ordinary people. The director of SHIELD inevitably became furious, ordering agent of SHIELD to move out to investigate the source of energy and the cause, but in the end, there were too few clues to find. The entire collider was transported to Soul Society by Hashwalth. The rest of the data and parameters related to the parallel universe were sealed in the Great Spirit Book corridor by Hashwalth. When the power grew in the future, perhaps he would consider reopening the parallel universe plan. Ding. Acquired, low-grade soul *10. Acquired, low-grade soul *10. The system notification interrupted Lod's thoughts. He didn't need to look to know that it was his hard-working subordinate, Frank. Although he said that he wouldn't do it, his professionalism was really amazing. Ever since he officially entered the profession, Frank had been running between the various districts in New York every day. He was either passing over a dead soul or fighting with a certain hollow to earn souls loyally for Lod. The food expenses of Gwen was basically earned by Frank alone. The capitalist next door was about to cry when they saw him. It's over. I'm going to fall too. Lod lay on the bench, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise crazily. No wonder capitalists like to be black company bosses. It turned out that it was such a good thing to lie down and collect money. He wondered if he should award Frank with the Best Employee Award to comfort the hard-working man. Otherwise, what if he went on strike? After all, there was only one tool person. When this matter was mentioned, Lod felt sad. There were only 4 such people in the Big Soul Society. 2 of them did not work and 1 went on a business trip. It seemed that the only person who could be used was Frank. Moreover, as Soul Society got on the right track, Lod felt more and more that he did not have enough manpower. When will I be able to get the Spiritual Arts Academy? Lod sighed, and his heart was filled with emotion. It was really difficult to be an entrepreneur. If he could have the Spiritual Arts Academy, he would not have to worry about not having enough manpower. He could also specially cultivate a group of loyal Death God. At that time, he could lay down and collect souls. Speaking of Soul Society. As Frank wandered away from New York City, the number of souls that died in the Rukanga was increased. After the number of souls broke through the 1,000 mark, Lod could clearly feel that his hell authority was gradually increasing, but the increase was too slow. It was a good thing that the power of hell increased. Although he was still seated officer, he could temporarily borrow the spiritual power inside Soul Society. In this way, Lod did not need to worry anymore. His Bankai spiritual power was not enough. However, there were pros and cons to this move. The advantage was that it could make up for the shortcomings of spiritual power in a short period of time, and the disadvantage was that it would extract the power of the souls in Rukanga. Once the borrowing time was too long, the souls accumulated in Rukanga would die because of excessive exhaustion of strength. When Lod was lying on the bench and taking a nap, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. "Hello, is Mr. Lod here? I am SHIELD's agent Phil Carlson. Do you have time now?" Because Nemu was busy experimenting with Soul Society during this period of time, Lod could only go over and open the door himself. When he opened the door, he saw that Carlson was smiling. He said, "Long time no see, Mr. Lod." "Long time no see." Lod looked at Carlson with a strange look in his eyes. After not seeing him for a while, why did he feel that Carlson's head seemed to have become a little bald, showing signs of developing towards leading the braised eggs? Carlson ignored Lod's gaze and revealed a professional fake smile, revealing the purpose of the strip. "There is something that I might have to trouble you to do. It is about Hollow. Chapter 141. About Hollow? The first thing Lod thought was, did something happen to New York again? But on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't his handyman Frank still in New York? Moreover, there hasn't been any high-intensity responses from spiritual power in New York recently. It's just some ordinary low-level hollow. Frank can solve it by himself. SHIELD wouldn't come to him for such a small matter, right?" Carlson carefully looked around. After making sure that no one was following him, he whispered, "Mr. Lod, this matter is relatively secretive. Can you let me in to talk?" Seeing that his expression was serious and did not seem to be fake, Lod turned to make way. "Come in." "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lod." Carlson breathed a sigh of relief and quickly squeezed in. He looked sneaky as if he was afraid of being seen by others. Before closing the door, Lod suddenly turned around. He looked at a sparrow on the branch at the door and smiled meaningfully. "Silver Fox, the target seems to have found me. Reason?" He just glanced at the sparrow. That look, it was like he passed through a screen. "Don't be affected by the illusion. He can't find you through the monitor. Got it? I will continue. N." After Carlson entered the door, in front of Lod, he literally transformed into another person. "Carlson." He tore off his entire face, then took off his wig and shook his head, revealing the long red wavy hair and a beautiful face. It was the famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. "Tell me, what are you looking for me for?" Lod looked very calm and was not surprised at all, as if she had already expected it. Natasha pursed her sexy red lips and complimented with a smile, "Mr. Lod is really amazing. I disguised myself so well, but you actually noticed me." Lod sat on the bench, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "Everyone's spiritual power is different, so it is useless to pretend in front of Death God." The truth was exactly so. Every living creature had spiritual power, and it was just that the degree of strength was different. He could find that the sparrow was fake, and naturally, he could also find out that Carlson was fake. "It seems that we still know too little about you." Natasha was confused and did not understand what spiritual power was at all. She could only imagine it as a special energy. Lod did not even lift his eyelids and said, "Let's hurry up and get down to business. Before that, can I ask if this room is safe?" Natasha hesitated for a moment and then realized that something was wrong. She changed her tone, "I mean, there is no monitoring equipment, or someone else is eavesdropping, right?" Lod said indifferently, "If someone wants to die, I don't mind fulfilling their wish." Within the absolute spiritual space he had constructed, no one or equipment would be able to discover them, let alone eavesdrop. Unless there was a bald woman who was bored enough to use time stone to peep at their conversation, if that was the case, then he had nothing to say. "Then I am relieved." Hearing this guarantee, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief and then put on a serious expression. Mr. Lod, please help us. Natasha bowed deeply to him. Lod glanced at her. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Don't do this. I feel disgusted. One child was always like this. They were either pretending to be warm or friendly if they need an assistance. After looking at it a few times, he was already tired of it. Natasha muttered in her heart. Her expression did not change at all. She sorted out her thoughts and said, do you remember the evil organization we mentioned before, Hydra? Hydra. Lod's expression was a little strange. I remember. An evil organization that proclaimed themselves to be righteous all over the world. What's wrong? Natasha felt that his gaze seemed a little strange, but she did not think too much about it. She continued, here's the thing. We found a secret base of Hydra in New Mexico and found that they were conducting an evil experiment about Hollow. And then, Lod's eyelids jumped. If he was not wrong, he had already guessed the following plot. Our agent sneaked into the base and found that the Hydra captured more than a dozen Hollow through special magnetic field equipment. It was experimenting with living people and trying to turn humans into monsters. Natasha said with a face full of anger. Looking at her indignant look, she was like a righteous person who protected world peace, fully showing her performance level as an excellent agent. If she didn't work for agent in the future and went to Hollywood to be an actress, Lod estimated that she would be able to get an Oscar. So, did they succeed? Lod blew a mouthful of the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. Not yet. Natasha shook her head. What a pity. Lod sighed in his heart. If the Hydra really succeed, then he would be too happy. Maybe he would have to thank Fury. The number of Hollow who naturally transformed was too little. If the number increased, then he wouldn't have to worry about where to get his soul. Since they didn't succeed, then why did you come to me? Lod said with a lack of interest. What Natasha said just now, more than 90 of it was false, and she deliberately concealed the most critical problem. It was Nick Fury. In the secret base of New Mexico, he used a special magnetic field device to capture more than 10 Hollow. He studied the structure and transformation process of Hollow and tried to use reverse engineering to let humans have Hollow's power. As a result, during the research process, there was an irreversible accident. And it was estimated that the accident was not small, causing the soy egg to have to throw the black pot to Hydra and ask Natasha to come and ask him to save the scene. Did the soy egg really think he was a firefighter? Natasha bit the bullet and said, Mr. Lod, we would like to ask you to eliminate the monsters in the New Mexico laboratory. No. Lod lowered his eyes and pretended to be asleep. But, isn't it your task to eliminate Hollow? Natasha said awkwardly. That's in New York. Lod said lightly, New Mexico is too far away. It's not under my jurisdiction. You should find someone else. Chapter 142. It was, quite embarrassing. Natasha was speechless. She had thought about many reasons for being rejected, but she had never thought that it was actually such a reason. What do you mean that New Mexico is too far away from your jurisdiction? Is Death God still in care about jurisdiction? As for the other person, where could they find other Death God to help? Before coming here, Fury had confidently assured her that as long as he pulled out Hydra and Hollow to take the blame, according to the data analyzed by the experts, he would definitely help. Now, it seemed that he had been completely deceived. Natasha gritted her teeth and thought that when she went back, she would definitely tear the faces of those idiot experts. Mr. Lod, Natasha was unwilling and wanted to persuade him. After all, he was the only one who could solve this problem. Stop. Lod directly raised his hand and interrupted her. He did not even lift his eyelids and said, I'm not interested. I don't want to go. It's just a few Hollow. I don't believe that you, shield, can't solve it. It was too much of a waste of time and energy to make a trip to New Mexico for a few hollow. He would not do such a thankless task. What's more, you need to solve the trouble caused by your soy egg by yourself. This. I'm afraid it is really not possible. Natasha looked bitter. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said, "In fact, there is one more thing that we have not told you. A very strange thing happened in New Mexico's base, causing those hollow to mutate." Mutate. Hearing this, Lod was suddenly refreshed and a little interested. Interesting. Let's hear it. I can't say one or two sentences clearly. Just look at this video and you will probably understand the problem. Natasha took out a tablet from nowhere and placed it in front of Lod. Then, she pressed the play button. Rumble. The dark black clouds covered the sky like a curtain. The thick clouds surged like a tide, and from time to time a dazzling thunder flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar that resounded through the entire horizon. On the desolate New Mexico plains, a storm that connected the sky and the earth whistled over. Everywhere it passed, the tree roots would firmly grab the soil, but they were inevitably uprooted and rolled up 100 meters into the sky along with the soil. After the storm and thunder, it was rain. The surging raindrops were like the roar of a dragon king, and the current that poured down in an instant was like a rapid and terrifying waterfall. At this moment, the storm, thunder, and wind covered all the sounds in the world. Lod looked up at Natasha and asked her, "You want me to see this?" Natasha pursed her dry lips and said solemnly, "Mr. Lod, keep watching. The focus is still on the end." The thunderstorm lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the thick black clouds suddenly surged violently. "It's coming. Mr. Lod, please watch," Natasha suddenly said. Boom. The dark clouds that covered nearly 10,000 miles of the sky were instantly torn apart. The dazzling rainbow light beam tore through the night sky like a god throwing a sword that could destroy the world. It pierced through the dark clouds and fell from the sky like a meteor. Even through the electronic screen, the dazzling rainbow light made Lod feel as if he was in the field. He felt a strong sense of oppression that was almost suffocating, as if his entire soul was trembling. Rainbow. Lod lowered his eyes and wiped away the dust from the distant memories hidden in the depths of his mind. Gradually, a person appeared. A slender finger paused the video, and then enlarged the image continuously. Without waiting for Lod to speak, Natasha spoke first. "Mr. Lod, please wait a moment. Take a closer look at the rainbow and see if there is something inside." Lod looked down and found that it was as she said. After it was magnified 100 times, the picture became extremely blurry. It was almost a formation made of a pile of pixels. This was also thanks to SHIELD's black technology. Ordinary equipment would not be able to do this. After careful observation, one could see that in the countless pixels of various colors of the rainbow, there was a very inconspicuous pixel. Keep looking. The place where the rainbow fell is the base of God. Hydra. Natasha wiped her sweat and almost said something wrong. Lod continued to look. The dazzling rainbow light wrapped around an object, stirring up the surrounding storm and wind. It was like a flood dragon breaking out of the sea. It let out an earth-shaking roar, pulling out a huge wave of air visible to the naked eye, and fell on the top of the secret experimental base of Hydra. Boom. With a world-shaking bang, all the images in the video disappeared, leaving only a dazzling white light bursting out, as if a huge sun had appeared in the sky. From the place where the rainbow fell, a visible shockwave spread out in a circular shape, blocking all the tons of rain outside, and the ground continuously collapsed in the midst of the unbearable wail. The huge impact of kinetic energy instantly destroyed the several layers of armor above the base. What followed was the devastating lightning. The destructive power instantly exploded and destroyed all the control equipment in the base. At this point, the video ended. Natasha said bitterly, I don't think I need to tell you what happened after that. You should have already guessed it, right? Lod nodded. There was really no need to think about what happened after that. The special magnetic field equipment in the laboratory must have malfunctioned after encountering such a powerful lightning attack. Without the control of the special magnetic field, there was no need to explain what hollow would do to the people in the laboratory. Regarding the rainbow light and the falling object, Lod had roughly guessed what it was. But for the sake of safety, Lod still pretended not to know and asked, that meteorite, what is it? Natasha's face suddenly became a little strange. After hesitating for a moment, she said hesitantly, you may not believe it. It is a hammer. It was indeed it. The hammer of Thunder God, Mjolnir. It seemed that the first prince of Asgard had finally come to Earth for training. But the problem was still not solved. The Thunder God hammer and hollow were completely unrelated. Was there a single scent of their relationship? Lod took a sip of tea and said lightly, even if a hammer falls from the sky, it is not the reason you came to me, right? But there is a big problem with the hammer. Natasha said, later, we sent several elite teams to the secret base of Hydra to try to destroy the experimental data and hollow, but, without exception, they all failed. Continue, Lod said. Natasha sighed. She glanced at Lod and continued, the reason why they failed, was because those hollow mutated. Mutated. They have become very tall. They are as tall as a building and can emit red energy waves from their mouths. And there is an invisible wall near them, causing our people to be unable to get close at all. A team tried to break through and get close to them, but the result was that they died on the spot without any external injuries. It looks like their souls have been absorbed. Lod rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, if that's the case, you should have other ways, right? For example, long-range weapons, or something. It's a pity. We tried it. Natasha shook her head and said, we modified missiles into weapons with specific magnetic fields, but when we were about to approach them, we were destroyed by a creature that looked like a cheetah. Chapter 143. Cheetah. It sounded a little familiar. Lod frowned and thought of a possibility, but he needed to confirm it again. Wait, you said that hollow looks like a cheetah, then does it have the same size as a cheetah? Lod asked. That hollow is slightly larger than an ordinary cheetah, and his movement speed is very fast. His limit is about 5 to 10 times the speed of sound, and he can disappear and reappear in an instant. He can also launch red energy attacks from his mouth, and his destructive power is similar to that of a space-to-air missile. Natasha calmly described. One of Agent's essential skills was to accurately describe the characteristics of the mission information. For Natasha, it was the basic skill. After listening to the above information, Lod could basically conclude. The hollow that was the size of a cheetah was a mutated Aegyptus. However, there was one thing that Lod was curious about. According to Natasha, it was not difficult to guess that when they captured and studied those hollow, they were not the big hollow. However, after the Rainbow Bridge and the hammer of the Thunder God fell, for some unknown reason, those hollow, one by one, seemed to have eaten a hormone, and suddenly mutated into Big Hollow. Moreover, among the group of Big Hollow, there was actually an Aegyptus. It was outrageous. Aegyptus was a rare breed that could only be born after devouring hundreds of its own kind. The birth process of Gwen was already very outrageous, but he didn't expect that there was an even more outrageous one here. Was this effect of the Rainbow Bridge, or the effect of the Thunder God hammer? Or was it the combination of the Rainbow Bridge and the Thunder God hammer that caused this particular situation? If he could control this power, did it mean that he could create Jillian and Aegyptus infinitely? By then, wouldn't they have an endless supply of souls? What Gwen? What soul society? Isn't that a piece of cake? At the thought of this, Lod's heart became hot, as if he saw a gold mountain waving at him. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the trivial matters of Asgarda. But now it seemed that it was really necessary to get involved in this muddy water. Not for anything else, but purely for profit. How many hollow did you find in that base? Lod picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. He slightly concealed the passion in his eyes and asked. Natasha said without hesitation, according to the previous investigation results, it should be around 32, but I don't know how many there are now, because our people can't get close to there. 32 hollow. Hearing this number, Lod's eyelids jumped. This Shield's ability to court death was also rising. He made dozens of big hollow in one go, and there was also a Ajichas. This lineup was simply luxurious. Not to mention anything else, the single cheetah Ajichas might have the combat power of captain-level death god. Cough cough, the captain-level death god here was referring to Meguru Mackense. Big hollow, like Jillian and Ajichas, was a combination of countless souls. Ordinary humans would be shattered by the overflowing spiritual power if they were a little closer. Then, they would be mercilessly absorbed by Big Hollow. The long-range missile that Shield was relying on would be destroyed by Zero before it even reached the location of the explosion. No wonder. The patient who had been persecuted to the late stage of delusion actually wanted Natasha to ask him for help. It seemed that there was really no other way. Please, Mr. Lod, only you can save the world now. Natasha made a pitiful expression and looked at Lod with tears in her eyes, trying to win his sympathy. This matter is very difficult to handle. Lod frowned and sighed with a serious expression. If I'm not wrong, the cheetah you are talking about is likely to be a great hollow of the Ajichas level. Ajichas? Natasha suddenly had a bad feeling. Mr. Lod, what do you mean by this? Lod was too lazy to explain, so he said perfunctorily, it's the form of the big hollow after evolution. The gap between the two is probably the same as the gap between a monkey and a human. A very vivid metaphor. At least this time Natasha understood, and her good face instantly turned pale. The difference between a monkey and a human was hundreds of thousands of years, and it was almost like two different dimensions. In other words, Ajichas and the other hollow were not on the same level at all. Then are you confident that you can eliminate the Ajichas? Natasha asked nervously. Lod glanced sideways and sneered, how is that possible? I'm just an ordinary death god, my opponent is the great hollow of the Ajichas level. I need to be at least a vice captain or above to deal with him. Then what should we do? Natasha was completely panicked at this moment. That kind of monster was actually made by her own people. Just thinking about it now made her feel terrible, and she even wanted to go back and blow up the soy egg fury. Lod deliberately hesitated for a long time, then sighed faintly and said, I can't defeat the Ajichas alone. I can only report it to Siriti and see if the captains are willing to take action. Although the trip to New Mexico is inevitable, he can't be too impatient, otherwise it will be easy to be caught by the old fox. So, he had to drag it out. He dragged it until Shield couldn't wait and dragged it until the soy egg was burning with anxiety. If he went, there wouldn't be any problems. In short, he could use the captain's name to keep Shield in suspense. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Lod. Natasha's eyes lit up. The strength of the captain-level death god was obvious to all. If the so-called Siriti is really willing to send a captain, presumably the problem of New Mexico will naturally be solved. Don't be too happy too early. Although it is the great hollow of the Ajichas level, it does not mean that Soul Society will definitely send the captain to the modern world. Lod poured a basin of cold water on Natasha and deliberately hung her. Why? Isn't it Death God's duty to destroy those monsters and protect humans? Natasha widened her eyes and asked in confusion. That's true. Lod spread his hands and said helplessly, but how can we know what the people above are thinking? Natasha's face was extremely pale. She had never been so angry. Those people who only knew how to play politics were still thinking about the power in her hands even though the world was about to be destroyed. You go back first. Lod stood up to send the guests off. If Seoul Society agrees to send the captain out, I will inform you in time. Understood. Natasha sighed in her heart. It seemed that she was destined to return empty-handed today. Chapter 144. 1 Hield, the building. After returning to Shield, Natasha and Carlson changed their identities once again. Then, Natasha went to the top floor alone, pushed open the door of the director's office, and walked in. Director, I'm back. Fury sat on the black office chair, acting like a big shot with his hands crossed in front of his chest. His one eye was deep and solemn. Natasha, from the looks of it, the mission should have failed. Yes. Natasha nodded and then told the contents of her conversation with Lod in full detail. Ajichas. After hearing this, Fury revealed a thoughtful expression. One Eye flashed a meaningful look and said, "It seems that this creature named Hollow is far more powerful than we imagined. If we can master this power, we might no longer need to fear Death God. Do we continue?" Natasha looked a little complicated and whispered, "Maybe, we shouldn't have touched the unknown field. Is the lesson of this accident not big enough? Dozens of top biological research experts died, 3 elite tactical teams died, and the experimental site of tens of millions of dollars was lost. Even SHIELD could not bear such a loss. The lesson is a lesson, the experiment is an experiment." Nick Fury leaned back and said in a low voice, "Humans are the only ones protecting humans, so this is a necessary method. Otherwise, how are we going to deal with Death God? Why do we have to deal with Death God?" Natasha laughed at herself. Their duty is to protect humanity, not to destroy humanity. Don't get it wrong, Agent Romanoff. Nick Fury's face was slightly cold. He leaned forward and his one eye shot out an extremely oppressive gaze. He said coldly, "This is not a game between countries, but a game between humans and gods. Do you want to bet the fate of all humanity as a bet to believe a so-called Death God?" There were two sides to things. For example, from another perspective, although Ajichas destroyed the laboratory, it also proved from the side how great the potential ability of a creature like Hollow was. At least on Ajichas, Fury saw a glimmer of hope that could allow SHIELD to have the power to keep Seoul Society in check. A failure of 2 times was not terrible. Didn't the birth of an atomic bomb also sacrifice many people? But what was the result? The appearance of the first atomic bomb directly contributed to the hegemony of the United States. On the other hand, those countries without atomic bombs could only tremble under the threat of nuclear bombs. Therefore, Fury firmly believed one thing. As long as the experiment continued, sooner or later, they would be able to master and control the power of those creatures. Humans must not rely on their fate and future on the so-called Seoul Society and Death God. They must have the power to rival them. Only in this way could humans have the hope to fight to the death and even turn the tide when danger arrived. Natasha was speechless. As an agent who had experienced the Cold War herself, she understood this thought very well. It could not be said to be wrong, but it could not be said to be right. This was a game between humans and gods. From the beginning, the two sides had no basis for mutual trust, and the peaceful scene in front of them was just a short bubble. But once the bubble broke, what would be waiting for humans? No one could guarantee that the so-called Seoul Society would definitely stand on the side of humans. Natasha sighed in her heart. In fact, there was one more thing that she had not said. SHIELD was protecting all of humanity, or perhaps America. All right. Nick Fury closed his eyes and did not want to continue arguing. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave first, Agent Romanoff." "Yes, Director. Natasha sighed and took a deep look at Nick Fury. Then, she turned and left the office. 3 days passed in a flash. During this period, Natasha came again and asked Lod if he was willing to send the captain to help them. However, Lod rejected them on the grounds that he had not received a reply. 32 Jillian and 1 Ajichas, such a luxurious lineup could not be underestimated, so before Lod set off, he needed to be fully prepared. In the past few months, Frank's supply speed was barely able to keep up with Gwen's devouring speed, so the remaining souls in his account did not increase much, but it did not decrease. Lod glanced at the souls, which were not enough for 10 consecutive draws, so he could only set his target on the special store system. Open the special store. The goods in the special store would be updated at dawn every month. The goods that were refreshed in the first 2 months were either too expensive or completely useless to him. Therefore, he had not consumed them for a long time. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of this trip to see if there was anything that could be used. I hope this time you can give me a lot of strength. Lod rubbed his hands in anticipation, hoping that this special store could provide a lot of strength. Gold, item, Shrift, M, miracle. Price, high-grade soul *10. Evaluation, believe me, as long as you have it, the miracle will belong to you. Blue, item, limb repairing serum. Price, low-grade soul *50. Evaluation, it has been said before. Blue, prop, flesh explosion. Price, low-grade soul *50. Evaluation, a must-have drug for the organization, an early work of Kuratsuka Mayuri. Suggested to be used by limb repairing serum. White, item, hairspray hand. Price, low, soul *10. Evaluation, a must-have skill for pretending to be X. With it, you will be standing in the sky from now on. Suggested to match glasses to eat better. Gold, Zanpakuto, Wabisuk. Price, medium soul *5. Evaluation, a buried Zanpakuto. Ability limit depends on the level of the owner, spiritual power. Purple, item, spiritual power binding device. Price, medium soul *1. Evaluation, spiritual power who can bind others. Purple, Eisen's brush, remnant. Price, medium soul *10. Evaluation, recorded part of Eisen's past experimental notes. White, item, Captain Haori. Price, low, soul *10. Evaluation, weary that symbolizes the honor of Division 13, can decide the number of the independent division. Gold, item, God transformation. Price, medium soul *10. Evaluation, a necessary tool that can forcibly copy Zanpakuto's body and materialize it. Purple, item, superior, spiritual power orb *10. Price, medium, soul *5. Evaluation, those who used it to quickly raise spiritual powers level have all agreed. After browsing through all the items, Lod already had a choice in his heart. First, it was a superior grade spiritual power orb, which could greatly increase spiritual powers level. It was a good opportunity to make up for his weakness. Second, it was Wabisuk. Lod had been eyeing this Zanpakuto for a long time, and its ability was quite abnormal. In short, Wabisuk's ability was to make objects that were cut become heavier and heavier until the target that Zanpakuto hit could not bear his weight and fell to the ground. Just think about it. What kind of ending would it be for his target after being hacked dozens or hundreds of times by the target? Tisk tisk. Lod thought about it, the picture was simply too beautiful. Chapter 145. After 5 whole days, Shield finally received a reply. Lod told him through the phone that Soul Society had decided to send a captain to the modern world to resolve this matter. After learning of this matter, Nick Fury expressed his gratitude and respect for Soul Society's deep and righteous actions on behalf of all humanity. The words on this official's face, it was obvious that he was an old fox. After they put on a show of affection, Nick Fury asked again kindly if he needed to send someone to greet the captain who was about to arrive. After all, if it's the human world, the captain level was roughly equivalent to the important leadership of the country. In this regard, Lod expressed that there was no need to welcome him. The captain would directly appear in Shield at that time. There was no other meaning. He reiterated that it was definitely not to show off or to give the soy egg eye medicine. In the director's office, Fury, Hill, Natasha, and Carlson were already waiting by the side. The four of them looked solemn. They were dressed in neat clothes and suits. If anyone who did not know was present, they might think that they were waiting for the president when they saw the nervous expressions of the senior agent. In fact, they were waiting for the captain mentioned by Lod. At 11 o'clock, the captain will personally come to your director's office. This was the exact words that Lod had told them. That was why Fury had summoned his three trusted subordinates today to welcome Captain of Soul Society, who was about to arrive. 10:58. It's time to go. Fury looked down at his watch to confirm the time. His mood was unusually complicated. On one hand, he was very curious about the position of Soul Society's captain. On the other hand, he did not want the captain to arrive as scheduled. Otherwise, it was tantamount to telling them that Shield's defense work was equivalent to a pile of mud. With this complicated and subtle mood, the expressions and thoughts on the four people's faces were different. As the watch pointer moved to the 11th position, the four people immediately held their breaths nervously and raised their heads to look forward to Soul Society's arrival. Ding! A bell sound suddenly rang and echoed in the office. It was strange that the sound of the bell seemed to have a magical power, which made Shield and the other three people, who were a little tired, feel refreshed. The calm space was like a lake that had been thrown by a stone. Clear circular ripples spread from small to large, until they formed a huge ripple with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. Such a strange space scene made the four people all look shocked. But what surprised them even more was what happened later. In the midst of the huge ripples, a dark red arched, carved door gradually turned from hollow to solid. Is this spatial technology? Fury's expression changed slightly, and his heart was in turmoil. Since the other party could appear inside Shield at will, it meant that they could appear anywhere in the world, including the bedroom of the idiot White House and the house of the members of the council. If they could master this technology. When the soy egg activated the brainstorm, as sinister as he was, he could instantly think of no less than 1,000 ways to use the space technology. Creak. The dark red ancient wooden door opened. White mist flowed out from the door and quickly filled the entire office. Step, 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 step. The sound of heavy footsteps came from inside the door. Everyone waited with bated breath, their eyes wide as they stared at the wooden door, their hearts filled with anticipation and nervousness. The first to appear in front of everyone was a black butterfly flapping its wings. Then, a figure stepped out of the wooden door. A pair of dark green eyes that were like thousands of years of ice under the messy silver hair, the angular face lines, and the handsome appearance was perfect and delicate like a sculpture. The captain of the 10th Division, Winter Monarch. Four people came out at a glance. This person was the captain who appeared during the New York War. Of course. The person who disguised himself as Sure. Hitsugaya was Lod, because Hashwalth still had something to do, and this time he was personally involved. Fortunately, the technique of disguising the appearance was not unfamiliar to Nimue, and it could even be said to be very familiar. Lod maintained the usual indifference of the captain, and his eyes swept over the four people. Even though he deliberately suppressed his spiritual power, when Fury and the others met Lod's gaze, they still felt a bone-piercing chill, as if they were thrown into an ice lake naked in winter. The moment Winter Monarch appeared, the temperature of the entire office dropped. The walls, windows, ceiling, and ground were all covered in a thin layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no doubt. This was a show of strength from Seoul society. This captain of Godi 13, when they first met, he froze the street in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters, causing a loss of millions of dollars, making everyone deeply engrave the two words Seoul society into their minds. A trace of vigilance flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. It seemed that his idea was indeed correct. Human beings must have the power to balance Seoul society. Hello, Mr. Winter Monarch. Nick Fury was worthy of being an old fox. He immediately put on a warm face and complimented, "I welcome you on behalf of all mankind and the United States. I sincerely thank Seoul society." Carlson followed closely behind and said with a smile, "Mr. Winter Monarch, long time no see. Do you still remember me? There's no need to talk nonsense." Lod tried his best to portray little Hitsugaya's identity. His eyes were cold as he said, "I came to the modern realm just to kill that Ajichas." Nick Fury's expression froze for a moment, but it quickly turned into a smile. "No problem. We have already prepared the carrier Eagle fighter. If you are willing, you can leave at any time." Originally, he wanted to get some information about Seoul society from the captain, but now it seemed that there was no chance. It was too cold. If he said a few more words, the green plants in the office would freeze to death. Nick Fury gave Carlson a look. The latter nodded in understanding. "Mr. Winter Monarch, please come with me." Carlson made an inviting gesture and smiled. "You have not come to the human world many times, so I will go with you this time and help you deal with trivial matters." "Yes." Lod's face was cold, and he nodded slightly, agreeing with his suggestion. On the top floor of the Triangle Wings, a carrier Eagle fighter jet, which had been parked long ago, carried Lod and Carlson and took off. Boom! The tail of the carrier Eagle fighter jet shot out two blazing white flames, turning into a terrifying propelling force. A clearly visible circlet appeared around the body of the aircraft. It issued a series of ear-piercing sounds in the air, and the wings pulled out two faint white marks in the sky above the clouds. Destination, New Mexico. Chapter 146. New Mexico. One of the 4 states in the southwestern United States. From the name, you know that this place originally belonged to Mexico. Later, after a war between the United States and Mexico, it became the territory of the Lighthouse Nation. The word New Mexico came from the Indian language, meaning war god. To a certain extent, war god and thunder god had the same works. After all, that Thor was a famous war god in northern Europe. The climate here was a typical desert climate, warm and dry, full of sunlight and low humidity. The huge golden plains gradually rose from the east to the west, and the undulating mountains stretched to the end of sight. Looking down from the sky, the wide open railway was like a dense net, connecting all over New Mexico. Windweed was blown away by the wind, passing the road full of yellow sand and dry grass. There was a town on the plain, which was their destination, Old Bridge City. The place where the Rainbow Light Column and Hammer landed was in a deserted desert near the Old Bridge of New Mexico. However, before going, he first had to meet up with the local agent and ask for the latest results of the investigation. The carrier Eagle fighter gradually slowed down and then landed not far from Old Bridge City. Within a few hours after the incident, SHIELD organized the personnel to divide the area into a military forbidden area and set up a circle of fences around it. The bottom of the carrier Eagle fighter jet sprayed flames and stabilized the body of the plane to land in an open space. Not far away was the temporary base built by SHIELD. After the cabin door opened, Carlson took the lead to get off the plane. Behind him was a cold man in a short-sleeved shirt with his hands in his pockets. He had forgotten to say it. Due to the inconvenience of communicating through spirit bodies and clothes, Lod put on Jigai. The few agent of Shield who had been waiting for a long time came up to him with enthusiasm, and the corners of their eyes squeezed out wrinkles. The leader of the group, Agent, had short black hair, eyes like that of an eagle, and a tough face. He held a black alloy longbow in his hand and carried a quiver on his back. Agent Barton. This is Captain Winter Monarch. Coulson nodded slightly and introduced the person behind him to Hawkeye. Hello, I am Hawkeye. I am responsible for this temporary base. I will monitor those monsters during this period of time. Hawkeye folded the alloy bow with a slight shake of his arm and introduced it concisely. Yes. Lod glanced at him, and his reaction was quite dull. Coulson cleared his throat and asked, Barton, did they do anything during this period of time? Barton said, there is a problem. They have been guarding the landing point. They have not attacked the surrounding towns and residents like the intelligence said. This was not right. After hearing this news, Lod frowned. It had to be known that all of Hollow's nature was to devour souls, just like how humans needed to eat and drink water. This was a rule that all living things had to follow. But now, the Ajichas and that group of Jillian had strangely violated this law. For some unknown reason, the Ajichas and the group of Jillian did not choose to attack the humans in Old Bridge City. Instead, they stayed near the hammer out of common sense. Lod's eyes were slightly solemn. No matter how he thought about it, something was wrong. Unless the hammer was more tempting to them than the souls of the humans in this entire town, the Ajichas would not stay by the hammer's side day and night. Wait. That Ajichas shouldn't be able to lift the Thunder God hammer, right? Lod suddenly felt that it was very interesting. If that Ajichas could lift the Thunder God hammer, what would be the expression on Thor's face? For someone like Thor who loved his hammers as much as his life, it was probably no less than facing Antr in person, right? Is there anything else? Coulson looked at Lod with a sad face. The current situation was completely out of their control. Those monsters guarded the hammer for unknown reasons. They could only pin their hopes on the captain. Yes, but... Hawkeye were a little hesitant, as if he did not know whether to say this news or not. Barton, what happened? Coulson saw that his expression was not right, and thought that something big had happened. His face changed slightly and asked. In fact, it is not a big deal. Hawkeye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We caught a person and tried to break into that forbidden area. He also talked nonsense about what kind of prince he is. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and said strangely, can't we just drive him out? Originally, I chased him away once, but this guy forced his way into the defense line. He was so powerful that even a dozen agents couldn't stop him. He almost broke in. Speaking of this, Hawkeye looked a bit embarrassed. He was the person in charge of this base and the entire defense line of the forbidden area. In the end, he was almost broken in by an ordinary person. If this kind of thing spread out, it would be too shameful for his eagle-eyed face. Not to mention if the soy egg knew, he would probably have to write a report when he went back. However, Coulson did not think so. His mind was extremely meticulous, and he could faintly sense that something was wrong from Hawkeye's description. Have you checked this person's identity? Hawkeye shook his head. I have checked long ago. There is no such person at all, as if he fell from the sky. Hearing this, Lod smiled. That person really was falling from the sky. This wise and brave man was the first prince of Asgard, Thor. Although it had been a long time, Lod could still vaguely remember some of the plots about Thor. To sum it up, it was the rebellious thunder god whose brain was full of muscles, thinking about the old father, Odin, who used force to conquer the 9 worlds. But after being reprimanded by Odin, Thor was angry and was bewitched by his younger brother Loki, so he led a few companions to Jotunheim, wanting to learn the muscles of his former father. In the end, his muscles were not enough to defeat the frost giants, and Thor and his companions were almost killed by Loki. If not for Odin's timely help, Thunder God's position would have been changed. After the father and son argued for a while, Thor believed that he was right, and even threatened to lead the army to trample Jotunheim and slaughter the frost giants to avenge today. In a fit of anger, Odin deprived Thor of his divine power and exiled him to earth. He also threw the hammer along with him. Thus, the throne of Asgard was suspended in the air, and Loki's desire was unprecedentedly inflated, and he borrowed the name of Odin to become the god king. Loki, who had become the king after his wish was fulfilled, was afraid of Thor, who had been deprived of his divine power, and finally decided to send out the destroyer after hesitating over and over again, intending to completely eliminate future troubles. After experiencing a bitter and sweet experience on Earth, sore Thor, who had picked up a girl at the same time, finally understood his father Odin's good intentions and saw through Loki's schemes. At the brink of death, Thor shouted loudly and entered the realm of Thunder God. After destroying the destroyers on the spot, Thor summoned the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost to go back to Asgard and banished his brother Loki. Finally, Loki fell into the galaxy and met Thanos. Chapter 147. Vulgar, too vulgar. After reading the whole story of Thor, in a simple summary, it was the experience of the Prince of Asgard. Although Thor looked like he was easy to bully due to his divine power being sealed, in fact, once his life was in danger, the hammer would immediately return to his side and instantly turn back into the Thunder God. Moreover, the earth was protected by Sorcerer Supreme, and Odin sending Thor to Earth for experience was a foolproof move. And Loki, the second prince of Asgard on the surface, was actually the son of the frost giant, Loki. He had carefully planned for the throne and did not hesitate to harm Thor, but in the end, it was just a futile effort. He had paved the way for his brother. How could Odin not know what Loki was thinking? No. He knew it very well, even from the very beginning, but he chose to wait and see. Using Loki's hand, not only did he train Thor, but he also killed his old rival, Loki, and even exposed Loki's identity. It could be said to be three birds with one stone. But then again, Saul was really lucky. If Hawkeye didn't stop him and let this simple-minded guy break in, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, either Thunder God returned to his position and the plot was cancelled in advance, or Thor suddenly died, Odin and Frigga would consider giving birth to another one. No matter which one, it sounded unreliable. While Lod was lost in his thoughts, Coulson said, "Barton, where is he?" Hawkeye shrugged, "He was taken away by a professor who studied astronomy." Coulson stared at Barton with wide eyes, as if asking him why he let people take that guy away. Hawkeye sighed and said helplessly, "That professor is very famous and knows many big people. It will be troublesome if he doesn't let go." "What trouble?" "We used the name of the FBI to seal this area, so, do you understand what I mean?" I understand." The two of them looked at each other for a moment and silently looked away. Everything was silent. Don't ask, asking is the FBI's case. It seemed that all these years, the reputation of the FBI had been damaged. In the hearts of the people of the US, it was the most annoying organization. It was probably related to SHIELD's all-out help. Then do you know where they are now? Coulson rubbed his temples. His intuition told him that this matter might have something to do with that mysterious man. He said he's be here to collect data on abnormal thunderstorms. Hawkeye said, then asked with a puzzled face, "But, why are you looking for them?" Coulson narrowed his eyes and felt that Agent's soul was stirring inside his body. "Don't you think that the timing of that man's appearance is a bit too strange?" Hawkeye frowned and disagreed, "Forgive me for being blunt, although his origin is very strange, what does it have to do with those monsters?" "It doesn't matter, but..." Coulson paused for a moment, then turned to look at the forbidden area and muttered, Maybe he has something to do with that hammer. Indeed, I was careless. I didn't think of this. Hawkeye frowned. He had to admit that what Carlson said was very reasonable. Although that person looked like a lunatic and was full of nonsense, he couldn't rule out that what he said was true. Even if this possibility was less than 1 in 10,000. A bold assumption, careful verification, and not letting go of even the slightest clue, this was an excellent agent, who should have professional accomplishments. Obviously, a rash man like Hawkeye was not qualified enough. No wonder Fury would treat Carlson as a confidant or even the next bureau chief of SHIELD. Captain Winter Monarch, there is no movement from those hollow in the forbidden area at the moment. Why don't we investigate the root of the mutation first and eliminate them after we understand it? What do you think? Carlson carefully suggested. With a cold face, Lod pretended to think for a moment, then nodded and said coldly, "You are right. There must be a reason for the sudden appearance of Ajichas. In that case, we will investigate it first and then eliminate them." Lod knew very well what SHIELD was planning. He said that he was going to investigate the cause of Hollow's mutation for the sake of safety. In fact, he was only thinking about whether or not he could carry out a man-made copying. Coincidentally, he also thought so. The two sides had their own ulterior motives, and it depended on who had the best means to be the last to laugh. Old Bridge City. It was located in the border area of New Mexico. Because it was adjacent to the desert, there were not many people living there. There were probably only a few tens of thousands of people. It was a very small town. Although it was just a small town, the people's customs were abnormally strong. When passing by, one could see that there were large, round beards on the street, which were comparable to the next Texas. The car drove into the small town in this remote area. There were only 2 people in total. Carlson was in charge of driving, and Lod was sitting in the passenger seat. Along the way, Carlson held the steering wheel in his hand and stared at the front with full concentration. His brain was on full alert, paying attention to both sides of the street at any time, or the sky and the earth. Due to the unpleasant experience from the previous 2 times, Carlson had a serious psychological trauma. Especially when there was a death god sitting next to him, he had a feeling that the car would suddenly explode in the next second. Lod felt offended. After passing through the street and turning a few intersections, the car gradually slowed down and stopped outside a house. Who? After arriving at the destination, Carlson's nervous expression clearly relaxed. He smiled and said, "Looks like our luck is pretty good." Nothing happened this time. Lod was expressionless, but in reality, he was extremely troubled. Wasn't it just a few small car accidents? Was there a need to use this kind of relief after surviving a disaster? "Hello, FBI. Please cooperate with me in my investigation." He got out of the car, pushed the door open, and showed his certificate. Carlson's movements were smooth and full of confidence. The degree of proficiency was amazing. One could tell that he had done a lot of things on weekdays. To be honest, if the FBI were to let the angry people rush in one day, SHIELD would definitely play a part in it. Inside the house, the sudden intrusion of Carlson made the 2 brown-haired girls stunned. There was also a white old man holding a coffee cup with black lines all over his face. There was also the strong man with blonde hair and wide shoulders. Made people think that he was intelligent. His upper body was bare, and his mouth was stuffed with a sandwich. He stared blankly at Carlson and Lod. Chapter 148. Lod followed Carlson into the room, his dark green eyes sweeping across the crowd. The hot and dry desert climate suddenly became much colder. The people in the room felt as if they had turned on an air conditioner, and the cool air could not stop spreading from their backs. It just so happened that the crew of Thunder God was here. Introduce. A tall and sturdy man with blonde hair, Thor Odinson, a boorish man with muscles all over his head. The slightly older brown-haired woman was called Jane Fosters, the future sweetheart of Thunder God. The younger brown-haired girl, Darcy Louise, a researcher. White old man Eric Selvig, the lead researcher. Hello. Carlson took out the FBI ID card and lit it up in front of them. He said gently, "Are you free now? I want to talk to you." "It's you again." Jane Foster was having a headache when he heard about the FBI. He shouted angrily, "You damn locusts, what are you planning to do here? I don't have anything left. All of them have been taken away by you." Previously, SHIELD had used the FBI as an excuse to investigate abnormal weather phenomena and forcefully took away all of Jane Foster's experimental data and painstakingly assembled detection equipment. Jane was naturally unwilling to watch as the Nobel Prize that was about to be in his hands was ruined. When he rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up to teach them a lesson, he was stopped by Eric, who was at the side. The three of them were relatively older, so they were very knowledgeable and experienced. When he saw the white-headed sea eagle pattern printed on the body of the car, he immediately understood that these people were not the FBI at all, but Agent, who was called SHIELD in the National Defense and Logistics Office. The reason why Eric recognized this pattern was because he had a friend who studied the field of gamma rays and was once hunted by this mysterious organization. How terrifying the energy of this organization was, Eric had seen it with his own eyes. To be able to block dozens of streets in an hour. He even mobilized the military, political, FBI, media, and other multi-party forces to suppress all news. So, Eric immediately stopped Jane, who was about to take action, and told her not to be impulsive, let alone to sue them. An ordinary astronomer going to sue such a huge organization that could mobilize the multi-party forces of the United States was no different from courting death. "Calm down, Jane." Eric wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled Jane's sleeve, indicating that she should not be so excited. Thor continued to chew on the sandwich, but his eyes were fixed on Lot and occasionally showed a hint of hostility. Jane took a few deep breaths and glared at Carlson. She said coldly, "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately, okay?" Carlson raised his eyebrows and smiled. "If you are referring to the equipment and materials we took, I can apologize to you here." "No need to apologize. Just return the equipment and experimental data to me." Jane suppressed her anger and reached out to ask for it. "I'm very sorry, Miss Jane." Carlson shook his head and said, "We are investigating a serious safety threat, so we need to requisition all your records, atmospheric data, and equipment." "Requisition?" Jane sneered. "You are stealing and robbing." Carlson shrugged. "Whatever you say. At least before the matter is completely resolved, these things will not be returned to you." Hearing this, Jane's eyes suddenly lit up. She said with a little expectation, "So you mean that you will return them to me after the matter is settled?" Carlson replied with a smile, "Not necessarily. After we evaluate it, we will decide whether to return it to you." "Bandit. Rogue. Liar." Jane was so angry that she cursed. Her moral integrity was refreshed again, and she wanted to strangle this old man. "That's all for the chat." Carlson ignored Jean and walked past everyone. He walked to Thor, who was eating a sandwich, and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Thor, can I talk to you alone?" Gulp. Thor swallowed the last bit of the sandwich, lingered on for a while, and then he said vaguely, "I have nothing to talk to you about, Midgardian." Midgardian. The strange words that suddenly came out made Carlson unable to understand for a moment, and his face showed a blank expression. "It's better to talk to him than to talk to you," Thor said. He got up from his seat. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall. His muscular, statue-like muscles made Carlson feel great pressure. "Who are you?" Thor fixed his eyes on Lod. He said seriously, "How come I don't know?" Since when did Midgard have someone as strong as you? From his childhood impression, Midgardian was an extremely weak creature. Not only was his lifespan very short, but he was also unable to use magic. Thor, who regarded himself as the future king of Asgard, found that a lion had suddenly appeared in the territory he was going to protect. He naturally regarded Lot as an enemy. After all, even children knew that a mountain could not have two tigers. Unless it was a male and a female, it was impossible for Thor, who had grown up as the crown prince, to not understand this principle. To put it plainly, Thor regarded the sudden appearance of Lot as an enemy who had invaded Asgard territory without permission. Answer my question. Thor took another step forward, completely ignoring and forcefully pushing Coulson away. He stared at Lot like an angry young master. Listen, Midgardian. This is not a place you can come to. This place belongs to the great Alfather, Odin. Thor, Odinson. Lot was expressionless and said coldly, looks like your father didn't tell you anything. Midgard was never anyone's territory, including the Alfather that you spoke of. No wonder. Odin wanted to throw this guy to earth because he saw that his only son was about to be raised crooked, so he planned to let him come over to suffer a little and change his arrogant and conceited temper. If this didn't come back soon, in the future, when Asgard fell into Thor's hands, it would probably be destroyed in a few days. It seemed that Thor was corrected later, and Asgard was destroyed in a few days. Thor regarded Odin as a glory and would never allow anyone to sully his father. He was like a furious lion. In the name of Thor Odinson, I order you to apologize to the Alfather. Otherwise, I will let you die a graveless death. It was too annoying. Lot narrowed his eyes, wondering how likely it would be for Odin to retaliate if he beat Thor up now. First, there was Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, so Odin could not act arbitrarily. Otherwise, it would destroy the tacit understanding between the two sides. Second, Odin was about to fall into a deep sleep. The only people who paid attention to this place were Gatekeeper Heimdall and Loki. The former did not need to be concerned with, and the latter wanted him to beat up Thor to death. Third, didn't Odin send his son to Earth to make him suffer more and change his arrogant character? As long as no one died, it would not be a big problem. To sum it up, the risk was zero. Beat him up. Chapter 149. The risk is zero. Beat him up. After thinking for a while, Lot planned to let this arrogant son of Odin experience what was called the evil of society. Thor did not know that he was about to be beaten up. On the left side of his face was written "Hit me," and on the right side was "Thunder God." He said arrogantly, I am Thor, son of the Alfather. I will let you know that you will insult the Alfather. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Thor received a solid kick. Sorry. It was too annoying. He really couldn't hold back. Ah! Thor shouted. His tall and sturdy body spun, like a bowling ball thrown out. He smashed the glass and chair of the door, rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Although he was just a guy, his strength was not a joke. It was enough to teach Thor a lesson. It was only when Thor screamed that the people in the room reacted and looked at Lot in horror. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk x3. Is this guy still human? Kicking a strong man who weighed nearly 200 pounds more than 10 meters away, if this kick were to land on someone else, would he be able to pass through on the spot? The two girls hugged each other and trembled, afraid that Lot's killing intent would rise, so they gave them a kick. They were just ordinary girls, and they could not withstand that kick. Eric's face twitched, and he silently took a step back, making himself disappear from the man's sight. Lot was expressionless, as calm as if the kick just now had not been his. The cement floor that had been exposed to the sun for a day was as hot as a soldering iron, burning every inch of Thor's skin, but it was less than a fraction of the pain from his chest. Thor lay on his back on the cement floor, completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After asking philosophy number 3. Only then did Thor react. He was kicked away by that person. But he didn't even see how that person did it. This feeling was like a continuous video clip that had been edited in the middle. If not for the burning pain in his chest and back, he might not have known that he had been kicked away. Lod put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "I'm sorry. The wind was too strong and I didn't hear you clearly. What do you think you will let me know?" Thor didn't have time to answer Lod. He took several deep breaths and felt the pain in his chest gradually disappear. Then, as if nothing had happened, he got up from the ground. Coulson's eyelids jumped. This physique was a bit abnormal. At least if it's an ordinary person who had taken that kick, they would either die on the spot or be seriously injured to the point of death. It was absolutely impossible for them to stand up like nothing had happened after taking a few breaths. However, this also proved that his guess was that this Thor was definitely not normal. Lod saw this scene and was secretly amazed in his heart. The physique of the Asgardians was indeed strong. Even if their divine power was sealed, the quality of their bodies in all aspects would surpass the number of people on Earth. He suddenly had an idea. If he transformed the Asgardians into hollow, what would they become? Forget it. The risk of transforming the Asgardians was too great. It was not worth offending Odin for this. Huck it. Huck it. Thor quickly got up from the ground and covered his aching chest. He panted heavily and stared at Lod. Then he said word by word, "I said. I will, let you." Bang. The prince's declaration was forcefully interrupted again, and he kicked him in the chest again. The same ending, the same scream, the same distance, and even the posture when he flew out was exactly the same as the last time. Thor gasped and looked up to find that damned silver-haired man. He was clearly kicked away, but he still did not see the process. "You. What did you do?" Thor asked with difficulty. Lod said calmly, "Walk over and kick you away. That's all." Thor was speechless. He felt that it made sense. He could not refute it for a while. He said, "Do you think I am a fool? Isn't it? Bastard." Thor cursed. Blue veins popped up on his face, and a hint of lightning could be seen in his blue eyes. A little bit of the divine power that was sealed leaked out. The little bit of divine power that leaked out quickly repaired the injured part of Thor. However, at this moment, he only had Lod in his eyes, and he did not notice anything strange. Thor roared and rushed straight at Lod like a tank. The speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Lod. Originally, Thor was already prepared and was kicked away again, but this time, the scene he imagined did not happen. Thor was stunned for a second, and immediately thought that Lod was looking down on him. He became even more furious, waving his fist and smashing it at the man. "Who?" The howling wind of the fist came at him. Lod was not in a hurry, his head slightly tilted to the side. The fist brushed past Lod's ear, blowing away a few strands of silver hair, hitting nothing but air, avoiding Thor's punch. "Damn it!" Thor glared at him angrily. Although he did not have a hammer in his hand, he was very experienced in fighting. He immediately swung his left fist up and down, aiming at Lod's chin. Bang! Thor's hooked fist was firmly pressed down by Lod's right hand. It was as if he had hit a wall. His strength was like mud sinking into the sea. Not bad. After Lod felt it, his evaluation became more accurate, and his strength was still lacking. Facing Lod's provocation, Thor felt humiliated. His eyes flashed with lightning, and he crossed his arms as if to capture Lod. Shua! Lod disappeared. Not good. Thor narrowed his eyes and felt a chill at the back of his head. He thought to himself, not good. The person was behind him. Thor suddenly turned his head, only to see a sparkling and translucent jade-like palm enter his eyes. Pa! The cold fingers pressed on Thor's cheek. Before he could counterattack, he leaned back and his head made a close contact with the ground. Stay here. Lod glanced at Carlson, then left a short sentence. He held Thor's cheek and the two disappeared in an instant. Rumble. Thor was nearly 2 meters tall and had a tall and sturdy body. However, Lod, who was only 1.7 meters tall, pressed his cheek against the cement floor with one hand and dragged him flying away. That, is he all right? Darcy asked, somewhat unable to bear it. No. I don't know. It should be, okay, right. Eric looked at the gully left on the ground and suddenly became uncertain. Jane stared at Carlson with unfriendly eyes, holding the fruit-cut salad sword in her hand. It seemed to mean, now what? Last time, you came to rob me of my information. This time, you came to rob my man. Carlson. Chapter 150. Ah! Thor only felt a burning pain on his back, and the back of his head was hurt by the protruding road. Even though the Asgardians had an extraordinary constitution and endurance, they could not withstand such inhumane torture and forcefully plowed a long gully on the uneven asphalt road. After being dragged for an unknown distance, Thor was almost shocked out of his mind. Only then did Lod finally stop and throw Thor, who was about to be stunned, out. Bang! Thor drew a perfect parabola, and then hit a mountain wall. He couldn't help but let out a groan. He stuck close to the mountain wall like a hanging painting. It was delayed for a few seconds before it slowly slid down. It hurt so much. A burning sensation came from his back. Thor felt that he was about to be crippled. There was no bone or inch of skin on his body. He no longer sent a signal to his brain. The damage wasn't high, but it was extremely insulting. It was the first time he had experienced this kind of novel since he became Thunder God. Lod put his hands in his pockets and looked at Thor calmly. He asked, "Can you still stand up?" "Yes." Thor put his hands on the ground and stood up unsteadily. His face was full of stubbornness and unyielding determination, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. A solid fighting spirit spread in the air. The glory of Asgard definitely could not be tarnished by outsiders. "I am Thor Odinson." Thor's bloodshot eyes were like angry bulls. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "Midgardian, tell me your name." "Winter Monarch." Lod reported his fake name without a change in expression. As everyone knew, one had to have a lot of people outside, otherwise, what if one day they were tricked? "I will remember you, Winter Monarch." Thor put on an offensive stance. He stared at Lod, lightning flashing in his eyes. Although Odin had sealed his divine power, the experience of fighting on the battlefield all year round was not fake. A fierce and violent aura rushed over like waves. It was a pity that he still lacked a hammer, or else it would be even more perfect. Thor found that he did not seem to be in pain. Not only that, his physical strength was still surging up continuously, as if he had returned to the feeling he had when he was a thunder god. Thor, who had a one-track mind, did not notice that the seal in his body seemed to loosen a little. Instead, it was all due to anger. In fact, Lod had noticed it a long time ago. When he kicked Thor away the first time, the speed at which this guy got up and recovered already made him feel that something was wrong. Until the second time he kicked Thor away, Lod deliberately increased his strength. He did not expect that Thor would be able to stand up soon, and this time, he could also make a corresponding counterattack. This time, Thor's speed and strength had improved a lot. In addition, there was a vague sense of oppression in his violent momentum. Even if the physique of the Asgardians was extraordinary and durable, it was impossible for them to withstand such torture, not to mention that they could stand up and continue to clamor as if nothing had happened to the cement floor that had been plowed for a kilometer. The physique of people and people could not be compared? Was this reasonable? This was very reasonable. It was because Thor was the son of Odin. After all, Thor was the future successor of Asgard. He came to Earth just to gain experience, not really looking for death. With Odin's shrewd and calculating character, how could he not leave a way out for Thor? If he really hated Thor, why did he need to do something unnecessary and throw the thunder god's hammer over? No wonder Loki wanted to rebel later and even did not hesitate to kill his father and brother. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Odin, this old fellow. He clearly treated the two brothers with favor and had to pretend to be kind. Originally, he only wanted to kick him to vent his anger, but now Lod had an idea. If he continued to beat up Thor, could he turn back into Thunder God? It was worth a try. This desolate outskirt had no civilian nearby, so he could test his ability to his heart's content. Raise your head, Wabisuk. Lod called out in a soft voice. The spiritual power within his body surged forth wantonly. At the same time, the appearance of Zanpakuto in his hand also changed. Bastard! Thor stared at sword for a long time and said angrily, "You actually used such a strange weapon. Are you looking down on me?" It was neither a straight blade nor a wide blade. Instead, it was a 90-degree angle, sword's blade, with a strange shape like a fishhook at the top. Asgardian was a tough man and was proud of martial arts, so he had basically seen all 18 weapons. As the thunder god, Thor naturally could not only play with hammers. Sword was also proficient in all kinds of weapons. But this was the first time he had seen sword's blade in this form. In particular, this sword's blade was actually inside the 90-degree angle. Although he didn't have the power of the thunder god, it was a bit too much to look down on him when he used this weapon against enemies, right? Hee. Lod smiled and didn't explain Wabisuk's ability. He only said faintly, "Thor Odinson, if you underestimate it, you will suffer a lot. You will pay the price for underestimating your enemy." Thor growled, and purple blood vessels burst on his forehead. He was sure that the guy in front of him who deserved a beating was insulting him. "Let's wait and see." Lod smiled and motioned for him to attack first. Thor was not unreasonable. He bent over, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it over. Since he did not have a weapon, he could only think of a way to distract his attention, and then take the opportunity to attack. Although some people looked silly, it was just that their talent was in the wrong place. Although Thor usually had a one-track mind, as long as it was about fighting, this guy's intuition and reaction was ridiculous. He was not ashamed of his name as Thunder God. Who? Thor was like a human-shaped throwing machine. With his extraordinary arm strength, he threw the stone at a speed close to the speed of bullets leaving the chamber. Dozens of palm-sized stones made a sharp sound in the air. Then, taking advantage of the fact that Lod's line of sight was blocked, Thor mustered all the strength in his body, kicked hard on the ground, and rushed out like a cheetah. "Try this punch!" Thor roared and threw a punch with all his strength. The fist carried a faint thunder and lightning, and a harsh sound whistled over. Although it did not come close, he could already feel the power contained in it. However, as expected, the fist missed again, and Lod easily tilted his head to avoid it. However, Thor had already expected this scene. His clenched left hand suddenly opened and sprinkled a handful of sand. A trace of surprise flashed through Lod's eyes as he thought to himself, could it be that he had been ambushed by his younger brother too many times, and the dignified Thunder God actually knew how to play dirty tricks? Before the small gravel could touch Lod, it was swept away by spiritual power, which covered the surface of his body. It succeeded. Thor rolled behind Lod. When he got up and saw that Lod's line of sight was blocked by the yellow sand, he was immediately delighted and secretly thought that the opportunity had come. Phew! Thor knew that he could not miss this opportunity. He picked up his fist that was as big as a clay pot and used all his strength to hit Lod. He did not want to win, but he wanted Lod to take a punch. However, there seemed to be eyes behind Lod. He tilted his head and dodged the punch. He turned around and looked at Thor, who had a dull face. There was a mocking smile on his lips. "It's over, Asgardian." Although Thor's plan was good, unfortunately, he did not know that Death God rarely relied on his eyes in battle. Most of the time, he relied on spiritual power to perceive the enemy. "Not good, he deliberately lured me here." Thor's expression changed dramatically, and he wanted to retreat. "Very smart, but it's too late." Lod drew an arc with his wabisuk and slashed at Thor 3 times in a row. Lod unsheathed his sword and said, "It's over." Thor was about to open his mouth to speak when he was suddenly pressed to the ground by a huge gravity. The ground could not bear his weight and continuously collapsed. Cracks spread like spider webs. Once, it was twice. 2 times was 4 times. 3 times was 8 times. Thor, who was 8 times heavier than himself, felt as if he was thrown into the deep sea. Gravity came from all directions and pressed him to the ground. Even lifting his head was an extravagant hope for him. Lod shook his arm and lowered his head to the ground. He said, "The proud Asgardians, have you calmed down a little?"